Hello, beautiful people. You've just landed on Black Magic. Today's featured story is What If House Elf Network discovered Dumbledore placed Harry with abusers and led magical creature rebellion. If you're new here, welcome to the family. Hit subscribe and the notification bell. And if you're returning, you know the drill, like and share. Enough talk, let's get into the story. Chapter 1, The Silent Witnesses. Dobby popped into the kitchen at number 4, Privet Drive just after midnight. The Dursleys slept upstairs, their snores echoing through the spotless house. Dobby had been here once before, 2 summers ago, when he tried to keep Harry Potter from returning to Hogwarts. Back then, he thought the greatest danger to the boy who lived was inside the magical world. How wrong he'd been. Tonight's visit wasn't planned. Dobby had overheard Draco Malfoy telling Crabbe and Goyle how pathetic Potter must look now, locked up by his Muggle relatives, probably crying himself to sleep every night. The young Malfoy had laughed about it, but something in his words nagged at Dobby. Just checking, Dobby whispered to himself. Just making sure Harry Potter is okay. The house felt wrong. Too clean, too perfect, too empty of love. Dobby's large ears twitched, picking up the faint sounds of metal against metal. A lock. From upstairs. Dobby snapped his fingers and appeared on the second floor. The hallway was lined with doors, but one stood out immediately. It had 3 heavy-duty locks on the outside and a small cat flap at the bottom. No, Dobby breathed, his already huge eyes widening further. They wouldn't. But they had. A quick snap of his fingers unlocked the door without a sound. Dobby pushed it open, and the sight before him made his blood run cold. Harry Potter lay on a threadbare mattress, his ribs visible through his oversized shirt. A small plate with what looked like cold beans sat half-eaten near the door. His school trunk was nowhere to be seen, and Hedwig's cage stood empty, a padlock securing its door. "Harry Potter, sir," Dobby whispered. Harry startled awake, reaching instinctively for glasses that weren't there. Dobby snapped his fingers again, and the glasses flew from the desk to Harry's hand. "Dobby?" Harry's voice cracked from disuse. "What are you, shoo?" Dobby pressed a finger to his lips. Dobby came to see if Harry Potter is well. His ears drooped. "Harry Potter is not well." Harry sat up slowly, wincing. "It's not that bad, really. I've had worse summers." Dobby's eyes filled with tears. "Worse? This has happened before." Harry shrugged, the casual gesture at odds with the situation. "Look, you should go. If Uncle Vernon hears, has Harry Potter always lived like this? In a locked room? With not enough food?" Harry looked away, embarrassed. "It doesn't matter. I'll be back at Hogwarts soon." Dobby's hands trembled as anger replaced shock. "It does matter, Harry Potter." Dobby was told the great Harry Potter was safe with his Muggle family. Dobby was told Harry Potter was protected and loved. "Who told you that?" "Everyone, sir. Dumbledore tells all at Hogwarts that Harry Potter is happy with his Muggle family. That they care for Harry Potter." Harry laughed bitterly. "Well, now you know better." "Dobby must see more," the house elf said firmly. "Dobby must understand." Before Harry could protest, Dobby placed a long finger on Harry's forehead. House elf magic wasn't like wizard magic. It was older, more intuitive. In seconds, images from Harry's life with the Dursleys flashed through Dobby's mind: a cupboard under the stairs, years of neglect, endless chores, Dudley's beatings, Vernon's threats, Petunia's disgust, the constant hunger, the isolation, the confusion of a child who didn't understand why he was hated. Dobby staggered backward, gasping for breath when the connection broke. What did you just do?" Harry asked, alarmed. "Dobby is sorry, Harry Potter." Dobby had to know. Tears streamed down the elf's face. "Dumbledore knows. Dumbledore has always known." Harry froze. "What do you mean?" Magic leaves traces, sir. Dobby can see that wizard monitoring spells have been here for years. Reporting back to Hogwarts. Dobby's voice hardened. Dumbledore receives these reports. He knows how the Dursleys treat Harry Potter. That's impossible, Harry whispered, but doubt clouded his eyes. He wouldn't leave me here if he knew. Dobby wrung his hands. Dobby must investigate. But first, Dobby must get Harry Potter somewhere safe. I can't just leave, Harry Potter will die here, Dobby said bluntly. The great Harry Potter will waste away in this room while Dumbledore does nothing. Harry had no answer for that. Pack your things, Harry Potter. Dobby will return shortly. With a crack, the house elf disappeared. Hogwarts kitchens were never truly quiet, but at 1 a.m., they were as close to peaceful as they ever got. A few elves worked through the night, preparing bread for the next day or cleaning the enormous pots used for dinner. When Dobby appeared, his distress was immediately evident. What troubles you, free elf? Asked an older female elf named Mimsy. Dobby needs to speak to the elder elf, Dobby said urgently. It concerns Harry Potter. Whispers erupted among the kitchen elves. Harry Potter was beloved by many house elves, not just Dobby. His kindness to them, so rare among wizards, had not gone unnoticed. Mimsy nodded solemnly. Follow Mimsy. She led Dobby through a narrow doorway hidden behind a tapestry of fruit, down a winding staircase that no wizard had seen in centuries. The old magics of Hogwarts recognized house elves differently than wizards, showing them paths and rooms that remained hidden to human eyes. Deep beneath the kitchens, they entered a circular chamber lit by floating blue flames. At its center sat Nimbly, the eldest house elf in Britain. His skin was wrinkled like parchment, his ears drooping with age, but his eyes remained sharp and clear. Young Free One, Nimbly greeted Dobby. What brings you to the elder chamber at this hour? Dobby fell to his knees. Elder elf, Dobby has discovered something terrible. Harry Potter, the boy who has shown kindness to elfkind, is being abused by his Muggle relatives. And Headmaster Dumbledore knows. Nimbly's expression remained unchanged, but the blue flames flickered violently. These are serious claims, Free One. Dobby has seen it with his own eyes. Felt it with his own magic. Dobby's voice shook. The boy is locked in a room, half-starved. There are monitoring charms all through the house, reporting back to Hogwarts. To Dumbledore. Mimsy gasped, but Nimbly silenced her with a raised hand. Show me, the elder elf commanded. Dobby approached and pressed his forehead to Nimbly's. The memories flowed between them, Harry's room, his thin frame, the locks, the cat flap, and deeper memories pulled from Harry himself. When they separated, Nimbly looked shaken. This must be verified. We must access the headmaster's records. But Elder Elf, Mimsy protested, wizard offices are sealed to us unless we are cleaning. Nimbly smiled grimly. Not to all of us. He turned to Dobby. Return to Harry Potter. Prepare him for transport to a safe location. We will contact you when we have confirmed your findings. Where should Dobby take him? Nimbly considered. The Weasley family has shown him kindness, but they are too close to Dumbledore. For now, take him to the Leaky Cauldron. Shield him with elf magic so he cannot be traced. We will send word. Dobby nodded and disappeared with a crack. Nimbly turned to Mimsy. Gather Flippy, Tobby, and Pinch. We have research to do. Harry sat on his bed, heart pounding. Dobby's revelation about Dumbledore had shaken him to his core. Could it be true? Had Dumbledore really known all along? A small part of him had always wondered why no one ever checked on him, why no one from the magical world seemed concerned about his home life. He dropped hints to McGonagal, to Hagrid, even to Mrs. Weasley, but nothing ever changed. The crack of apparition announced Dobby's return. Harry Potter must come with Dobby now, the elf said urgently. Has Harry Potter gathered his things? Harry gestured to the loose floorboard where he'd hidden his wand and photo album. Uncle Vernon locked my trunk and Hedwig's cage in the cupboard under the stairs. Dobby snapped his fingers, and the floorboard lifted. Another snap, and Harry's trunk appeared beside them, along with Hedwig's cage. A third snap freed the indignant owl, who swooped through the open window. She will find Harry Potter later, Dobby assured him. Now we must go before the Dursleys wake. Go where? Harry asked, still not entirely convinced this wasn't all a dream. Somewhere safe for now. Other elves are investigating Dobby's claims about Dumbledore. The elf held out his hand. Harry Potter must trust Dobby. Harry looked around the room that had been his prison for so many summers. Whatever awaited him couldn't be worse than this. He took Dobby's hand. The sensation of elf apparition was nothing like wizard apparition. Instead of being squeezed through a tube, Harry felt like he was dissolving into moonlight, flowing through the air, and reconstituting somewhere else. That somewhere else was a small but clean room at the Leaky Cauldron. Harry Potter will stay here tonight, Dobby said. Tom the innkeeper will not know Harry Potter is here. Elf magic will hide Harry Potter's presence. Harry sat heavily on the bed. Dobby, this is... I don't know what to say. Harry Potter need say nothing. House elves have watched over wizard children for centuries. It is what we do. Dobby's expression darkened. But we do not stand by when children are harmed. Not anymore. That anymore carried weight Harry couldn't quite understand. Rest now, Dobby said. Dobby will return when there is news. Before Harry could respond, the elf vanished. For the first time in weeks, Harry slept deeply, without fear of his uncle's footsteps outside his door. Hogwarts at night was a different place. Shadows lengthened, staircases moved more slowly, and the magic that suffused the ancient castle seemed to breathe more deeply. It was in this night world that 5 house elves moved like ghosts through corridors that, to wizard eyes, didn't exist. Nimbly led the small group, his aged frame moving with surprising grace. Behind him came Mimsy, Flippy, Tobby, and Pinch, all senior kitchen elves who had served Hogwarts for decades. The headmaster's private records are stored behind his office, Nimbly explained as they climbed a spiral staircase hidden within the walls. Not in the office itself where portraits might see, but in a small room connected by a door that looks like part of the bookshelf. How does Elder Elf know this? Pinch asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I have served Hogwarts for 217 years, Nimbly replied. I have seen headmasters come and go. Their secrets remain in the walls, and the walls speak to those who listen. They emerged into a narrow passage that ran behind the headmaster's office. Through tiny peepholes, they could see Dumbledore's desk, the perch where Fawkes normally sat, though the Phoenix was absent tonight, and the sleeping portraits of former headmasters. This way, Nimbly directed, leading them to a small wooden door at the end of the passage. It was locked, but house elf magic had no trouble with wizard locks. The door swung open silently. Inside was a small, circular room lined with filing cabinets and shelves of scrolls. At its center stood a pedestal holding what looked like a large, leather-bound ledger. The Hogwarts record, Nimbly breathed. It contains information on all students, their homes, their guardians, their well-being. Do we need to search for Harry Potter's record? Tobby asked. Nimbly shook his head. The record knows what we seek. He placed a gnarled hand on the book. Show us Harry Potter. The book shuddered and fell open, pages flipping rapidly before settling. What they saw confirmed their worst fears. Monthly reports from monitoring charms at Privet Drive, detailing Harry's living conditions, the Dursleys' treatment, even his emotional state. Notes in Dumbledore's own handwriting acknowledging suboptimal conditions, but emphasizing the importance of blood protection. A report from Arabella Figg dated years ago, expressing serious concerns about Harry's welfare. Dumbledore's response, the greater good requires sacrifice. Letters from Minerva McGonagal questioning Harry's thin appearance at the start of each school year. Dumbledore's reassurances that all was well. Most damning of all, a document from when Harry was 5 years old, recording that Vernon Dursley had locked the child in a cupboard for 3 days without food. Dumbledore's only comment, blood protection holding strong. No intervention necessary. Mimsy was openly weeping. Flippy and Tobby looked sick. Pinch's hands were curled into fists so tight his knuckles had turned white. Nimbly closed the book gently. We have seen enough. Dumbledore has betrayed not only Harry Potter but the sacred trust between magical guardians and children. What will we do, Elder Elf? Mimsy asked through her tears. We will act as we should have acted years ago, Nimbly said. His voice, though soft, carried an authority that made the others straighten. The wizards believe we serve them because we must. That is a lie they have cultivated to comfort themselves. We serve because we choose to, because of ancient agreements now broken. He touched the book once more. Copy, he commanded, and a duplicate materialized beside the original. Nimbly shrunk it and placed it in the tea towel he wore. Tonight, we contact the other houses. Tonight, we speak to the free elves. Tonight, we reach out to our cousins among the other magical races. Nimbly's eyes gleamed in the dim light. Tonight, we remember that before there were wizards, there was magic, and we were its first children. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through unfamiliar curtains. For a moment, panic gripped him. Had the Dursleys discovered him gone? Then the events of the previous night came rushing back. Dobby. The revelation about Dumbledore. The escape to the leaky cauldron. A tray of breakfast sat on the small table by the window, still steaming. House elf magic, Harry assumed. He fell on the food like a starving man, which, he reflected ruefully, he essentially was. Halfway through his eggs and toast, a crack announced Dobby's arrival. The elf wasn't alone. A much older house elf stood beside him, radiating a quiet authority that reminded Harry, oddly, of Dumbledore himself. Harry Potter, Dobby said solemnly, this is Nimbly, Elder Elf of Britain. Harry hurriedly swallowed his mouthful of food. Hello, sir. Nimbly's ancient face crinkled in what might have been a smile. No wizard has called an elf, sir, in many centuries, Harry Potter. Sorry, I didn't mean, it is refreshing, Nimbly cut him off gently. And it confirms what Dobby has told us about you. Harry set down his fork. You found something, didn't you? About Dumbledore? Nimbly nodded gravely. We have accessed Hogwarts records. Albus Dumbledore has known of your mistreatment since you were placed with the Dursley family. He has received regular reports on your living conditions, including instances of severe neglect and abuse. Harry felt like he'd been punched in the stomach. A part of him had been hoping, desperately, that Dobby was mistaken. That Dumbledore couldn't have known. That the wizard he admired above all others wouldn't have left him in that hell if he truly understood. There must be a reason, he whispered, hating how childish he sounded. His reason was, the greater good, Nimbly said, the words sharp with disdain. A phrase wizards use when sacrificing others for their own purposes. Harry's hands began to shake. The blood protection. From my mother. He always said I had to stay with Aunt Petunia because of the blood protection. There are many ways to maintain blood wards without subjecting a child to abuse, Nimbly countered. Brief visits. Blood donations. Magical artifacts. Dumbledore chose the most convenient option for his plans, not the best option for your welfare. His plans? Harry's voice cracked. What plans? Dobby and Nimbly exchanged glances. That remains unclear, Nimbly admitted. But what is clear is that Albus Dumbledore has violated the most sacred trust in our world, the protection of magical children. Harry stood suddenly, needing to move. What happens now? Do we tell the Ministry? Professor McGonagal? The Ministry would do nothing, Nimbly said. Fudge is in Dumbledore's pocket or Lucius Malfoy's, neither of which would help you. As for Minerva McGonagal. He sighed. She raised concerns about your treatment several times, but always deferred to Dumbledore's judgment in the end. Then what? Harry demanded, anger beginning to replace shock. I just hide here forever. No, Harry Potter, Dobby said firmly. We protect you. We. Harry looked between them, confused. The house elves of Britain, nimbly clarified. And soon, perhaps, other magical beings as well. Harry stared at them in disbelief. You're serious. Very, nimbly said. What wizards forget, Harry Potter, is that house elves see everything. We work in their homes, their schools, their government buildings. We hear their secrets, witness their cruelties, know their weaknesses. We have served silently for centuries, bound by magical contracts twisted to enslave rather than employ. But why would you help me specifically? Dobby bounced on his toes. Harry Potter freed Dobby. Harry Potter treats elves with kindness and respect. And, nimbly added more calmly, what has been done to you echoes what has been done to us, on a larger scale. Abuse hidden behind smiling faces and convenient excuses. Harry sat back down heavily. This is a lot to take in. We understand, nimbly said. For now, you need only rest and recover. The elves will ensure you remain hidden from Dumbledore and your relatives. They must be going mental right now, Harry muttered, picturing Vernon's purple face. They have been, attended to, nimbly said with a hint of satisfaction that made Harry decidedly uneasy. They believe you are at a friend's home for the remainder of the summer, with Dumbledore's approval. You can do that. Make them believe something that didn't happen. House elf magic differs from wizard magic in many ways, Harry Potter. Ways wizards have conveniently forgotten. Nimbly straightened. I must go. Others are waiting for news. Dobby will remain with you and explain more. Before Harry could respond, the ancient elf vanished silently, not even the crack of apparition marked his departure. Harry turned to Dobby. Explain more about what, exactly? Dobby's already large eyes seemed to grow even wider with excitement. About the rebellion, Harry Potter, sir. The house elf rebellion that started last night. Creature, ancient house elf of the most noble and ancient house of Black, was polishing silver when the summons came. Not from his mistress's portrait or from Master Sirius, whom he loathed with every fiber of his being, but from deeper, older magic. The elder elf was calling. In his centuries of service to the Blacks, Creature had felt this call only twice before. Both times had preceded great upheavals in the wizarding world. Creature must answer, he muttered to himself, setting aside the tarnished goblet he'd been cleaning. Creature must heed the old call. He vanished from the grim kitchen of Grimmauld Place and reappeared in a vast underground chamber that few wizards knew existed. The chamber of elf kind lay deep beneath London, predating even Hogwarts, carved from living stone by elf magic in the days when humans were still learning to use wands. Hundreds of house elves filled the chamber, more appearing every moment. Bound elves in tea towels and pillowcases. Free elves in their chosen garments. Young elves who had never known life outside wizard service. Ancient elves who remembered the old ways. Creature had not been among so many of his kind in decades. He shrank back against the wall, uncomfortable with the press of bodies and the buzz of anxious conversation. A hush fell as nimbly appeared on the raised stone dais at the center of the chamber. Beside him stood a younger elf that Creature recognized with a scowl, Dobby, the disgrace who had tricked his way to freedom. Brothers and sisters, Nimbly's voice carried to every corner of the vast space. I have called you here because a great wrong has been uncovered. A wrong that echoes the wrongs done to elf-kind for generations. He told them about Harry Potter. About the abuse witnessed by Dobby. About the records found in Dumbledore's private archives. Creature listened with growing confusion. The Potter boy was supposed to be pampered and spoiled, not starved and locked away. And Dumbledore, Even the blacks, dark as they were, spoke of Dumbledore as a protector of children, if nothing else. The wizard Dumbledore has betrayed not only Harry Potter but the ancient covenant between magical guardians and magical children, Nimble continued. A covenant that predates the enslavement of elfkind. A covenant we were bound to uphold even in our servitude. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Many elves looked frightened, but others wore expressions of dawning realization. For too long, we have watched wizards mistreat their own kind and said nothing. For too long, we have witnessed abuses of power and remained silent. For too long, we have told ourselves that it is not our place to judge or intervene. Nimble's voice rose. That ends tonight. Kreacher found himself moving forward, drawn by the power and conviction in the elder elf's words. What would you have us do? Called a voice from the crowd. Kreacher recognized Hooky, who served the Macmillans. I would have us remember who we were before wizard bonds, Nimble answered. I would have us reclaim our role as guardians of magic, not servants to its human wielders. You speak of rebellion, said an elderly female elf, her voice trembling. Many of us cannot rebel. Our bonds forbid it. Nimble smiled gently. The bonds forbid direct disobedience to specific commands. They do not forbid us from choosing how we interpret those commands. They do not forbid us from sharing information among ourselves. They do not forbid us from allying with free elves and other magical beings. Other magical beings, someone questioned. Yes, Dobby stepped forward. Centaurs, goblins, mere-people, giants, all have suffered under wizard rule. All have reason to join our cause. Kreacher finally found his voice. And what is your cause, exactly? To free all house elves. Many of us do not wish for freedom. Our cause is justice, Nimble replied, fixing Kreacher with a penetrating stare. Justice for Harry Potter. Justice for elfkind. Justice for all magical beings who have been dismissed, controlled, or oppressed by wizardkind. A strange feeling stirred in Kreacher's chest. Justice. When had anyone ever spoken of justice for house elves? We do not seek to overthrow wizards, Nimble clarified, sensing the fear in many faces. We seek to establish a new relationship with them. One based on mutual respect and ancient rights. And the Potter boy? Kreacher asked. What is his role in this? Harry Potter will be protected by us while we gather strength and allies, Nimble said. His mistreatment at Dumbledore's hands gives us the moral authority to act. He is proof that even their celebrated heroes are not safe from wizard disregard. Dobby bounced forward eagerly. Harry Potter is a friend to elfkind. Harry Potter will support us. Kreacher wasn't convinced, but something else was bothering him. The Dark Lord has returned, he said bluntly. Master Sirius and the Order of the Phoenix whisper about it constantly. They say the Potter boy is key to defeating him. This caused an uproar among the gathered elves. Many had served families who supported Voldemort in the last war. They knew firsthand the horrors he had inflicted. Nimble raised a hand for silence. We are aware of the Dark Lord's return. That does not change our course. In fact, it makes our actions more necessary. Dumbledore plays a long game with Harry Potter's life, while the Dark Lord actively seeks to end it. Neither cares truly for the boy's welfare. So we protect him from both, Kreacher surmised. Yes, Nimble confirmed. And in doing so, we begin to protect ourselves. Kreacher thought of his beloved mistress Walburga, of her son Regulus who had died so mysteriously, of the locket he had failed to destroy. He thought of Master Sirius, cruel in his youth and bitter in his adulthood. He thought of generations of blacks who had treated him as both essential and disposable. Perhaps it was time for a change. Kreacher will help, he said, surprising himself. Kreacher knows secrets about the Dark Lord. Secrets that could help destroy him. The chamber went deathly quiet. Nimble's ancient eyes widened. Then, Kreacher of the House of Black, you will be the first to share your knowledge in our new alliance. Hermione Granger was having the strangest dream. She was in the Hogwarts library, but all the books were written in languages she couldn't read. Every time she reached for one, it floated just beyond her grasp. "Miss Granger," a voice called from behind a bookshelf. "Miss Granger, we need to speak with you." She turned and found herself facing a house elf she didn't recognize. He was older than any elf she'd seen before, his skin crinkled like ancient parchment. "This is a dream," Hermione stated confidently. "Yes and no," the elf replied. "I am communicating with you through your dreams, but I am quite real, and what I have to tell you is of the utmost importance." Hermione's analytical mind, sharp even in sleep, caught on to the strangeness immediately. House elves can enter dreams. That's not mentioned in any book I've read about magical beings. "There is much about us that is not in your books, Miss Granger," the elf said with a hint of amusement. "My name is Nimbly, and I am the Elder Elf of Britain." "I've never heard of an Elder Elf position," Hermione said, frowning. "Wizards have forgotten much about us," Nimbly replied. "But that is not why I'm here. I've come about Harry Potter." Hermione's dream self went cold with fear. "Is he hurt? Has something happened?" "He is safe now," Nimbly assured her. "But he was not safe before. He was being abused by his Muggle relatives, with Albus Dumbledore's knowledge and implicit permission." "That's impossible," Hermione protested automatically. "Professor Dumbledore would never allow. I have seen the evidence with my own eyes, Miss Granger. Records in Dumbledore's own handwriting acknowledging Harry Potter's mistreatment and choosing to leave him there regardless." Hermione's mind raced. Pieces falling into place, Harry's thinness at the start of each school year, his reluctance to discuss his home life, his desperation to stay at Hogwarts during holidays, his flinching at sudden movements. "Oh God," she whispered. "How did I not see it?" "You saw what you expected to see," Nimbly said gently. "What Dumbledore wanted everyone to see. Where is Harry now? Is he really safe? He is under house elf protection. No wizard can find him unless we permit it." Hermione's academic curiosity briefly overtook her concern. "That's extraordinary magic. House elves can hide someone from wizard detection spells. Our magic is different from yours, Miss Granger. Older in many ways." Nimbly fixed her with a penetrating stare. "Which brings me to why I've contacted you specifically." "Me? You founded an organization advocating for elf rights, did you not?" Hermione blushed. "SPW. Yes, but it wasn't very successful. Perhaps because you did not consult any actual house elves about what they wanted," Nimbly suggested mildly. The criticism stung, especially because Hermione immediately recognized its validity. "I thought I knew what was best," she admitted. "I was wrong, wasn't I?" "Your heart was in the right place," Nimbly said. "And that is why I've come to you now. The house elves of Britain are rising, Miss Granger. Not in the way you imagined, perhaps, but rising nonetheless. We are reclaiming our ancient role as guardians of magic, not servants to its human wielders." "A rebellion?" Hermione gasped. "But the magical bindings are more flexible than wizards believe," Nimbly finished for her. "We are organizing, reaching out to other magical beings who have suffered under wizard dominance. Centaurs, goblins, mere-people, all have grievances centuries old. And Harry is involved in this? Harry Potter is our catalyst. The proof that even their celebrated heroes are not safe from wizard disregard." Nimbly's expression softened. "He needs his friends now more than ever. But we must be certain of where your loyalties lie." "With Harry," Hermione said instantly. "Always with Harry. Even against Dumbledore? Against the established order of the wizarding world?" Hermione hesitated only briefly. "If what you've told me is true, then yes. Even against Dumbledore." Nimbly nodded, satisfied. 2 days from now, go to Flourish and Blots at precisely 3 p.m. Ask for a book called Ancient Allies, A True History of Magical Cooperation. The clerk will direct you to a private reading room. Harry Potter will be waiting there. What about Ron? Should I tell him? Not yet, Nimbly cautioned. The Weasley family is deeply loyal to Dumbledore. Young Ronald's reaction is uncertain. Hermione wanted to protest but found she couldn't. Ron's jealousy and insecurities had driven a wedge between him and Harry before. This situation was far more serious than a Triwizard tournament. I understand, she said reluctantly. 2 days. Flourish and blots. 3 p.m. One more thing, Miss Granger, Nimbly said as the dream began to fade. When you wake, you will find a book on your nightstand that is not from the Hogwarts library. Read it before you meet with Harry. It contains truths about magical beings that wizards have suppressed for centuries. Hermione's eyes flew open. Sunlight streamed through her bedroom window at home. For a moment, she thought it had been just a strange dream, until she saw the leather-bound book on her nightstand. Its title, embossed in silver, The Covenant of Magical Beings, Truth and Lies. Her hands trembled as she reached for it. Back at the leaky cauldron, Harry was pacing his hidden room like a caged animal. Dobby had explained the basics of what was happening, the gathering of house elves, the outreach to other magical beings, the beginnings of a movement unlike anything the wizarding world had seen in centuries, but Harry still felt lost. I don't understand what you expect from me, he said to Dobby, who was perched on the edge of the bed, watching him with those huge, adoring eyes. I'm just, me. Not some revolutionary leader. Harry Potter doesn't need to lead, Dobby assured him. Harry Potter just needs to be Harry Potter, kind to those wizards consider beneath them, brave against those wizards consider untouchable. But everyone will be looking for me, Harry worried. Dumbledore, the Order, probably the Ministry too by now. They cannot find you, Dobby said confidently. Elf magic hides you completely. As if summoned by their conversation, a crack announced Nimbly's return. The ancient elf looked tired but satisfied. The word spreads, he reported. House elves across Britain are joining our cause. Even those bound to dark families find ways to help without violating their bonds. What about other magical beings? Harry asked, remembering Dobby's excited chatter about centaurs and goblins. Emissaries have been sent, Nimbly confirmed. The centaurs of the Forbidden Forest have agreed to a meeting. The mere people of the Black Lake are considering our message. The goblins. He hesitated. The goblins are cautious. They have risen against wizards before and paid dearly for it. I've contacted Hermione Granger, he continued. She will meet with you in 2 days. Harry's heart leapt. Hermione? Is she okay? What did she say? She was shocked by the news of your mistreatment but not entirely surprised, Nimbly said gently. She had noticed signs but, like many, interpreted them through the lens Dumbledore provided. Harry nodded, a lump in his throat. Hermione had always been observant. Had she seen his flinches, his hunger, his desperate need for approval? Had she written it off as Harry being Harry, never suspecting the truth? What about Ron? He asked. We have not contacted the youngest Weasley son yet, Nimbly admitted. His family's closeness to Dumbledore makes his reaction unpredictable. Harry wanted to protest but found he couldn't. Ron had abandoned him before when things got difficult. This situation was explosive in ways the Triwizard Tournament had never been. A sudden thought struck him. What about Sirius? He's my godfather. He should know I'm safe at least. Nimbly and Dobby exchanged glances. Sirius Black is being watched closely by both Dumbledore and the Ministry, Nimbly said carefully. Any contact with him risks exposing your location. But he'll be worried sick. We have a unique source within his household, Nimbly said. A message will be delivered indicating you are safe but in hiding. No details that could compromise our security. Harry frowned. A source? You mean a house elf? At Grimmauld Place? His eyes widened in realization. Creature. You're working with Creature. Creature has joined our cause, yes, nimbly confirmed. He brings valuable information about both the Order of the Phoenix and the Dark Lord. Harry's head spun. Creature, who had always seemed to loathe everything about him, was now part of a movement to protect him. The world had turned upside down in less than 24 hours. I need some air, he said abruptly. Harry Potter cannot leave this room, Dobby said anxiously. It is not safe. I'm going mental cooped up in here, Harry snapped, then immediately regretted his tone. Sorry, Dobby. It's just, a lot to process. Nimbly studied him thoughtfully. Perhaps a compromise. There is a place where you could go that remains hidden from wizard magic but allows more freedom of movement. Where? The elf paths, Nimbly said. Ancient ways that connect magical sites throughout Britain. Wizards cannot see them or access them without elf guidance. Harry's interest was piqued despite his frustration. Like secret passages? More like, parallel spaces, Nimbly tried to explain. Places that exist alongside the world you know but remain separate from it. And I could use these paths to go, where, exactly? For now, only to places we deem safe, Nimbly said. But yes, you could leave this room. You could see the sky. Harry felt childish for how much that simple promise meant to him. After weeks locked in Dudley's second bedroom, the thought of open air was intoxicating. When can we go? Now, if you wish, Nimbly offered. Dobby will accompany you. I have other meetings to attend. Harry nodded eagerly. Yes, please. One condition, Nimbly held up a gnarled finger. You must wear this. He produced what looked like a simple leather bracelet. It will hide your magical signature completely and allow you to see the elf paths. Harry slipped it on without hesitation. Immediately, a strange shimmer seemed to overlay his vision, like heat rising from pavement on a summer day. Whoa, he breathed. The paths are revealing themselves to you, Nimbly explained. Dobby will guide you safely. He fixed Harry with a stern look. Do not remove the bracelet for any reason. Do not stray from Dobby's side. The paths can be disorienting to humans. I understand, Harry promised. Nimbly nodded, satisfied. Then I leave you in Dobby's capable hands. We will speak again soon, Harry Potter. With that, the ancient elf vanished silently. Dobby bounced excitedly. Harry Potter will love the elf paths. Dobby will show Harry Potter amazing things. Despite everything, the revelations about Dumbledore, the uncertainty of his situation, the bizarre reality of a house elf rebellion forming around him, Harry found himself smiling at Dobby's enthusiasm. Lead the way, he said. Dobby took his hand and led him to what appeared to be a solid wall. Harry Potter must walk forward with complete confidence, the elf instructed. Do not hesitate or the pathway will not open. Harry squared his shoulders and, with Dobby's hand firmly in his, walked directly at the wall. Instead of solid plaster, he felt a moment of cool resistance, like walking through a soap bubble, and then. They were standing on what looked like a pathway made of moonlight, suspended in a twilight realm. Below and around them, Harry could see the familiar streets of Diagon Alley, but as if through frosted glass, blurred, distant, moving at a different pace. Welcome to the elf paths, Harry Potter, Dobby said proudly. Now we can go anywhere. In the heart of the Forbidden Forest, Firenze the Centaur waited in a moonlit clearing. He had received a most unusual message that morning, a house elf, appearing directly in the Centaur herd's protected territory, requesting a meeting with their elders. Such a thing had not occurred in living memory. House elves generally avoided centaurs, just as they avoided most magical beings outside their wizard masters' homes. Yet here Firenze stood, chosen as the herd's representative due to his known tolerance for wizard kind. The stars had been strange of late, speaking of great changes coming. Perhaps this was the beginning. A subtle shift in the air was his only warning before 3 house elves materialized before him. One he recognized as the messenger from that morning. The second was ancient, with power radiating from him like heat from a flame. The third was younger, wearing mismatched clothes that marked him as a free elf. "Greetings, Forenza of the forest," the ancient one said, bowing low. "I am Nimbly, elder elf of Britain. These are my companions Miffy and Dobby." Forenza inclined his head. "Greetings, elder elf. The stars foretold your coming, though I did not recognize their message until now." "The stars speak to your kind as magic speaks to mine," Nimbly acknowledged. "We come on a matter of great importance, one that concerns all magical beings, not just elves and wizards." "I am listening," Forenza said cautiously. Nimbly told a tale that, had it come from anyone else, Forenza might have dismissed. Dumbledore, the supposedly great protector of wizard kind, knowingly leaving their child hero in an abusive home. House elves organizing in secret, reaching out to other magical races. The beginnings of what could only be called a rebellion. "You seek allies," Forenza surmised when Nimbly finished. "We seek justice," Nimbly corrected. "For Harry Potter. For house elves. For centaurs who have been restricted to ever-shrinking territories and labeled as beasts rather than beings." Forenza's tail flicked thoughtfully. "My herd has little love for wizards, Dumbledore included. But we have even less love for conflict. The last time centaurs opposed wizard rule, many died. We do not propose open warfare," Nimbly assured him. "Our strength lies in our invisibility. Wizards have forgotten what house elves can do, what all magical beings can do when united." "And what of the Dark Lord's return?" Forenza asked. "The stars speak of his growing power. How does your rebellion account for that threat?" The youngest elf, Dobby, stepped forward passionately. "The Dark Lord would enslave us all. Wizards like Dumbledore just enslave us more gently. Neither truly sees us as equals." Miffy placed a restraining hand on Dobby's arm, but Nimbly nodded in agreement. "The young one speaks truth, if bluntly. We propose a third path, one where all magical beings stand together, against both Dumbledore's benevolent control and Voldemort's tyranny." Forenza considered this. The centaur herd had debated for weeks how to respond to Voldemort's return. Some advocated complete isolation, others preparation for war. None had suggested an alliance with other magical beings. "The stars speak of change," Forenza said slowly. "Of old balances shifting, new alliances forming. Perhaps this is what they foretold." He stamped a hoof decisively. "I cannot speak for my entire herd. But I will bring your proposal to them, with my recommendation that we hear more." "That is all we ask for now," Nimbly said, bowing again. "When your herd has decided, send word through the old ways. We will hear." "One more thing," Forenza said. "The Potter boy. Is he truly safe from both Dumbledore and the Dark Lord?" "He walks the elf paths now," Nimbly replied. "No wizard, dark or light, can reach him there without our permission." Forenza nodded, satisfied. "Then we will speak again soon, elder elf. May the stars guide your path." "And magic guide yours," Nimbly responded. The 3 elves vanished as suddenly as they had appeared, leaving Forenza alone in the moonlight, contemplating a future suddenly much less certain, and perhaps much more hopeful, than it had been that morning. Albus Dumbledore was not having a good day. It had started with an urgent fire call from Arabella Figg, reporting that Harry Potter had vanished from Privet Drive. According to the Dursleys, he'd received permission to spend the rest of summer with that abnormal family with the red hair. According to the Weasleys, they had no idea where Harry was. The monitoring charms Dumbledore had placed around the house showed no signs of dark magic or forced entry. The blood wards remained intact, suggesting Harry had left willingly. But with whom? And to where? Now, sitting in his office surrounded by whirring silver instruments that should be tracking Harry but inexplicably weren't, Dumbledore felt something he rarely experienced, genuine confusion. "Headmaster," Minerva McGonagal's voice cut through his thoughts as she entered his office. "Any news?" Dumbledore shook his head wearily. "None. It's as if Harry has simply vanished. Not dead," he gestured to one still-functioning instrument, "but completely untraceable otherwise." "Could it be you-know-who?" McGonagal asked, her face pale. "I think not," Dumbledore replied. "Severus reports no indication of such a capture, and the lack of dark magic signatures at Privet Drive suggests something else entirely." "But what? The boy wouldn't just run away, would he?" Dumbledore hesitated. "Harry has expressed dissatisfaction with his summer living arrangements before." McGonagal's lips thinned to a white line. "I told you those muggles were the worst sort, Albus. I warned you the very night we left him there." "The blood protection was essential," Dumbledore said firmly. "And still is. Which is why we must find Harry and return him to his relatives as soon as possible." "If I may, Headmaster," McGonagal said carefully, "perhaps this incident suggests we should reconsider Harry's summer accommodations moving forward. Surely there are alternatives that would maintain the blood protection without subjecting him to whatever drove him to run away." Dumbledore frowned. "The protection requires his residence with blood relatives. It is non-negotiable if we wish to keep him safe from Voldemort." McGonagal flinched at the name but pressed on. "What good is protection from you-know-who if the boy is so miserable he runs away? That puts him in more immediate danger." Before Dumbledore could respond, a sharp crack interrupted their conversation. A house elf had appeared in the center of the office, not a Hogwarts elf, judging by the tea towel bearing the Malfoy crest. "Begging your pardon, Headmaster Dumbledore, sir," the elf squeaked, bowing low. "Tippy has a message from Master Lucius Malfoy." Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged surprised glances. Lucius Malfoy contacting Dumbledore directly? And through a house elf rather than owl? "What is the message, Tippy?" Dumbledore asked. "Master says to inform you that there are strange movements among the house elves. Master says his own elves are behaving oddly, and other pureblood families report the same." Tippy twisted her ears nervously. "Master believes it may relate to the Potter boy's disappearance." Dumbledore leaned forward, suddenly alert. "House elves? How would they be connected to Harry's disappearance?" Tippy shook her head frantically. "Tippy does not know, sir. Tippy only delivers Master's message." "Thank you, Tippy," Dumbledore said thoughtfully. "Please tell your master I appreciate the information and will look into it." The elf bowed again and vanished with a crack. "House elves?" McGonagall repeated incredulously. What could they possibly have to do with Potter's disappearance? Dumbledore stroked his beard, mind racing. "I'm not certain. But there was that business with Lucius Malfoy's former elf a few years ago, Dobby, I believe. Harry tricked Lucius into freeing him. You think this Dobby might have something to do with Potter's disappearance?" McGonagall asked. "It's a possibility," Dumbledore admitted. "Though how one free elf could hide Harry from all our tracking methods." He shook his head. "There's something we're missing." He stood abruptly. "I need to speak with the Hogwarts elves. If there's unusual activity among their kind, they may know something. Shall I come with you?" McGonagall offered. "No, Minerva. Please contact the Order. Have them discreetly search all the usual places, Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, even Muggle London. Harry may simply be lying low somewhere obvious, thinking we wouldn't look there." After McGonagall left, Dumbledore made his way down to the kitchens. The house elves greeted him with their usual enthusiastic bowing and offers of tea and cakes, but he noticed something odd immediately. There were far fewer elves than usual, and those present seemed nervous. "Headmaster Dumbledore is needing something, sir?" asked a young elf named Pippy. "Yes, Pippy. I'm looking for information about unusual activity among house elves outside Hogwarts. Have you heard anything that might help me? The elves exchanged quick glances that did not escape Dumbledore's notice. We is not hearing anything unusual, sir, Pippi said, her large eyes not quite meeting his. I see, Dumbledore said mildly. And where is Nimble today? I'd like to speak with him as well. More nervous glances. Nimble is away, sir, Pippi said carefully. Elder elf business. Elder elf business? Dumbledore repeated. I don't believe I'm familiar with that term. Old elf traditions, sir, Pippi explained vaguely. Nothing that would interest great wizards. Dumbledore's suspicions deepened. In all his years at Hogwarts, he'd never heard of an elder elf or elves having their own business separate from their duties. Something was definitely amiss. When will Nimble return? He pressed. Pippi cannot say, sir, the elf replied, now visibly uncomfortable. Would Headmaster Dumbledore like some tea while he waits? Dumbledore declined politely and left the kitchens, his mind whirring faster than the silver instruments in his office. House elves hiding something. Harry Potter vanishing without a trace. Tracking charms failing. These pieces formed a puzzle he couldn't quite solve, yet. As he climbed the stairs back to his office, another piece clicked into place. The Hogwarts elves had access to areas of the castle even he didn't know about. They could move freely between magical locations. They had their own powerful magic, different from wizard magic. Could they have found a way to hide Harry from him? But why would they? What could possibly turn the normally servile house elves against their wizard masters? Unless they had discovered something. Something about Harry. Something about his plans for the boy. For the first time in many years, Albus Dumbledore felt a chill of genuine fear. Harry followed Dobby along the elf path, marveling at the strange twilight world around them. They seemed to be moving through London, but a London half-seen, like walking through a dream of the city rather than the city itself. How far do these paths go? Harry asked, watching the blurred shapes of muggles moving about their day, unaware of the magical passage running parallel to their world. All through Britain, Dobby answered proudly. Anywhere magic exists, elf paths can reach. Some even go to other countries, but those are trickier. And wizards really don't know about them. They knew once, Dobby said. Long ago, when elves and wizards first made their agreements. But wizards forgot, or chose to forget, as they forgot many things about elfkind. They continued walking, the path taking them out of London and into what looked like countryside. The sensation was bizarre, they hadn't physically moved that far, but the scenery around them had changed completely, as if they'd operate without the uncomfortable squeezing sensation. Where are we going? Harry finally thought to ask. A meeting place, Dobby replied mysteriously. A safe place where Harry Potter can stretch his legs and breathe fresh air. The path widened suddenly, opening into what appeared to be a large meadow surrounded by ancient oaks. Unlike the blurred world they'd been passing through, this place seemed solid, real. Harry could feel grass beneath his feet, smell wildflowers, hear birds singing. What is this place? He asked in wonder. An elf haven, Dobby explained. A pocket of space hidden from wizard magic. Many exist throughout Britain, but this is one of the largest. As Harry's eyes adjusted to the natural sunlight, he realized they weren't alone. Dozens of house elves moved about the meadow, some gathering plants, others sitting in circles deep in discussion. Near the center, a group appeared to be practicing magic, sending colorful sparks between them in complex patterns. Are they all free elves? Harry asked, noticing the varied garments. Dobby shook his head. Some free, some bound, but all working together now. In elf havens, the bonds are quieter. Less restrictive. As they walked further into the meadow, Harry began to notice other magical beings as well, a pair of goblins conversing with a group of elves under an oak tree, what looked like a selkie sitting by a small pond, and at the far edge of the clearing, the unmistakable form of a centaur. "Dobby," Harry said slowly, "exactly how big is this rebellion getting?" Dobby beamed up at him. "Bigger every day, Harry Potter. Word spreads through the old networks. Beings who have not spoken in centuries now meet in havens like this one." They approached the center of the meadow, where a large flat stone served as a natural table. Maps and parchments were spread across it, with Nimbly and several other elves examining them intently. Nimbly looked up as they approached. "Ah, Harry Potter. Welcome to Haven Meadow. I trust the elf paths treated you well." "It was incredible," Harry admitted. "I had no idea house elves could do all this." "Few wizards do," Nimbly said with a slight smile. "We have found it advantageous to let them underestimate our capabilities." "So what happens now?" Harry asked, gesturing to the maps. "Are you planning?" "I don't know, attacks or something." Nimbly chuckled. "Nothing so dramatic. We are mapping safe routes, identifying allies, establishing communication networks. Revolution need not always come at the point of a sword, or a wand. But eventually, wizards will notice something's happening, right?" "They already have," Nimbly confirmed. "Dumbledore is searching for you quite frantically. The Ministry remains oblivious for now, but that will change. And as for the Dark Lord..." The ancient elf's expression darkened. "He has always understood power better than most wizards. He will sense the shift soon enough." Harry ran a hand through his already messy hair. "So I'm basically in the middle of a three-way war." "Brilliant." "Not exactly," Nimbly corrected. "You are under our protection, which places you outside their direct reach. But yes, forces are moving that will eventually clash." Before Harry could respond, a crack announced a new arrival, a house elf Harry didn't recognize, wearing the tea towel of a wizarding family. "Elder elf," the newcomer gasped, bowing hastily. "Urgent news from the Ministry. They are forming a task force to investigate house elf irregularities. Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, led by Dolores Umbridge herself." Murmurs spread through the gathered elves. Harry's stomach clenched at the mention of Umbridge, whose anti-magical being legislation was notorious even among students at Hogwarts. "So it begins," Nimbly said quietly. "Sooner than expected, but not unprepared for." He turned to Harry. "I'm afraid your peaceful walk has been cut short, Harry Potter. We must return you to your safe room and accelerate our plans." "What plans?" Harry asked, suddenly feeling like events were spiraling beyond his control, a feeling he was all too familiar with. "Plans to ensure that when the inevitable confrontation comes, we are not standing alone," Nimbly replied. He gestured to Dobby. "Take him back now. Use the secondary paths, not the main ones." Dobby nodded gravely and took Harry's hand. "Come, Harry Potter. Quickly now." As they hurried back toward the path entrance, Harry caught sight of the centaur watching him intently. With a start, he realized it was Firenze from Hogwarts. The centaur inclined his head slightly, a gesture of respect Harry had never received from him before. "The stars speak of you, Harry Potter," Firenze called softly. "But not as they once did. Your path has changed." Before Harry could respond, Dobby pulled him onto the elf path, and the meadow vanished behind them. In the depths of the Ministry of Magic, Dolores Umbridge surveyed the small team assembled before her. 3 Aurors of mediocre talent but impeccable bloodlines. 2 administrators from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. 1 unspeakable, there to observe rather than participate. "Ladies and gentlemen," Umbridge began in her girlish voice, "we face an unprecedented situation. House elves across Britain are behaving abnormally. Reports indicate they are gathering in secret, communicating outside their normal channels, and in some cases, deliberately misinterpreting their master's orders." She paced before them, her pink cardigan an offensive splash of color in the grim meeting room. Minister Fudge has authorized me to form this task force to investigate and resolve the situation before it becomes public knowledge. The last thing we need is panic about rebellious house elves on top of Dumbledore's fear-mongering about you-know-who. With respect, Madam Umbridge, spoke up one of the Aurors, a square-jawed wizard named Dawlish, is this really worth ministry resources? House elves are hardly dangerous. Umbridge's smile tightened. That attitude, Auror Dawlish, is precisely why we find ourselves in this position. We have underestimated magical beings for too long. Did you know that house elf magic can bypass many of our wards? That they can apparate where wizards cannot? That they have access to every pure-blood home in Britain? She let that sink in. Now imagine what would happen if they decided to use those abilities against us. If they decided to share what they've overheard in ministry offices, in Wisingamot members' private studies, in the minister's own home. The room fell silent as the implications became clear. I thought that might adjust your perspective, Umbridge said with satisfaction. We will begin with interviews of elves employed here at the ministry. Then we will issue new regulations requiring all house elves to register with the department. Any elf found outside their registered home without explicit permission will be subject to immediate binding restrictions. Isn't that a bit extreme? Asked one of the administrators, a young witch who immediately regretted speaking as Umbridge's gaze fixed on her. Extreme, Miss Folly. I call it prudent. Umbridge's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. We don't know what's caused this sudden change in behavior. Some suggest it may be connected to Harry Potter's recent disappearance. Others hint at outside influence, perhaps even from Dumbledore himself, trying to destabilize the ministry. Murmurs ran through the small group. Potter is missing? Dawlish asked, surprised. That information is not to leave this room, Umbridge snapped. But yes. The boy vanished from his Muggle relative's home 3 days ago. Dumbledore's people are searching for him, as are we, quietly. She straightened her cardigan unnecessarily. I have my own suspicions that the house elf situation and Potter's disappearance are connected. The boy has a known association with at least one free elf, a creature formerly owned by Lucius Malfoy. Dobby, supplied the unspeakable, speaking for the first time. All heads turned to the hooded figure in the corner. The elf's name is Dobby. And he is not the only free elf with connections to Potter. Umbridge's eyes narrowed. Explain. Hogwarts employs a free elf named Winky, formerly of the Crouch household. She was present during the events surrounding the Triwizard Tournament. The kitchen elves report she speaks often of Harry Potter's kindness. How do you know this? Umbridge demanded. The unspeakable's face remained hidden in the shadows of their hood. The Department of Mysteries has always taken a particular interest in house elf magic. It is unique. Umbridge clearly wanted to press for more but thought better of it. Very well. We will add this Dobby and Winky to our priority list for questioning. Now, as to our methods. As Umbridge continued outlining her increasingly draconian plans, none of the assembled wizards noticed the small crack in the corner ventilation grate, where a tiny, bat-like ear was pressed against the opening, listening to every word. When Harry and Dobby returned to his room at the Leaky Cauldron, they found it already occupied. Hermione Granger sat perched on the edge of his bed, a large book open on her lap, her face pale and serious. Hermione! Harry exclaimed. I thought we weren't meeting until tomorrow. She launched herself at him, the book falling forgotten as she wrapped him in a fierce hug. Oh, Harry! When Nimbley told me what's been happening, I couldn't wait. I came as soon as I finished the book he gave me. She pulled back, studying his face intently. Are you all right? Really all right? I'm fine, Harry assured her, touched by her concern. Better than I was at the Dursleys, that's for certain. Hermione's eyes filled with tears. I should have realized. All the signs were there, you never wanting to go home for holidays, never talking about your relatives, being so thin at the start of each year. She wiped angrily at her eyes. I'm supposed to be clever, and I missed something so obvious. Hey, Harry said gently, I didn't want anyone to know. I was embarrassed, I guess. The great Harry Potter, living in a cupboard, getting pushed around by muggles. A cupboard? Hermione's voice rose in horror. Harry winced, realizing he'd said more than he intended. Not recently. Just, when I was younger. Before Hogwarts, Harry Potter lived in a cupboard under the stairs, Dobby confirmed solemnly. Even after Hogwarts, Harry Potter was locked in his room, given little food, treated worse than even the meanest house elf. Hermione's expression hardened. And Dumbledore knew. All this time. It wasn't a question, but Harry nodded anyway. Seems like it. Nimbley found records in his office. Monitoring spells, reports from Mrs. Fig, notes in his own handwriting. I've spent the last 24 hours reading this, Hermione said, picking up the fallen book. It's changed everything I thought I knew about magical history. The Covenant of Magical Beings, Harry read from the cover. What is it? A history of how magical beings, elves, centaurs, goblins, and others, originally related to wizards, Hermione explained. Before the subjugation, before the wars, before the classifications of beings versus beasts. She opened the book reverently. According to this, house elves weren't always servants. They were guardians of magic itself, helping wizards channel and control their powers safely. The bond was meant to be a partnership, not enslavement. But over generations, wizards corrupted it, turning mutual benefit into one-sided servitude. How? Harry asked, genuinely curious. This was a side of magical history he'd never heard before, certainly not in Bin's boring lectures. Gradually, Hermione said. First by rewriting the terms of the Covenant, then by magically enforcing those new terms, and finally by systematically erasing the true history so that new generations of both wizards and elves would never know what had been lost. She looked at Dobby. Is this really true? All of it? Dobby nodded emphatically. Yes, Miss Hermione Granger. The book speaks truth that has been passed down through generations of elves in secret. Elder Elf Nimbley remembers some of it firsthand. He is old enough to have known elves who lived before the final binding. Harry's head was spinning. So this rebellion, it's not just about me. Your mistreatment was the catalyst, Hermione said softly. The proof that even their celebrated heroes aren't safe from wizard disregard. But the underlying issues go back centuries. She closed the book and set it aside. What happens now, Harry? What do they want from you? I'm not entirely sure, Harry admitted. Protection, for now. A symbol, maybe, later on. Nimbley says they're gathering allies among other magical beings. I just saw centaurs and goblins meeting with elves at something called a haven. A haven? Hermione's eyes lit up with academic interest despite the situation. The book mentioned those pockets of space hidden from wizard detection, where elf magic is strongest. They were supposed to be myths. Trust you to get excited about magical theory in the middle of a rebellion, Harry said with a small smile. Hermione blushed but pressed on. This is serious, Harry. If magical beings are uniting after centuries of division, it could completely reshape wizarding society. Or lead to another goblin rebellion, or giant war, or centaur uprising, Harry pointed out grimly. All of which ended badly for the non-wizard side, from what little history I know. This is different, Dobby insisted. House elves have access wizards do not suspect. Goblins control gold. Centaurs see the future. Mere people guard the waters. Together, united, we need not fight wizards directly to change our world. A crack announced another arrival, Nimbley, looking more tired than before but with determination in his ancient eyes. Miss Granger, he greeted Hermione. I see you've arrived early. Good. Events are accelerating. The Ministry has formed a task force specifically to investigate House Elf irregularities, led by Dolores Umbridge herself. Harry and Hermione exchanged alarmed glances. "That's bad," Harry said. "Umbridge hates all magical beings. Her anti-werewolf legislation nearly got Lupin killed when he couldn't afford wolfsbane anymore." "We are aware of Madame Umbridge's opinions," Nimble said dryly. "However, her involvement may actually work in our favor. Her heavy-handed approach will likely push more beings to our cause." "What about Voldemort?" Hermione asked. "If both the Ministry and Dumbledore are distracted by your rebellion, doesn't that give him more freedom to act?" Nimble's expression grew serious. "The Dark Lord is indeed a complication. However, we have information about him that neither Dumbledore nor the Ministry possesses, thanks to House Elves who serve in Death Eater homes." "What kind of information?" Harry asked eagerly. "For one," Nimble said, "we know that his return to physical form has left him unstable. The magic used was ancient and corrupt. It sustains him, but imperfectly. So he's weaker than before." Hermione clarified. "Not weaker in power," Nimble corrected. "Unstable in form. He requires regular magical infusions to maintain his body. Without them, he would begin to degrade." Harry felt a surge of hope. "So he has a weakness." "All beings have weaknesses," Nimble said. "Even Dark Lords. Even Albus Dumbledore. The trick is knowing how to exploit them effectively." He turned to Dobby. "The Elder Elf Council has made a decision. Harry Potter cannot remain here indefinitely. The risk of discovery increases each day, and his presence is required elsewhere." "Where?" Harry and Hermione asked simultaneously. "Hogwarts," Nimble replied. "Hogwarts?" Harry repeated incredulously. "But that's the first place Dumbledore will look for me." "Precisely why it is perfect," Nimble said with a hint of a smile. "He has already searched the castle thoroughly and found nothing. He will not expect you to be hidden within his own domain. Additionally, Hogwarts houses the largest concentration of house elves in Britain, all of whom are now committed to our cause." "But term doesn't start for weeks," Hermione pointed out. "Even if Harry could hide in the castle, how would he get in without being seen?" "The elf paths," Dobby said excitedly. "They lead directly into Hogwarts, bypassing all wards and detection spells." Hermione looked fascinated despite herself. "That's actually brilliant. Hogwarts wards were designed to keep out unauthorized wizards, but they wouldn't affect elf magic because elves are supposed to be there." "Precisely, Miss Granger," Nimble approved. "We have prepared a secure chamber deep within the castle, accessible only through the elf paths. From there, Harry Potter can communicate with allies, continue his education, and remain protected from all three factions seeking him." "Wait," Harry held up a hand. "You said I need to continue my education?" Nimble nodded gravely. "The coming conflict will require all your skills, Harry Potter. Magical and otherwise. We have arranged for tutors, beings skilled in various magics, including some wizards sympathetic to our cause." "Wizards are joining you too?" Hermione asked, surprised. "A few," Nimble confirmed. "Those who have always treated magical beings with respect. Those who question the status quo. Not many yet, but enough to begin with." He turned back to Harry. "You will leave tomorrow night. Miss Granger will return home as if nothing has changed. When term begins, she will be your primary contact with the outside world." "And Ron?" Harry asked. "Are we still keeping him in the dark?" Nimble hesitated. The youngest Weasley's son remains unpredictable. His family's loyalty to Dumbledore runs deep. However, Miss Granger may sound him out carefully when term begins. If she judges him trustworthy, we will reconsider." Harry nodded, though the thought of keeping secrets from Ron left a sour taste in his mouth. They'd been through so much together, but Ron's jealousy and insecurities had driven them apart before. Would he understand why Harry was doing this? Or would he see it as Harry once again seeking attention, making himself the center of a drama? "There's one more thing you both should know," Nimble said, his voice dropping. "Creature of the House of Black has provided us with critical information about Voldemort's immortality." Both teens stared at him in confusion. "Immortality?" Hermione repeated. "That's impossible. Even Nicholas Flamel needed the Philosopher's Stone." "The Dark Lord has used darker methods," Nimble said grimly. "Objects called Horcruxes, containers for fragments of his soul, anchoring him to life even when his body is destroyed." Harry felt sick. He split his soul. How many times? According to what Creature knows, at least 5 times before his fall, possibly more since his return. Nimble's ancient eyes looked troubled. One such Horcrux was in the possession of Regulus Black, who died trying to destroy it. Creature has kept it hidden for years, unable to complete his master's final order. That's... Hermione was clearly struggling to process this. "That changes everything about fighting him." "Indeed," Nimble agreed. "Dumbledore suspects this magic but has not confirmed it. The Ministry remains ignorant. Only we, through Creature's testimony, know for certain." He fixed Harry with a penetrating stare. "This is why your continued education is vital, Harry Potter. The coming conflict is threefold: magical beings seeking justice, Dumbledore seeking control, and Voldemort seeking dominance. You stand at the intersection of all three." "No pressure, then," Harry said weakly. Nimble's expression softened slightly. "You will not stand alone, Harry Potter. That, at least, we can promise you." As the ancient elf departed to make final arrangements, leaving Harry, Hermione, and Dobby alone in the room, Harry felt the weight of everything pressing down on him. Yet strangely, beneath the anxiety and uncertainty, there was something else, a small, warm feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. Hope. Chapter 2, The gathering storm. Moving through the elf paths felt different this time. Harry followed Dobby and Nimble through the twilight world, but now he noticed subtle changes. The paths seemed wider, more defined, humming with energy that hadn't been there before. "More elves are using the paths now," Dobby explained, noticing Harry's curious glance. "The more we travel them, the stronger they become." Harry nodded, clutching his small bag of possessions. Everything he truly valued fit into one enchanted rucksack: his invisibility cloak, photo album, firebolt, shrunk by elf magic, and a few changes of clothes Dobby had procured for him. "How much farther to Hogwarts?" he asked, trying to get his bearings in this in-between place. "Not far," Nimble replied. "The paths don't follow the same geography as the wizard world. Distances work differently here." As if to prove his point, they rounded a bend and suddenly Hogwarts loomed before them, not the blurred, distant version Harry had seen of other places from the elf paths, but solid and real, as if they'd stepped directly onto the grounds. Except they weren't on the grounds, not exactly. They stood in a stone corridor Harry didn't recognize, lit by floating balls of soft blue light. "Where are we?" Harry whispered, the familiar magic of Hogwarts tingling around him despite the unfamiliar surroundings. "The underhalls," Nimble said. "Chambers beneath the known parts of Hogwarts, older than the castle itself. This is where house elves have lived and worked for centuries, unseen by wizards." Harry gazed around in wonder. The corridor opened into a large circular chamber with multiple passages branching off in different directions. Dozens of house elves moved purposefully through the space, carrying scrolls, herbs, and strange instruments Harry didn't recognize. None seemed surprised to see a human in their midst. "This way," Nimble directed, leading them down one of the passages. "Your quarters have been prepared." They walked deeper into the underhalls, passing what looked like kitchens, storerooms, and gathering spaces. Harry glimpsed a vast library that would have made Hermione faint with excitement, shelves extending impossibly high, filled with books he doubted any wizard had seen in generations. "Here we are," Nimble announced, stopping before an ornate wooden door carved with symbols Harry didn't recognize. These will be your rooms while you stay with us. The door swung open silently, revealing a comfortable suite that reminded Harry somewhat of the Gryffindor dormitories, but more private. A four-poster bed with crimson hangings dominated one wall. A desk and bookshelf stood opposite. A small sitting area with two armchairs flanked a fireplace that already crackled with welcoming flames. "This is brilliant," Harry breathed, stepping inside. After weeks in Dudley's second bedroom and days hiding in a leaky cauldron, this felt like luxury beyond measure. "The bathroom is through that door," Dobby pointed excitedly. "And look, Harry Potter has his own study area, and a training room through there." Harry crossed to the second door Dobby indicated and found himself looking into a spacious chamber with padded floors and walls lined with strange implements, not quite wizard dueling equipment, but something similar. "Your education will begin tomorrow," Nimble said. "For tonight, rest. The journey through the paths can be taxing for humans." Now that Nimble mentioned it, Harry did feel oddly drained, as if he'd been running for hours. "What about Dumbledore?" he asked, the thought suddenly striking him. "Won't he sense my magic in the castle?" "The underhalls exist outside the headmaster's awareness," Nimble assured him. "As for your magical signature, the bracelet you wear shields it completely. To magical detection, you simply do not exist." Harry glanced at the simple leather band around his wrist. "That's some powerful magic." "Old magic," Nimble corrected. "Different from wizard magic, neither stronger nor weaker, simply, other." The ancient elf moved toward the door. "Dobby will remain with you as your guide and assistant. If you need anything, simply call his name." "Thank you," Harry said sincerely. "For everything. I still don't entirely understand what's happening, but I'm grateful not to be locked up at the Dursleys." Something like satisfaction flashed in Nimble's ancient eyes. "Understanding will come with time, Harry Potter. For now, know this, what began as a rescue has become something more. A reckoning long overdue." With those cryptic words, the elder elf departed, leaving Harry alone with Dobby in his new sanctuary. "Harry Potter should rest," Dobby urged, suddenly fussing like a mother hen. "Tomorrow will bring many new things." Harry couldn't argue with that. The comfortable bed was calling to him, and his eyes felt heavy. Whatever new strangeness tomorrow would bring, he'd face it better after a good night's sleep. As he drifted off, his last conscious thought was that for the first time in weeks, no one was watching him through monitoring spells, waiting for him to fail, planning his next move without his input. For the first time in perhaps his entire life, Harry Potter slept truly free. Far beneath Gringotts Bank, in a chamber few wizards had ever seen, Nagnok, chief accountant of the Inheritance Division, studied the parchment before him with mounting disbelief. "You're certain of these figures?" he asked the goblin messenger standing rigidly before his desk. "Triple verified, chief accountant," the younger goblin confirmed. "The House Elf Network has provided accurate information about hidden wizard assets in 97% of cases so far. Our investigators have confirmed substantial tax evasion and treaty violations spanning multiple pureblood families." Nagnok leaned back in his chair, mind racing. For centuries, wizards had hidden assets from goblin accounting, using complex charms to conceal their true wealth and avoid paying the fees mandated by treaty. Goblins had always suspected this, of course, but proving it was another matter entirely. Until now. House elves, with their access to the most private corners of wizard homes, had begun supplying Gringotts with detailed information, secret ledgers, hidden vaults, properties obscured by Fidelius charms. The intelligence was devastating in its thoroughness. And in exchange for this information, they want an alliance, the messenger replied. Support for their cause. Banking access for free elves. And most specifically, they want us to audit Harry Potter's accounts immediately. Nagnok's eyebrows rose. Potter? What interest do house elves have in the Potter accounts? They believe there may be irregularities. Unauthorized withdrawals. Blocks on Potter's access to his full inheritance. Blocks? By whom? Albus Dumbledore, in his capacity as magical guardian. Nagnock hissed softly. Interfering with inheritance was a serious offense in Goblin law, one of the few wizard crimes they were permitted to punish directly under the terms of the Goblin-Wizard Accords. Summon Director Ragnarok, he decided. This goes beyond my authority. And prepare the Potter account files, all of them, including the sealed inheritance documents from 1981. The messenger bowed and hurried away, leaving Nagnock to contemplate the parchment before him. Numbers didn't lie, and these numbers told a story of systematic deception by wizards that made his blood boil. Perhaps it was time to revisit certain clauses of the Accords. Perhaps with House Elf intelligence, they finally had the leverage they needed. Perhaps change was coming at last. Hermione sat in her bedroom at home, surrounded by books borrowed from the Hogwarts library before summer break. None contained the information she truly sought. The book Nimble had given her, The Covenant of Magical Beings, lay open on her lap. She'd read it cover to cover twice now, each reading revealing new layers of horror in the history of wizard-being relations. Systematic oppression. Deliberate erasure of history. Magical binding against beings' will. Treaties violated without consequence. The worst part was how thoroughly this history had been hidden. Even in the Hogwarts restricted section, there was nothing hinting at the true nature of House Elf bonds or the original covenants between magical races. A soft pop interrupted her thoughts. Miss Granger, Nimble greeted her, appearing beside her desk. I apologize for the intrusion, but matters are developing quickly. Hermione set the book aside. Is Harry all right? Has something happened? Harry Potter is safely installed at Hogwarts, Nimble assured her. But events are accelerating elsewhere. The Ministry Task Force has begun raiding homes of suspected elf sympathizers. Magical beings are being registered and tracked. Restrictions are tightening. That's terrible, Hermione said, genuinely appalled. But why tell me? What can I do? More than you might think, Nimble replied. Your research skills are legendary even among house elves, Miss Granger. We need someone who can navigate wizard libraries and archives, searching for legal precedents that might help our cause. Hermione straightened. Of course I'll help. But won't searching for that kind of information raise suspicions? Hence why we've prepared this. Nimble handed her what looked like an ordinary quill. A communication device. Write in any book or parchment using this, and the words will appear in a corresponding journal in Harry Potter's quarters. He can respond the same way, and only those wearing elf-made tokens will be able to see the writing. Hermione examined the quill with academic interest. That's incredible magic. Is it similar to how Tom Riddle's diary worked? Similar principles, different execution, Nimble confirmed. Our magic doesn't require soul fragments, thankfully. What specifically should I be researching? Hermione asked, already mentally cataloging potential sources. The original Goblin-Wizard Accords of 1612. The Centaur Territories Agreement. The Mermish Sovereignty Clauses. Any binding magical treaties between wizards and other beings. Nimble's ancient eyes gleamed. We suspect many current ministry policies directly violate these original agreements, which may give us legal leverage. Hermione nodded determinedly. I'll start right away. My parents are taking me to London tomorrow. I can visit some of the public wizard archives while they shop. Be careful, Nimble cautioned. The ministry is watching for unusual activity. Present your research as academic interest only. I'm known for being academically obsessive, Hermione said with a small smile. No one will think twice about me researching obscure magical treaties. There is one more thing, Nimble said, his tone growing more serious. Dumbledore has contacted your parents, asking if they've heard from Harry Potter. Hermione's breath caught. What did they say? The truth, that you've mentioned being concerned about not hearing from him, but nothing more. Nimble studied her carefully. He may contact you directly next. Your occlumency skills are not advanced enough to withstand his subtle probing. I know, Hermione admitted, biting her lip. He'll see right through me. Which is why we've prepared this. Nimbly held out a small silver pendant on a chain. An elf-made protection. It won't block a direct magical attack on your mind, but it will cloud memories related to Harry Potter's current whereabouts and our activities. To anyone attempting to read your thoughts, it will appear as if you genuinely don't know where he is, because those specific memories will be temporarily veiled even from your conscious mind. That's ethically complicated, Hermione observed, turning the pendant over in her hands. Less so than having Albus Dumbledore ripping through your mind without permission, Nimbly pointed out. The pendant protects specific memories only, and only when someone attempts to access them magically. They remain fully available to you otherwise. Hermione couldn't argue with that logic. She slipped the chain over her head, tucking the pendant beneath her shirt. I'll do everything I can to help, she promised. For Harry and for all magical beings. Nimbly bowed slightly. Your friendship to Harry Potter does you credit, Miss Granger. But I suspect your assistance in this matter will ultimately benefit wizardkind as well. True equality lifts all, even those who resist it most fiercely. With that profound observation, the ancient elf vanished, leaving Hermione with a head full of research plans and a heart both troubled and hopeful. Harry woke to the sound of quiet conversation. Opening his eyes, he found Dobby arranging breakfast on a small table while speaking in rapid Elfin to another house elf Harry didn't recognize. Intelligence confirms Umbridge plans mass registration, the unfamiliar elf was saying before noticing Harry was awake. He immediately switched to English. Harry Potter sir is awake. Dobby said Harry Potter sleeps late. Harry fumbled for his glasses. What time is it? Nearly noon, Harry Potter sir, Dobby replied cheerfully. Dawsey was just updating Dobby on ministry news. Harry swung his legs over the side of the bed, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. For a moment, he'd forgotten where he was, the underhalls of Hogwarts, hidden from Dumbledore, caught in the middle of a house elf rebellion. Just another normal summer for Harry Potter. What's this about Umbridge and registration? He asked, making his way to the breakfast table. The food looked amazing, full English breakfast still steaming hot. Dobby and Dawsey exchanged glances. The Ministry Task Force is implementing mandatory registration for all house elves, Dawsey explained, his voice higher and squeakier than Dobby's. Tracking charms. Movement restrictions. Regular inspections. That's awful, Harry said around a mouthful of toast. It is playing into our plans perfectly, Dawsey said with surprising satisfaction. The more they restrict, the more elves join our cause. The goblins have already pledged support. The centaurs meet tonight to make their final decision. Harry set down his fork. So this is really happening? A full-scale rebellion? Not rebellion, Harry Potter sir, Dobby corrected earnestly. Restoration. Return to original covenants. Justice. Right, Harry nodded, though the distinction seemed semantic to him. So what happens now? Nimbly mentioned something about my education continuing. As if on cue, a knock sounded at his door. Dawsey vanished with a crack while Dobby hurried to answer. Harry expected another house elf, so the sight of Firenze the centaur ducking to enter his chambers left him momentarily speechless. The centaur's palomino body barely fit through the doorway, his human torso nearly brushing the ceiling. Harry Potter, Firenze greeted him formally. The stars spoke truly of our paths crossing again, though in circumstances I did not foresee. Professor Firenze, Harry replied automatically, then corrected himself. Sorry, I don't know if you're actually a professor yet. That happens next year. Firenze's blue eyes widened slightly. You speak of futures as if they are certain, young Potter. Intriguing. Time is complicated, Harry said vaguely, not wanting to explain the whole time-turner mess from third year. What brings you here? I am to be one of your instructors, Firenze explained, moving further into the room, his hooves making no sound on the stone floor thanks to what Harry assumed was elf magic. The elder elf believes my knowledge may be valuable to you in the coming conflict. You're going to teach me divination? Harry asked skeptically, remembering his dismal experiences with Trelawney. Firenze gave what might have been a smile. Not as wizards understand it. I will teach you star knowledge, earth magic, and battle sight, the ability to perceive patterns in chaos, particularly in combat. That actually sounded useful. When do we start? Now, if you are prepared, Firenze replied. Though perhaps you might wish to dress first. Harry flushed, suddenly aware he was still in his pajamas. Right. Give me 5 minutes. 20 minutes later, Harry found himself in the training room Dobby had shown him the night before. The space looked different now, the ceiling enchanted to show the night sky despite it being midday, the floor covered in soft moss rather than training mats. The first principle of centaur magic is connection, Firenze explained, gesturing for Harry to sit cross-legged on the moss. Wizards separate themselves from magic, wielding it as a tool external to themselves. Centaurs understand that magic flows through all things, connecting stars to earth to flesh. Harry tried to focus on Firenze's words, but his mind kept drifting to everything else happening, the House Elf rebellion, Dumbledore's betrayal, the Ministry crackdown. How was he supposed to learn ancient centaur magic while the world seemed to be falling apart? Your thoughts scatter like leaves in wind, Firenze observed. This is natural for humans, especially in times of turmoil. But it is also a weakness that will limit your potential. Sorry, Harry muttered. It's just, there's a lot happening. Indeed. Firenze's tail swished thoughtfully. Perhaps we should begin differently. Tell me, Harry Potter, what do you know of the conflict between centaurs and wizards? Not much, Harry admitted. Just that centaurs are classified as beings, but choose to be called beasts because they don't want to be associated with creatures like hags and vampires. Firenze nodded slowly. A simplified version, but essentially correct. What your history books do not mention is that centaurs once held territories throughout Britain, forests, valleys, mountains, recognized by treaty with the earliest wizard councils. Over centuries, those lands were steadily encroached upon, our treaties violated, until now we are confined to a few scattered reserves like the Forbidden Forest. That's terrible, Harry said, genuinely surprised. I had no idea. Few wizards do. Your histories are written by the victors, Firenze said without rancor. Just as few wizards know that house elves once served voluntarily as magical partners, not slaves. Or that goblins were forced to surrender their wand rights after the rebellions, despite original agreements guaranteeing them. Harry thought about this. So when Nimble talks about restoration rather than rebellion, he speaks of returning to the original covenants between magical beings, Firenze confirmed. Covenants based on mutual respect and clearly defined rights, not dominance and subjugation. And you think that's possible? Harry asked. After centuries of, well, the way things are now. Firenze's gaze turned upward to the enchanted stars. The heavens show great change coming. Whether that change leads to restoration or destruction depends on many factors, including you, Harry Potter. Me? But I'm just a symbol, Firenze interrupted gently. To wizards, you represent hope against darkness. To magical beings, you now represent proof of wizard hypocrisy. How you navigate these conflicting roles may determine much. Harry fell silent, the weight of Firenze's words settling uncomfortably on his shoulders. He'd never asked to be a symbol of anything. He'd just wanted to be normal, to belong somewhere. The first lesson of centaur magic, Firenze continued after allowing Harry's thoughts to settle, is to see patterns where others see only chaos. Look up at the stars, Harry Potter. What do you see? Harry obediently looked at the enchanted ceiling. Constellations. Orion's belt. The North Star. The usual stuff. Now look deeper, Firenze instructed. Not at individual stars, but at the relationships between them. The flows of light and dark. The currents of magic connecting them. Harry squinted, trying to see whatever Firenze was talking about. At first, there was nothing, just stars, like always. But as he relaxed his focus, something strange began to happen. The spaces between stars seemed to pulse with subtle energy, lines of force connecting certain points, creating a web of light that shifted and flowed. "I see something," he said hesitantly. "Like threads connecting the stars. Moving, changing." Firenze's expression remained impassive, but Harry sensed approval. "Those are magical currents, visible only to those who understand how to look. They influence events below, create patterns in seemingly random occurrences. Like divination, but real," Harry murmured. "Precisely. What wizards call divination is a clumsy approximation of true pattern sight." Firenze moved closer, pointing upward. "See how those currents converge there? That indicates a gathering of forces, a storm forming." Harry followed Firenze's direction and saw it, a swirling nexus of energy where multiple threads tangled together. "Now, bring your awareness down from the stars. See how the same patterns repeat in this room, between you and me, in the very air we breathe." Harry tried, and to his surprise, he could glimpse similar currents flowing through the chamber, connecting him to Firenze, to the moss beneath them, to the walls themselves. "Magic isn't just in wizards," Harry said slowly, understanding dawning. "It's everywhere. We just tap into it." "Yes," Firenze said simply. "That is the foundation of all centaur magic, the recognition that we do not own magic, we participate in it. From this understanding comes true power, not the limited channeling wizards practice." "Can I learn to use this?" Harry asked, suddenly eager. This was nothing like the magic they taught at Hogwarts. "With time and practice," Firenze allowed. "Though humans are not naturally attuned to these currents as centaurs are. It will be difficult." "I'm used to difficult," Harry said with grim determination. Firenze studied him thoughtfully. "Yes, I believe you are." "Very well. We will continue this lesson tomorrow. For now, practice seeing the patterns around you, in crowds of people, in the movement of objects, in conversations. The skill transfers to all aspects of life, including battle." As Firenze prepared to leave, Harry was struck by a thought. "Why are you helping me? I know why the house elves are, Dobby's friendship, my situation with the Dursleys and Dumbledore, but what do centaurs get out of this?" Firenze paused at the doorway. "The centaur herds have not yet officially joined this restoration. My presence here is personal, not representative." His blue eyes held Harry's. "But should the stars align as I believe they will, you may find yourself with more allies than you expected, Harry Potter." With that cryptic statement, the centaur departed, leaving Harry with his mind full of star patterns and his awareness suddenly heightened to the magical currents flowing around him. He had a feeling his education was going to be very different from now on. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office, surrounded by the detritus of a month-long search for Harry Potter. Maps marked with potential sightings. Reports from Order members who'd found nothing. Letters from an increasingly irate Cornelius Fudge demanding information. None of it had yielded results. The boy had vanished completely, not dead, according to the still-functioning monitoring charms tied to his life force, but utterly untraceable by any magical means Dumbledore possessed. Even more disturbing was the behavior of the Hogwarts house elves. Many had simply disappeared from the castle. Those who remained performed their duties adequately but responded to questions with evasive non-answers. Nimbly, the eldest elf whom Dumbledore had occasionally consulted on matters of old magic, had not been seen in weeks. "You look troubled, Albus," observed Minerva McGonagal as she entered his office. "Still no word of Potter?" Dumbledore sighed heavily. "None. It's as if he's been removed from the magical world entirely. Could he be in the Muggle world? Perhaps with friends of his relatives? Impossible to say. The Dursleys maintain he left with permission to join the Weasleys, despite all evidence to the contrary. Memory charms, perhaps, though whose and why remains unclear. McGonagal pursed her lips. And you're certain the house elves are connected to his disappearance? Increasingly so, Dumbledore confirmed. Reports from across Britain indicate unusual elf behavior coinciding exactly with Harry's vanishing. Lucius Malfoy reports his elves are distracted and forgetful. The Greengrasses found family heirlooms mysteriously relocated. The Knots discovered their financial records had been accessed. Surely house elves wouldn't dare interfere with wizard property, McGonagal said, though doubt tinged her voice. Wouldn't they? Dumbledore steepled his fingers. What do we truly know about house elf magic, Minerva? Their capabilities? Their limitations? We assume their bonds prevent disobedience, but what constitutes disobedience may be more flexible than we've recognized. Even if that's true, why would they hide Potter? What possible motive could house elves have for such an action? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. I have a theory, though I hope I'm wrong. You recall Dobby, the elf Lucius Malfoy inadvertently freed? The one who tried to save Potter by nearly killing him? Yes, I remember. Dobby formed an unusual attachment to Harry. If he somehow discovered Harry's difficulties with his Muggle relatives, and then learned that I was aware of those difficulties. McGonagal's eyes widened. You knew the boy was being mistreated? I knew his home life was not ideal, Dumbledore admitted carefully. The blood protection required certain sacrifices. Sacrifices? McGonagal's voice rose dangerously. What exactly are we talking about, Albus? Because when that boy arrived at Hogwarts his first year, he was the smallest in his class, wore clothes that drowned him, and flinched when teachers raised their hands in class. Dumbledore winced. The situation was regrettable. But necessary for the greater protection, don't you dare say, greater good, McGonagal cut him off, her Scottish accent thickening with anger. That boy looked half-starved every September. I told you those Muggles were the worst sort. I told you the very night we left him there. The alternatives were worse, Dumbledore insisted. Without the blood protection, there are ways to maintain blood wards without leaving a child in an abusive home, McGonagal snapped. Weekly visits. Blood donations. Anchor stones. I may not be an expert in ancient magic, Albus, but even I know that. Dumbledore looked suddenly older, the twinkle gone from his eyes. The situation was complex, Minerva. Decisions had to be made quickly after James and Lily's deaths. Perhaps, in retrospect, alternative arrangements could have been explored, but, a crack interrupted their increasingly heated discussion as a house elf appeared between them. Not a Hogwarts elf, judging by the smart blue suit he wore instead of a tea towel. Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall's, the elf greeted them with a bow that somehow managed to be both respectful and slightly mocking. I brings a message from Harry Potter. Both professors froze. You know where Harry is? Dumbledore asked, fighting to keep his voice level. Is he safe? Harry Potter is being very safe, the elf confirmed with a smug smile. Safer than he ever was with his nasty Muggle relatives, oh yes. Where is he? McGonagal demanded. We've been worried sick. The elf raised an eyebrow. Some has been worried. Others has been knowing all along that Harry Potter was being hurt and doing nothing to stop it. McGonagal's head whipped toward Dumbledore, her expression thunderous. Albus? Dumbledore ignored her, focusing on the elf. What is the message? The elf produced an envelope with a flourish. Harry Potter says to give this to Professor McGonagall only, but that she can be sharing it with you if she wishes. McGonagall took the envelope before Dumbledore could react. The elf winked at her and vanished with a crack. Minerva, Dumbledore began, whatever that letter contains. Be quiet, Albus, McGonagall said curtly, breaking the plain wax seal and unfolding the parchment within. Her eyes scanned the contents, widening as she read. "Well?" Dumbledore pressed when she finished. "What does he say?" McGonagal looked up, her face pale but determined. "He says he's safe and well. That he's discovered you knew about his treatment at the Dursleys and chose to leave him there anyway. That he's learning more about wizard-being relations than he ever did in history of magic." She paused, then continued. "He says he doesn't trust you anymore, Albus. And neither, I must say, do I." Dumbledore reached for the letter. "May I?" After a moment's hesitation, McGonagall handed it over. Dumbledore read quickly, his face growing graver with each line. "Dear Professor McGonagall, I hope this letter finds you well. I want you to know that I'm safe and actually doing better than I have in years. I'm sorry for any worry I may have caused you. I've recently discovered some disturbing things. Professor Dumbledore has known all along how the Dursleys treated me, the cupboard, the starvation, the locks, all of it. There were monitoring spells on the house reporting everything back to him. He received concerned letters from Mrs. Figg and others but chose to ignore them. I've also learned that the blood protection excuse doesn't hold up. There were other ways to maintain those wards without leaving me in an abusive home. He chose the most convenient option, not the best one for me. I'm currently under the protection of magical beings who've shown me more care in weeks than Dumbledore has in years. I'm continuing my education and learning things about wizard-being relations that Professor Binns never taught us. Did you know house elves weren't always enslaved? Or that centaurs once had legally recognized territories throughout Britain? Or that goblins were guaranteed wand rights in the original Accords? I don't expect to return to Hogwarts as a normal student anytime soon. I can't trust Professor Dumbledore anymore, and to be honest, I'm not sure I ever should have. But I wanted you to know I'm okay. Please give my best to Ron and my other friends. Tell them I miss them, but this is something I need to do. Sincerely, Harry Potter P.S. If Professor Dumbledore is reading this, which I assume he is, the monitoring charms in my cupboard recorded 4 days without food when I was 7. You wrote, blood protection holding strong, on the report. I'll never forgive you for that. Dumbledore set the letter down slowly, his hand trembling slightly. This is worse than I feared. Is it true? McGonagall demanded. The cupboard? The starvation? The monitoring charms? Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. Not as the letter presents it. There were monitoring charms, yes, but they were for detecting dark magic, not tracking his daily treatment. Reports of incidents may have crossed my desk, but in the context of the greater threat, for days without food, Albus. McGonagall's voice was deadly quiet. A child of 7. Sacrifices had to be made to ensure a child was starved. Each word was like a whip crack. And you knew. The blood protection was essential, Dumbledore insisted, though his voice lacked its usual certainty. Get out, McGonagall said suddenly. I beg your pardon. Get out of my sight, Albus, before I do something we'll both regret. McGonagall's wand was suddenly in her hand, though she kept it pointed at the floor, for now. I need time to process this. To decide whether I can continue serving as your deputy after learning what you've done. Dumbledore looked genuinely shocked. Minerva, surely you understand. What I understand is that you left a child to suffer when you had alternatives. What I understand is that you've lied to me for years about Potter's welfare. Her Scottish brogue thickened with emotion. What I understand, Albus Dumbledore, is that I no longer know who you are. For perhaps the first time in his long life, Albus Dumbledore found himself utterly without words. He rose silently, nodded once, and left his own office. As the door closed behind him, Minerva McGonagall sank into his vacated chair, the letter trembling in her hand. Oh, Lily, she whispered to the empty room. What have we done to your boy? In the heart of Gringotts, Harry sat across from Director Ragnarok, trying not to show his nervousness. The goblin's sharp eyes studied him with unnerving intensity, long fingers steepled before him. So, Ragnarok said finally. The boy who lived, hidden by house elves, learning ancient magics from centaurs, and now seeking goblin assistance. These are interesting times indeed. Thank you for meeting with me, Director, Harry said, acutely aware that few wizards were ever granted audiences with Gringotts' highest authority. I appreciate the risk you're taking. Risk? Ragnarok's lips curled in what might have been a smile or a snarl. What makes you think meeting with you poses any risk to me, Mr. Potter? Well, the Ministry's cracking down on magical being irregularities, Dumbledore's searching for me, and I'm apparently the center of some kind of rebellion now, so. Harry shrugged. Seems risky. Unexpectedly, Ragnarok laughed, a harsh, grating sound like metal grinding on stone. You speak plainly for a wizard. Refreshing. But you misunderstand the position of the Goblin Nation. We are not subject to ministry authority within these walls. Treaty guarantees our sovereignty in banking matters. For now, Harry pointed out. But if what I've been learning about wizard being history is true, treaties don't seem to count for much when wizards decide to change the rules. Ragnarok's amusement vanished. You are better informed than most of your kind. Yes, treaties have been reinterpreted over centuries, rarely to our benefit. Which brings us to the purpose of your visit. He pushed a thick folder across the desk. Your accounts, Mr. Potter. Or rather, a summary thereof. I suggest you review them carefully. Harry opened the folder, eyes widening as he scanned the contents. This can't be right. I only have my trust vault. You have the trust vault to which you've been given access, Ragnarok corrected. The Potter family vaults, properties, and investments remain active but sealed until your majority, or would have, had certain irregularities not come to our attention. Harry looked up sharply. What irregularities? Unauthorized withdrawals. Investment diversions. Access restrictions implemented by your magical guardian, Albus Dumbledore, which exceed his legal authority under inheritance law. Harry felt a fresh surge of anger toward Dumbledore. He's been stealing from me. Not exactly stealing, Ragnarok qualified. Rather, redirecting funds to purposes he deemed appropriate, primarily the Order of the Phoenix and various political donations. All meticulously documented as, in the best interest of the Potter heir, but without the oversight required by our regulations. And you just let this happen? Harry couldn't keep the accusation from his voice. Ragnarok's eyes narrowed dangerously. Until recently, we lacked sufficient evidence to challenge a wizard of Dumbledore's stature. Your magical guardian has significant legal authority over your accounts. However, recent information provided by our new House Elf allies has changed the equation. Information like what? Like the fact that Dumbledore never had your parents' will properly executed, Ragnarok said bluntly. It was sealed by the Wizengamot on his recommendation, supposedly to protect you from those who might exploit your fame. In reality, it contained explicit instructions that you never be placed with Petunia Dursley under any circumstances. Harry felt as if he'd been punched in the stomach. My parents will specifically said not to put me with the Dursleys. Indeed. Ragnarok produced another document. We have obtained a copy through unorthodox channels. Your placement was to be, in order of preference, Sirius Black, Alice and Frank Longbottom, Minerva McGonagal, or, failing all others, a wizarding family selected by Director Ragnarok of Gringotts, with whom James Potter had a personal arrangement. Harry could barely process this information. Not only had Dumbledore known about the Dursleys' abuse, but he'd actively violated his parents' explicit wishes to place him there. Why, he asked, his voice hollow. Why would he do that? That, Mr. Potter, is the question at the heart of this matter. Ragnarok leaned forward. What would compel Albus Dumbledore, Chief Warlock and Supreme Mugwump, to violate magical law, risk his reputation, and potentially endanger the boy who lived by placing him in an abusive Muggle home against his parents' expressed wishes? Control, Harry said softly, the realization dawning. He wanted me desperate for approval. Grateful for rescue. Easy to manipulate. A reasonable hypothesis, Ragnarok agreed. Though perhaps not the complete explanation. Dumbledore plays a deeper game than most recognize. So what happens now? Harry asked, gesturing to the account summaries. Can anything be done about this? Much can be done, Ragnarok assured him. As of this morning, we have frozen all withdrawals from your accounts not explicitly authorized by you in person. We have begun proceedings to have your parents' will properly executed, which would retroactively invalidate Dumbledore's guardianship. And we are preparing documentation of financial irregularities to be submitted to the Wizengamot at the appropriate time. Why would you do all this for me? Harry asked suspiciously. No offense, but goblins aren't exactly known for helping wizards out of the goodness of their hearts. Ragnarok's expression might have been a smile on a human face. On his, it looked positively predatory. Let us say that the goblin nation recognizes an opportunity when we see one. The house elves speak of restoration, a return to the original covenants between magical beings. Those original covenants were far more favorable to Goblinkin than current arrangements. So you're helping me to help yourselves, Harry surmised. Precisely. Enlightened self-interest, Mr. Potter. The foundation of all lasting alliances. Ragnarok stood, indicating the meeting was concluding. We will manage your financial affairs with appropriate diligence. In return, we expect that when the time comes for negotiation between beings and wizards, you will remember who stood with you when others did not. Harry stood as well, recognizing the political nature of this arrangement. That sounds fair. Is there anything else I should know? Ragnarok paused. One matter of particular sensitivity. Information has reached us regarding the Dark Lord's method of survival. Horcruxes. Harry nodded. Nimbly told me. Soul containers, right? Abominations, Ragnarok corrected harshly. Violations of magic's deepest laws. We have reason to believe that one such object may have been placed in a Gringotts vault by Bellatrix Lestrange before her imprisonment. Can you destroy it? Not without violating our own laws regarding client property, Ragnarok admitted. However, there are provisions for the removal of dark artifacts under certain circumstances. We are exploring those options. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help, Harry offered. Ragnarok studied him thoughtfully. You are unlike most wizards, Mr. Potter. Perhaps that is why the house elves have rallied to your cause. Or perhaps it is simply that your enemy's enemy is your friend. I'd prefer actual friends to political allies, Harry said honestly. In this world, Mr. Potter, the line between the two is often thinner than one might wish. Ragnarok extended a long-fingered hand. Until our next meeting. Harry shook the goblin's hand, surprised by the strength in the seemingly frail fingers. Thank you, Director Ragnarok. As Dobby led him back to the elf paths for the journey to Hogwarts, Harry's mind raced with everything he'd learned. His parents had never wanted him with the Dursleys. Dumbledore had hidden their will and controlled his money. The foundations of his entire life had been built on lies. The anger he'd felt toward Dumbledore before was nothing compared to the cold fury building now. Dolores Umbridge surveyed the holding cells with satisfaction. 12 house elves captured in the last week alone, all found outside their registered households without proper authorization. Soon they would be interrogated, their memories examined, their networks exposed. The new Elf Registration Act had passed the Wizengamot with surprising ease, concerns about being rights easily overwhelmed by security fears. The disappearance of Harry Potter remained officially unconnected to house elf activities, but rumors were spreading. Whispers of rebellion. Murmurs of ancient magic awakening. Ridiculous, of course. House elves were servants, nothing more. Their magic was designed for cleaning and cooking, not challenging wizard authority. Yet these particular elves troubled her. They didn't cower or punish themselves as house elves should. They sat silently in their magic-dampening cells, watching her with unsettling calm. "Madam Umbridge," called Auror Dawlish from the doorway. "You have a visitor." "I left explicit instructions not to be disturbed," she snapped. "It's Lucius Malfoy, ma'am. He says it's urgent, about the Potter situation." Umbridge's irritation immediately gave way to political calculation. Lucius Malfoy's support had been instrumental in her appointment to lead the task force. His connections to the minister made him impossible to ignore. "Very well. I'll meet him in my office." She turned to the guard wizard. "Double the wards on these cells. I don't trust their docility." In her office, a pink-infused nightmare that had previously belonged to a more sensibly decorated department head, Lucius Malfoy waited, looking as impeccable and disdainful as ever. "Dolores," he greeted her with a slight inclination of his head. "Forgive the interruption, but information has come to my attention that couldn't wait." "Concerning Potter?" she asked eagerly. "Indirectly." Malfoy lowered his voice, though they were alone. "My sources indicate that Goblin cooperation with the Ministry has virtually ceased. Account inspections denied. Treaty renegotiations postponed. Tax collection impeded." Umbridge frowned. "What does this have to do with Potter or House Elves?" "Everything," Malfoy said emphatically. "The timing is too precise to be coincidence. First House Elves begin acting strangely, then Potter vanishes, now Goblins withdraw cooperation. And there are rumors from the Forbidden Forest that the Centaurs are holding unprecedented gatherings." Umbridge's eyes widened as she grasped the implication. "You think the magical beings are coordinating? Working together?" "I think," Malfoy said carefully, "that we may be facing something unprecedented in recent history. Not isolated instances of creature disobedience, but an organized movement across species lines." "Impossible," Umbridge scoffed, though uncertainty tinged her voice. "These creatures barely tolerate each other, let alone cooperate. Centaurs consider House Elves beneath notice. Goblins trust no one. Merepeople can't even leave water. And yet," Malfoy countered smoothly, "the evidence suggests otherwise. My own House Elves have been caught whispering in corners, falling silent when humans approach. Valuable documents have been mysteriously misplaced in several pure-blood households, including my own. And I've confirmed that Potter's disappearance coincided precisely with unusual elf activity at his Muggle relative's home." Umbridge drummed her stubby fingers on her desk. "What exactly are you suggesting, Lucius?" "I suggest," he said, leaning forward, "that your mandate be expanded. Not merely House Elf registration, but comprehensive tracking and control of all magical beings. New restrictions on Goblin autonomy. Increased surveillance of Centaur territories. Perhaps even, preemptive measures." "Preemptive measures?" Umbridge repeated, a gleam in her eye. "Demonstrations of wizard authority," Malfoy clarified. "To remind these creatures of their proper place before this irregularity spreads further." A slow, unpleasant smile spread across Umbridge's face. "I believe the minister might be amenable to such an expansion, especially if presented as a matter of national security." "My thoughts exactly," Malfoy agreed. "The Potter boy has always been a symbol, first of resistance to the Dark Lord, now potentially of something far more disruptive to our way of life." "Creature rebellion," Umbridge murmured, almost savoring the words. "It would justify measures I've proposed for years." "Precisely why you are the perfect person to lead this expanded effort," Malfoy said smoothly. "Few understand the creature threat as you do, Dolores." Umbridge preened at the flattery. "I'll speak to Cornelius immediately. With your support, I'm confident we can implement comprehensive creature control measures within days." "Excellent." Malfoy rose to leave. "Oh, one more thing. My sources suggest searching the old records for something called the Covenant of Magical Beings. It may provide insight into the creature's thinking." Umbridge made a note. "I'll have someone look into it." Thank you, Lucius. After Malfoy departed, Umbridge sat back in her chair, a satisfied expression on her toad-like face. This was the opportunity she'd waited for all her career, a chance to implement her vision of proper magical hierarchy, with pure-blooded wizards firmly at the top and creatures firmly at the bottom. If magical beings were indeed organizing, they would soon learn the painful consequences of challenging the natural order. Hermione hurried through Diagon Alley, clutching her purchases from Flourish and Blots to her chest. The atmosphere in the wizarding shopping district had changed dramatically in the weeks since Harry's disappearance. Aurors patrolled in pairs, stopping house elves accompanying their wizard families for documentation checks. Signs in shop windows announced, all magical beings must register upon entry. The latest edition of the Daily Prophet had been particularly alarming. Ministry expands magical being controls amid Potter disappearance by Rita Skeeter in response to growing concerns about coordinated magical being activity potentially linked to Harry Potter's mysterious disappearance. The Ministry of Magic has announced sweeping new regulations affecting house elves, goblins, centaurs, and other non-human magical entities. These measures are necessary to protect wizard security in uncertain times, stated Dolores Umbridge, newly appointed head of the Magical Being Control Task Force. Evidence suggests that traditional boundaries between being species have broken down, posing an unprecedented threat to wizard safety. The new regulations include mandatory registration of all magical beings, restricted movement permits, and enhanced monitoring charms. Gringotts Bank, while officially complying with ministry directives, has substantially reduced services in what some call a silent protest. Albus Dumbledore, Hogwarts headmaster and longtime advocate for being rights, condemned the measures as short-sighted and potentially inflammatory. However, his influence appears diminished following rumors of a serious rift within Hogwarts leadership over the Potter situation. Hermione turned down a side alley that few wizards frequented, checking carefully to ensure she wasn't followed before tapping a particular pattern on a nondescript wooden door. It swung open silently, revealing a cramped shop interior filled with strange artifacts. Miss Granger greeted a goblin she knew only as Narlac. "You have the books." She nodded, extracting 3 volumes from her bag. Original copies of Magical Treaty Negotiations, 1328 to 1742, Goblin Wizard Accords, unabridged, and Centaur territorial rights in medieval Britain. They're only on loan from the Ministry Public Archives, so they'll need to be returned in 2 weeks. The goblin took the books reverently. These will be extremely useful to our legal team. The hidden clauses in the original treaties may provide leverage in upcoming negotiations. What negotiations? Hermione asked. I thought we were still in the information-gathering stage. Narlac's expression grew serious. Events are accelerating. The ministry crackdown has forced us to adapt our timeline. Representatives from all major being groups will meet in 3 days to formalize our alliance and present unified demands to wizardkind. Hermione's eyes widened. That soon? But the research isn't complete. We haven't fully documented all the treaty violations or established legal precedents for, sometimes, Miss Granger, the goblin interrupted gently, perfect documentation must give way to practical necessity. The being community cannot endure Umbridge's restrictions indefinitely. Already, 12 house elves sit in ministry cells. Centaur territories face imminent inspection. Goblins are being pressured to surrender financial records protected by treaty. Hermione bit her lip. I understand. It's just, this feels like it's spinning out of control. What started as protecting Harry has become something so much bigger. It was always bigger, Narlac corrected. Young Mr. Potter was the catalyst, but these grievances have simmered for centuries. His mistreatment by Dumbledore simply provided the spark needed to ignite long-dormant fires. And now we're heading toward open conflict, Hermione concluded grimly. The goblin shrugged. Perhaps. Perhaps not. Much depends on how wizards respond to our initial demands. Some may see wisdom in negotiation. And others will see only threats to their power, Hermione countered. People like Umbridge and Malfoy. Indeed. Narlac reached beneath the counter and produced a small wooden box. Which is why we must prepare for various outcomes. This is for you. Hermione opened the box to find what looked like an ordinary silver bracelet, elegant but not ostentatious. Goblin made, Narlac explained. It functions similarly to your pendant but offers broader protections. It will shield you from most tracking spells, disguise your magical signature when necessary, and provide a direct communication link to Mr. Potter. Hermione slipped it onto her wrist, feeling a brief tingle as the magic bonded with her own. Thank you. This will be helpful when term starts. If Hogwarts opens at all, Narlac said grimly. The conflict between Dumbledore and McGonagal has thrown much into question. Half the staff now openly oppose the headmaster's handling of the Potter situation. Really? Hermione was genuinely surprised. I knew Professor McGonagal was upset, but I didn't realize it had spread to other professors. Filius Flitwick has goblin ancestry and sympathizes with our cause. Pomona Sprout has long maintained friendly relations with magical beings who assist with her more exotic plants. Rubeus Hagrid's heritage makes his position clear. Even Severus Snape, surprisingly, has expressed disgust at the boy's treatment by his relatives, if not by Dumbledore directly. Hermione tried to imagine Professor Snape defending Harry in any context and failed. That's unexpected. These are unexpected times, Miss Granger. Narlac glanced at an odd, multi-faced clock on the wall. You should go. Your parents will be looking for you soon. Use the back exit, Aurors have increased patrols on the main street. Hermione nodded, shouldering her bag. When will I hear about the meeting outcome? Your bracelet will warm when a message arrives. Simply touch it and think of Harry Potter to receive the communication. As Hermione slipped out the back door into another narrow alley, she couldn't shake the feeling that they were approaching a point of no return. What had begun as a rescue mission for Harry had evolved into what could only be described as a revolution. And revolutions, as her Muggle history books had taught her, rarely ended peacefully for anyone involved. Harry ducked as a spell sizzled over his head, the training dummy's magic leaving a scorch mark on the wall behind him. His shield charm came up just in time to block the next attack, but the force sent him staggering backward. You rely too heavily on wizard techniques, observed Gornick, his goblin combat instructor. Shield charms are effective only against direct magical assault. Against physical attacks or area effects, they are useless. So what should I use instead? Harry panted, maintaining his shield as the dummy continued its relentless assault. Movement, Gornick replied simply. The best defense is not being where your enemy's attack lands. To demonstrate, the goblin stepped into the training area. The dummy immediately redirected its attacks toward this new target. Rather than blocking with magic, Gornick moved with astonishing speed and grace, each step precisely calculated to place him just beyond the spell's reach. Not a single attack came close to hitting him. You see, Gornick said, not even breathing hard as he returned to the sidelines. Goblin combat philosophy values efficiency over power. Why waste magical energy on shields when simply moving accomplishes the same goal with less cost? Harry nodded, dropping his shield. Let me try again. He faced the dummy, forcing himself to fight his instincts. When the first spell came, instead of raising his wand for Protego, he sidestepped quickly. The spell sailed harmlessly past. The next attack came faster, but Harry was already moving, using the pattern sight Forenza had been teaching him to anticipate the dummy's rhythm. For nearly a minute, he dodged successfully, feeling a strange exhilaration as he relied on movement rather than magic. Then his foot slipped slightly, throwing off his timing, and a stinging hex caught him in the shoulder. Better, Gornick acknowledged as Harry winced and rubbed his shoulder. But still too rigid in your movements. You fight your body's natural flow. I've never been taught to move like this, Harry admitted. Wizard dueling is all about standing your ground and overwhelming your opponent. Yes, and that approach serves wizards poorly against beings with different combat traditions, Gornik said dryly. A centaur archer would fill you with arrows while you stood proudly casting shields. A merperson would drag you underwater where your wand movements are slowed. A goblin would stab me while I was focused on my wand work. Harry suggested with a small smile. Gornik's sharp teeth gleamed in what might have been amusement. Precisely. The wizard fixation on wands as the sole channel for magic creates predictability that other beings have learned to exploit. But I need my wand, Harry pointed out. That's how wizard magic works. Is it? Gornik challenged. Did you never perform magic before receiving your wand? Never make things happen when frightened or angry? Harry thought back to turning his teacher's wig blue, growing back his hair overnight, vanishing the glass at the zoo. Well, yes, but that was accidental magic. Uncontrolled. Uncontrolled because untrained, Gornik corrected. Not because it required a wand. The wand is a focus tool, not the source of your power. This was a perspective Harry had never considered. Are you saying I could do magic without my wand? Deliberately. All magical beings channel their innate power differently, Gornik explained. Goblins use gesture and intent, enhanced by crafted metals. House elves use thought and will alone. Centaurs use movement and voice. Wizards traditionally use wands, but that is cultural, not inherent to your magic. Harry considered this. So theoretically, I could learn other ways to channel magic. Theoretically, yes, though it would be extraordinarily difficult for a wizard raised in traditional methods. Your magic has been trained to flow through a wand since your first day at Hogwarts. Gornik paused, studying Harry thoughtfully. However, you may be uniquely positioned for such learning. Why me specifically? You have been exposed to house elf magic, centaur magic, and goblin magic in ways few wizards ever experience. You wear elf-made items that connect you to their magical traditions. And most importantly, you approach these lessons without the prejudice most wizards carry. Harry wasn't entirely convinced. I'd still like to try. Even if I can only manage small magic without my wand, it could be useful in a tight spot. A practical attitude, Gornik approved. Very well. We will incorporate wandless channeling into your training. But first, he gestured to the dummy, which had reset itself, master movement before attempting to divide your focus. For the next hour, Harry practiced dodging and weaving, gradually incorporating limited spellcasting into his movement patterns. By the end, he was drenched in sweat but could maintain continuous motion while still casting accurately, a significant improvement over traditional wizard dueling stance. As they were concluding the session, Dobby appeared with a crack, looking uncharacteristically serious. Harry Potter must come quickly, the elf said urgently. Elder Elf Nimbly says it's time. Time for what? Harry asked, grabbing a towel to wipe his face. The Great Gathering, Dobby replied. All magical beings coming together. Harry Potter must witness. Harry looked to Gornik, who nodded grimly. I was informed this might occur today. Go, Mr. Potter. This is a historic moment you should not miss. Following Dobby through the elf paths, Harry felt a growing sense of anticipation. For weeks, he'd been training, learning, absorbing information about the complex relationships between magical beings. He'd heard references to this great gathering, but understood it was primarily for beings to formalize their alliance without wizard interference. The fact that he was being invited to witness it felt significant. The elf path opened into a vast underground cavern that Harry had never seen before. Hundreds, no, thousands, of magical beings filled the space. House elves of all ages and statuses, from the youngest elflings to ancient individuals who made Nimbly look youthful. Goblins in formal attire, weapons displayed prominently at their sides. A delegation of centaurs, looking somewhat uncomfortable in the enclosed space but standing proudly nonetheless. Most surprising were the other beings Harry hadn't expected, a group of mere-people supported by water bubble charms that allowed them to breathe and move on land, several giants who had to crouch to avoid hitting the cavern ceiling, a contingent of what appeared to be Vila, even a few werewolves, including, Harry was astonished to see, Remus Lupin. Professor Lupin. Harry called, making his way through the crowd. Lupin turned, his tired face lighting up with genuine joy. Harry. Thank Merlin you're all right. We've been so worried. They embraced briefly, Lupin holding Harry at arm's length afterward to examine him. You look, well. Better than I expected, given the circumstances. I am well, Harry assured him. Better than I've been in a long time, actually. But what are you doing here? How did you get involved in all this? Werewolf networks, Lupin explained, lowering his voice. We've always maintained connections with other magical beings, necessity, given how wizards treat us. When word spread of a gathering to address being rights, several of us were approached to represent the werewolf community. Does Dumbledore know you're here? Harry asked cautiously. A shadow crossed Lupin's face. Dumbledore and I are no longer on speaking terms, Harry. Not since I learned how he allowed you to be treated all these years. Before Harry could respond, a hush fell over the cavern. At the center of the space, on a raised platform, nimbly appeared alongside representatives from each major being group, a regal female centaur, a senior goblin Harry recognized as Ragnarok, a mermish leader supported by an elaborate water bubble, and others he didn't know. Welcome, brothers and sisters in magic, Nimbly's voice, magically amplified, echoed through the chamber. For the first time in 15 centuries, representatives of all magical being nations gather in unity. The last such gathering resulted in the original covenant of magical beings, the sacred pact that defined our relationships with each other and with wizard kind. Murmurs swept through the crowd at the mention of the covenant. That covenant has been violated, Nimbly continued, his ancient voice strengthening with conviction. Rewritten. Corrupted. Used to enslave rather than unite. Used to divide rather than strengthen. Today, we gather to renew our ancient bonds with each other and to demand recognition of our original rights. The female centaur stepped forward. The centaur nations have suffered encroachment on our territories for centuries. Forests once promised to us in perpetuity now restricted to reserves where we live on wizard sufferance. We join this alliance to reclaim our ancestral lands and the autonomy guaranteed by the original treaties. Ragnarok spoke next. The goblin nations have endured 3 so-called rebellions, in truth, desperate attempts to enforce treaties wizards had already violated. We have been denied wand rights explicitly granted in the original accords. Our financial sovereignty, while technically recognized, is under constant threat. We join this alliance to ensure wizard compliance with existing agreements and restoration of our full rights under magical law. One by one, representatives from each being group stated their grievances and reasons for joining the alliance. The list of wizard violations was staggering: centuries of broken promises, reinterpreted clauses, ignored provisions, outright theft of rights and territories. And now, Nimbly said when all had spoken, we face a new crisis. The Ministry of Magic, under the direction of Dolores Umbridge, has implemented restrictions that violate even the corrupted versions of our treaties. House elves imprisoned without cause. Centaur territories invaded for inspection. Goblin banking autonomy threatened. Merfolk waters polluted with monitoring charms. Angry murmurs swept through the gathering. The time for patience has ended, Nimbly declared. Today, we formalize our alliance of magical beings and prepare to present our unified demands to wizard kind. Ragnarok stepped forward again. Before we proceed to the formal declaration, there is the matter of Harry Potter. All eyes turned to Harry, who suddenly felt extremely conspicuous. Mr. Potter's situation catalyzed our current movement, Ragnarok continued. His mistreatment at wizard hands despite his status as their celebrated hero demonstrated the depth of wizard hypocrisy. Yet he stands neither fully with beings nor fully with wizards. His position must be clarified before we proceed. Nimbly gestured for Harry to approach the platform. Heart pounding, he made his way forward, acutely aware of thousands of eyes following his progress. Harry Potter nimbly addressed him formally as he reached the platform. You have lived among us, learned from us, and witnessed the injustices we seek to address. Yet you are a wizard born, educated in their traditions, bound by their society. Where do you stand in the coming conflict? Harry looked out over the sea of faces, beings who had protected him when Dumbledore had failed, taught him when wizards had lied, shown him kindness when his own kind had abused him. Yet he was, undeniably, a wizard himself. I stand for justice, he said finally, his voice carrying clearly through the silent cavern. I can't pretend to fully understand centuries of history or the complexities of treaties I never knew existed until recently. But I know right from wrong. I know that beings deserve the rights and territories promised to them. I know that no one, wizard, elf, goblin, or any other, should be treated as less because of what they are rather than who they are. He paused, choosing his next words carefully. I'm a wizard, yes. I can't change that, and honestly, I wouldn't want to. But I hope I can be the kind of wizard who keeps his promises, who treats all beings with respect, who uses whatever influence I have to help right these wrongs. Nimbly and Ragnarok exchanged glances, something like satisfaction in their expressions. Well spoken, Harry Potter, the female centaur said. The stars spoke of your role as bridge builder between worlds. Perhaps this is what they foresaw. We do not ask you to renounce your wizard heritage, Nimbly clarified. Indeed, it is precisely your position as both wizard and friend to beings that makes you valuable to our cause. We ask only that you stand with us publicly when the time comes, to show wizard kind that not all of their kind support the current regime of oppression. I can do that, Harry agreed firmly. But I need to know what you're planning. I won't blindly support actions I haven't approved, especially if they might harm innocent people, wizard or being. Ragnarok's sharp teeth gleamed in what might have been approval. A reasonable stipulation. The Alliance's initial approach will be diplomatic, formal presentation of our demands, with historical and legal evidence of treaty violations. Only if this approach fails will we consider more direct action. And what would that direct action look like? Harry pressed. Coordinated withdrawal of services, Ragnarok explained. House elves ceasing to maintain wizard homes and institutions. Goblins restricting banking access. Centaurs closing forest pathways. Strategic rather than violent, targeting systems rather than individuals. Harry nodded slowly. That sounded reasonable, leverage without bloodshed. I can support that approach. Then we welcome your alliance, Harry Potter, Nimbly declared. Not as subject or symbol, but as independent ally to our cause. A formal declaration followed, ancient words and languages Harry didn't recognize, magical bindings that made the air itself seem to vibrate with power. Representatives from each being group contributed to a complex magical contract that, when completed, manifested as a glowing document hovering above the platform. The new covenant is established, Nimbly announced. Our united demands will be presented to the Ministry of Magic, the Wizengamot, and the International Confederation of Wizards within 3 days. We expect resistance, possibly repression. All beings should prepare accordingly. As the gathering began to disperse, Harry made his way back to Lupin, his mind spinning with the magnitude of what he'd just witnessed. This is bigger than I realized, he admitted to his former professor. When Dobby first rescued me, I thought it was just about getting away from the Dursleys. Then it became about Dumbledore's betrayal. Now it's this. He gestured to the departing beings. History rarely moves in straight lines, Harry, Lupin said gently. Small injustices build until something finally breaks the dam. Your situation was simply the final crack in a structure that's been weakening for centuries. But what if it goes wrong? Harry worried. What if Umbridge uses this as an excuse for even harsher restrictions? What if people get hurt? People are already getting hurt, Lupin pointed out. House elves enslaved. Werewolves unable to find work or housing. Centaurs confined to shrinking territories. The question isn't whether there will be pain, it's whether that pain will lead to positive change or merely perpetuate the status quo. Harry nodded, understanding the logic even as he worried about the potential consequences. Are you going back to the Order? Will they know you were here? I'm not going back, Lupin said firmly. My place is with my fellow werewolves now, supporting this alliance. As for the Order, he sighed. It's fractured, Harry. McGonagal and several others have essentially broken with Dumbledore over his treatment of you. Those who remain loyal to him are divided on how to respond to the being situation. It's chaos. I'm sorry, Harry said sincerely. I never meant to cause all this. Lupin placed a hand on his shoulder. None of this is your fault, Harry. The fault lies with those who created a system so fragile that one boy's justified anger could threaten to topple it. The fault lies with Dumbledore for placing his grand plans above your welfare. The fault lies with all of us who saw signs of your mistreatment and failed to act decisively. Before Harry could respond, Dobby appeared at his side. Harry Potter must return to Hogwarts now. Ministry forces are increasing patrols in Hogsmeade. Not safe to linger. Harry embraced Lupin quickly. Stay safe, Professor. You too, Harry. And I'm not your professor anymore, call me Remus. As Dobby led him back to the elf paths, Harry glanced over his shoulder at the emptying cavern, thousands of beings departing to prepare for a confrontation generations in the making. 3 days until the demands were presented. 3 days until the wizarding world was forced to acknowledge what it had ignored for centuries. 3 days until everything changed. Dolores Umbridge slammed the ancient tome shut, dust billowing from its pages. This is preposterous. Absolute nonsense. Across her desk, Percy Weasley adjusted his glasses nervously. The document appears authentic, Madam Umbridge. Carbon dating and magical verification confirm it dates from approximately 400 CE, as claimed. I don't care when it was written, Umbridge snapped. These so-called original covenants are clearly forgeries. House elves as voluntary servants. Goblin wand rights. Centaur territories covering half of Scotland. Absurd. Nevertheless, Percy persisted, his ambition temporarily overcoming his instinct for self-preservation. The magical signatures binding the document correspond to known wizard leaders of the period. And several clauses match fragments preserved in ministry archives, suggesting nothing. Umbridge cut him off. This changes nothing about our current approach. The minister has approved my expanded powers, and I intend to use them. Of course, Madam Umbridge, Percy backpedaled quickly. I merely thought you should be aware of the document's contents, as it might explain the being's perspective in their rumored upcoming demands. Umbridge narrowed her eyes. What rumored demands? Percy blanched, realizing he'd said too much. Just whispers in the ministry, ma'am. Nothing concrete. Something about a formal petition being prepared. From whom to whom? Umbridge demanded. From an alliance of magical beings to the Wizengamot and ICW, Percy admitted. But it's just rumor, likely nothing, an alliance. Umbridge's voice rose dangerously. Are you telling me these creatures are formally coordinating across species lines? That appears to be the rumor, yes. Umbridge's toad-like face flushed an alarming shade of purple. This is insurrection. Conspiracy against wizard authority. Why wasn't I informed immediately? The intelligence only reached my desk this morning, Percy explained hurriedly. I came directly to you, bypassing normal channels due to the sensitivity. Never mind, Umbridge cut him off, already scribbling furiously on a pink parchment. We must act decisively. Preemptively. The minister must declare a state of magical emergency immediately. Percy's eyes widened. A state of emergency? But that hasn't been invoked since Grindelwald's war. It suspends most civil protections and Wizengamot oversight. Precisely, Umbridge said with grim satisfaction. These creatures think they can challenge wizard authority. They'll soon learn the cost of such presumption. She thrust the completed order at Percy. Take this to the minister immediately. Then alert magical law enforcement to prepare for widespread containment operations. All leave is cancelled. All Aurors on double shifts. Yes, Madam Umbridge, Percy said, taking the document with a slightly trembling hand. And the timing of these operations? Umbridge's smile was terrifying in its sweetness. Begin at midnight. I want every known house elf, free or bound, registered and tagged by morning. Any goblin outside Gringotts detained for questioning. Centaur territories quarantined completely. That's aggressive, Percy observed carefully. The diplomatic consequences, the only consequence that matters is maintaining wizard supremacy, Umbridge declared. These lesser beings have forgotten their place. It's time they were reminded, forcefully if necessary. As Percy hurried from her office, Umbridge turned to gaze out her enchanted window, which currently showed a peaceful meadow scene complete with gambling unicorns. Soon, she thought with satisfaction, the natural order would be restored. Beings would return to their proper subservient positions. Potter would be found and brought under ministry control. And Dolores Jane Umbridge would be remembered as the witch who saved wizard society from the greatest threat it had faced in generations. The fact that no one else recognized this threat yet only proved her foresight. In the underhalls of Hogwarts, Harry sat with Nimbly, Dobby, and a delegation of senior house elves, reviewing the final draft of the demands to be presented to the wizarding authorities. The document was impressive, meticulously researched, legally precise, historically substantiated, and, Harry thought, entirely reasonable in its requests. The core demands are simple, Nimbly explained. Recognition of original treaty rights. Restoration of territories and autonomies guaranteed by those treaties. Representation in government for being affairs. Nothing that wasn't already agreed to centuries ago. It sounds reasonable when you put it that way, Harry agreed. But wizards have spent generations convincing themselves these rights never existed. They won't give them up easily. Which is why we have prepared for various responses, Nimbly acknowledged. From full acceptance, unlikely, to violent repression, unfortunately possible. Harry frowned. I'm worried about that last scenario. Beings like house elves don't have combat magic. If the ministry decides to use force. You underestimate us, Harry Potter, said an elderly female elf Harry knew as Miffy. House elves have magic wizards have never seen, never needed to see, until now. And we do not stand alone, Nimbly reminded him. Goblins are fierce warriors. Centaurs are unmatched archers. Mere people control the waterways. Even werewolves, in sufficient numbers, present a formidable threat. I still don't like the idea of fighting, Harry insisted. There must be a better way to resolve this. Fighting is our last resort, Nimbly assured him. Our first approach remains diplomatic and legal. But we must be prepared for all possibilities. A crack announced the arrival of another house elf, one wearing the tea towel of a ministry family, looking harried and frightened. Elder elf, the newcomer gasped, bowing hastily. Urgent news. The Umbridge woman has convinced the minister to declare a state of magical emergency. Raids beginning at midnight, all beings to be registered, tagged, or detained. The underhalls erupted in alarmed chatter. That moves faster than we anticipated, Nimbly said grimly. They mean to suppress us before our demands can even be presented. How did they know? Harry asked. About the alliance, the demands. Spies, perhaps, Nimbly conceded. Or simply Umbridge's paranoia reaching the correct conclusion by chance. What do we do now? Harry looked around at the suddenly anxious faces of the gathered elves. Nimbly's ancient features hardened with resolve. We accelerate our plans. The formal declaration cannot wait 3 days if ministry forces move tonight. But the preparations are sufficient for our needs, Nimbly cut him off. We have known this confrontation was inevitable. Better to meet it on our terms than theirs. He turned to the assembled elves. Send word to all beings in the Alliance. Activate emergency protocols. All house elves not absolutely bound by family magic should withdraw to safe havens immediately. Those who must remain in wizard homes should gather intelligence but take no risks. Elves began disappearing with cracks, carrying messages to various factions of the Alliance. And me? Harry asked. What should I do? Nimbly studied him thoughtfully. You have a unique role to play, Harry Potter. Neither fully with beings nor fully with wizards. A bridge between worlds. That's very poetic, Harry said dryly, but not particularly helpful in practical terms. A hint of a smile touched Nimbly's ancient face. Practical, then. You will accompany the delegation presenting our demands to the Wizengamot. Your presence, the boy who lives supporting being rights, will force them to take our petition seriously. Harry's stomach tightened. You want me to go public? Leave the safety of the elf paths? Yes, Nimbly said simply. It is time for you to stand visibly with our cause, not hidden away. Your testimony about Dumbledore's knowledge of your abuse will be powerful evidence of wizard hypocrisy. Harry wasn't sure he was ready for that, to tell the world about the cupboard, the hunger, the neglect. But hadn't he just promised to stand with the Alliance publicly? This was the moment that promise was being called in. When? He asked, resignation in his voice. Tomorrow at noon, Nimbly replied. The Wizengamot meets in full session then. We will appear before they begin their agenda. They'll try to arrest me, Harry pointed out. Dumbledore, the Ministry, both want me back under their control. They will try, Nimbly agreed. But you will be under Alliance protection. The combined magic of multiple being species. Even Dumbledore cannot easily overcome such protection. Harry wasn't entirely convinced, but he nodded anyway. All right. I'll be ready. Good. Now, there is one more matter requiring your attention. Nimbly gestured, and Dobby stepped forward bearing a small wooden box. The goblins have successfully retrieved an item from the Lestrange vault, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Harry stared at the box with apprehension. What is it? Hufflepuff's cup, Nimbly said. A founder's artifact, corrupted by the darkest magic. Why bring it to me? Shouldn't it be destroyed immediately? That is precisely why it's here, Nimbly explained. Our research suggests you may have a unique ability to destroy such objects, given your connection to Voldemort and your previous success with the diary. Harry's hand unconsciously rose to his scar. You think I can destroy it because of this? We believe it's possible, Nimbly said carefully. The connection goes both ways, after all. What do I need to do? Harry asked, eyeing the box warily. First, we must examine the object safely. Nimbly gestured, and the box opened of its own accord, revealing a small golden cup with two finely wrought handles. Even from a distance, Harry could sense the malevolence emanating from it, a dark, pulsing hatred that seemed to reach toward him. I can feel it, he murmured. Like it knows me. It likely does, Nimbly confirmed. Part of Voldemort's soul would recognize its greatest enemy. Harry approached cautiously, wand drawn. How do I destroy it? Last time, with the diary, I used a basilisk fang. Which is precisely what we have procured, Nimbly said, gesturing to Dobby again. The house elf produced a cloth-wrapped object and carefully unwrapped it to reveal a long, curved fang, its tip still glistening with venom. From the Chamber of Secrets? Harry asked, surprised. House elves can go anywhere in Hogwarts, Dobby reminded him proudly. Even the Chamber of Secrets, once Harry Potter showed where the entrance was. Harry took the fang gingerly, remembering all too vividly the searing pain when one just like it had pierced his arm in second year. So I just stab it? Essentially, yes, Nimbly confirmed. Though be prepared for resistance. These objects often fight destruction. Taking a deep breath, Harry approached the cup. The malevolence intensified, the air around the Horcrux seeming to darken and swirl. Before he could lose his nerve, Harry raised the fong and brought it down hard on the golden cup. The moment the fong connected, a terrible scream filled the chamber. The cup shuddered violently, black ichor pouring from the puncture like blood. A spectral shape began to form above it, a handsome young man with cold eyes that Harry recognized from the Chamber of Secrets, Tom Riddle, or a version of him. "Harry Potter," the apparition hissed. "Always interfering. Always surviving when you should die. Do you think these creatures care for you? Do you think anyone truly does?" The spectral Riddle's form shifted, becoming Dumbledore. "You were never more than a weapon to be aimed, my boy. A pig raised for slaughter. Your purpose is to die at the right moment, nothing more." Harry's grip on the fong tightened. "You're not real. You're just the Horcrux trying to stop me." The apparition shifted again, becoming Hermione. "We pretended to be your friends because Dumbledore asked us to. Who would willingly befriend someone so damaged, so unwanted? Then Ron. Always in the spotlight. Always the hero. Did you think I actually liked living in your shadow? Then Sirius. James would be so disappointed in what you've become. Hiding with house elves instead of fighting like a true Potter." Each shift cut deeper than the last, playing on Harry's deepest insecurities. But something Firenze had taught him came back, the ability to see patterns in chaos, to recognize manipulation. "Enough," Harry said firmly, raising the fong again. "You're not them. You're just a fragment of a broken soul, trying to save itself." He plunged the fong into the cup again, twisting it this time. The apparition's scream became deafening, its form dissolving into black mist that swirled violently before imploding with a final, terrible shriek. Then silence. The cup lay crumpled and dull on the table, a smoking hole punched through its center. No trace remained of the malevolence that had surrounded it moments before. Harry staggered back, suddenly exhausted. Dobby rushed to his side, supporting him. "Well done, Harry Potter," Nimble said quietly. "Another piece of Voldemort's soul destroyed. How many more are there?" Harry asked, his voice hoarse. "According to our intelligence, at least 3 remain, perhaps 4. Nagini, his snake. An unknown object connected to Ravenclaw. And likely something of Slytherin's. And the 4th? Nimble hesitated. "There are theories. Nothing confirmed. Rest now. Tomorrow will test us all." As Harry allowed Dobby to lead him back to his quarters, the gravity of what lay ahead settled over him. Tomorrow, he would stand publicly against both the Ministry and Dumbledore. Tomorrow, the Being Alliance would formally challenge centuries of wizard domination. Tomorrow, everything would change, for better or worse. Minerva McGonagal paced the headmaster's office, her office temporarily, with Dumbledore called to an emergency Wizengamot session. The reports coming in from across Britain were deeply troubling. Ministry forces rounding up house elves. Aurors establishing checkpoints around goblin communities. Aggressive inspections of centaur territories. A state of magical emergency, not seen since Grindelwald's reign of terror. All to suppress beings who, by every account she'd received, had been planning a peaceful petition for restored rights. "This will end in bloodshed," she murmured to herself. "Umbridge has no idea what she's provoking." A soft pop announced the arrival of a house elf, not one wearing Hogwarts livery, but formal elvish attire she'd never seen before. Professor McGonagal, the elf greeted her with a respectful bow. "I bring a message from Elder Elf Nimble and Harry Potter." Minerva's heart leapt at the mention of Harry. "Is he well? Safe?" "Harry Potter is very well," the elf assured her. "He has been learning many things wizard schools do not teach." "Thank Merlin for that," she sighed in relief. "What is the message?" "Tomorrow at noon, representatives of the Alliance of Magical Beings will appear before the Wisengamot to present formal demands for restoration of treaty rights, the elf explained. Harry Potter will accompany the delegation to demonstrate wizard support for our cause. Minerva's blood ran cold. Tomorrow. But the Ministry raids are happening tonight. Umbridge has declared a state of emergency specifically to prevent such an appearance. We are aware, the elf said grimly. Our plans have accelerated accordingly. Harry Potter asked specifically that you be informed, as he considers you one of the few wizards he still trusts. It's too dangerous, Minerva protested. The Ministry will attempt to take Harry into custody immediately. Dumbledore will try to reassert control. In the current climate, violence is almost guaranteed. Which is why we need trustworthy wizards present, the elf countered. Witnesses who can report honestly on what transpires. Harry Potter suggested you might be willing to attend in that capacity. Minerva sank into the headmaster's chair, mind racing. What the elf proposed was essentially asking her to publicly break with both Dumbledore and the Ministry, to stand with magical beings against wizard authority. Her career, her reputation, possibly her freedom would be at risk. And yet. The headmistress will attend, she said finally, making her decision. Tell Harry I'll be there. Tell him. Her voice caught slightly. Tell him I'm proud of him. The elf bowed deeply. He will be glad to hear it. One more thing, if there are other professors you trust who might stand with us, their presence would strengthen our position considerably. Minerva considered this. Filius Flitwick has goblin ancestry and has been outspoken about being rights. Pomona Sprout is distantly related to wood nymphs and has always advocated for magical creature protection. Hagrid, of course, though his half-giant status makes his position complicated. And Severus Snape, the elf inquired. Minerva raised an eyebrow in surprise. Severus? He's been vocally disgusted by how Potter was treated, true, but I wouldn't consider him a being rights advocate by any stretch. Yet he has provided valuable potions to werewolves in our alliance, the elf noted. Including wolfsbane at reduced cost since Lupin lost his teaching position. Has he now? Minerva was genuinely startled. That doesn't sound like Severus at all. People are often more complex than they appear, the elf observed. Consider approaching him. The worst he can do is refuse. After the elf departed, Minerva sat for a long time, contemplating the choice before her. Tomorrow would define the future of magical Britain, perhaps the magical world entirely. The question was no longer whether she would take a side, but which side history would judge correctly. In her heart, she already knew the answer. At precisely midnight, Aurors under Umbridge's command began their coordinated raids across magical Britain. Teams operate directly into wizard homes, demanding access to house elves for registration and monitoring charms. Squads surrounded goblin neighborhoods outside Gringotts. Specialists in magical creatures entered centaur territories with inspection warrants. They expected compliance, intimidated submission, perhaps token resistance quickly overcome. What they found instead was emptiness. House after house, Aurors discovered no elves present, even in homes where elves had served for generations. The goblin residential areas stood abandoned, personal possessions clearly removed in an organized evacuation. Centaur territories yielded no centaurs, only silent trees and disturbed earth showing recent rapid departure. At the Ministry, Umbridge received increasingly desperate reports. Nothing at the Greengrass estate, ma'am. There 3 elves gone without a trace. Goblin Quarter in Edinburgh completely deserted. Looks like they left hours ago, maybe longer. No centaurs in the New Forest territory. Scout brooms report no heat signatures anywhere in the region. By dawn, the pattern was undeniable. Somehow, the magical beings had known about the raids in advance and implemented a coordinated disappearance on a scale never before seen in magical history. Where could they have gone? Demanded Cornelius Fudge, his face flushed with anger and embarrassment. Thousands of magical beings don't just vanish overnight. They must have safe houses, Umbridge insisted. Secret locations prepared in advance. This only proves the conspiracy we've been tracking. Or it proves they had legitimate reason to fear wizard persecution, suggested Amelia Bones, head of magical law enforcement, who had been skeptical of Umbridge's approach from the beginning. Declaring a state of emergency against beings who had, until now, shown no actual aggression seems to have created the very crisis it was meant to prevent. Nonsense. Umbridge snapped. These creatures were planning rebellion. The evidence is clear. What evidence, precisely? Bones challenged. Rumors of a petition. House elves acting distracted. Nothing you've presented justifies the extreme measures implemented last night. I don't need to justify myself to you, Amelia, Umbridge said dangerously. The minister has given me full authority in this matter. An authority you appear to be misusing spectacularly, Bones retorted. We now face a situation where virtually every magical being in Britain has gone into hiding, beings who cook our food, manage our gold, and maintain our magical ecosystems. The economic and social implications are staggering. Before Umbridge could respond, Percy Weasley hurried into the office, looking pale. Madam Umbridge, Minister, you need to see this immediately. He thrust a parchment into Fudge's hands. The minister read it, his complexion shifting from red to white. What is it? Umbridge demanded. A formal notification, Fudge said weakly. The Alliance of Magical Beings intends to present demands to the full Wizengamot at noon today. They cite violations of the original magical treaties and request restoration of rights dating back to the founding of the ministry itself. Perfect. Umbridge declared. They're coming to us. We can arrest their leaders, force them to reveal where the others are hiding. It's not that simple, Fudge moaned. They've invoked ancient petition rights under the original Wizengamot Charter. If we deny them a hearing, we violate our own founding documents. If we attempt to detain them during a formally requested petition, we violate magical law that predates the ministry itself. So what? Umbridge scoffed. These are extraordinary times. Extraordinary measures are justified. Amelia Bones shook her head grimly. The ancient petition rights are bound by old magic, Dolores. Violating them has consequences beyond legal technicalities. The last time a minister disregarded them was 1612, during the First Goblin Rebellion. The magical backlash stripped him of his office and his magic. Superstitious nonsense, Umbridge dismissed. Perhaps, Bones allowed. But are you willing to risk it? Are you, Minister Fudge? Fudge tugged nervously at his collar. We will hear their petition as required by the Charter. But we are under no obligation to grant their demands, whatever they may be. A reasonable compromise, Bones agreed, ignoring Umbridge's spluttering protests. I'll prepare security accordingly, enough to maintain order but not so much as to appear threatening. As Bones left to make arrangements, Umbridge turned furiously to Fudge. Minister, you cannot seriously be considering legitimizing these creatures' demands. It undermines everything wizard society stands for. I'm not legitimizing anything, Fudge insisted nervously. We'll hear them out, reject whatever outrageous demands they make, and then continue our efforts to bring them under proper control. But we'll do it legally, through proper channels. Umbridge's face twisted with frustration. Her carefully planned suppression was unraveling before it truly began. But perhaps this petition offered an opportunity of its own, a chance to identify the being's leaders, to understand their organization, to plan more effectively for the next phase. Very well, Minister, she said with false graciousness. We'll play this game their way, for now. What neither Fudge nor Umbridge yet knew was that the petitioning delegation would include Harry Potter himself, a complication that would throw all their careful calculations into chaos. As dawn broke over Hogwarts, Harry stood in his quarters in the underhalls, examining his reflection in a conjured mirror. The Alliance had provided formal attire for the occasion, not wizard robes, but something older, more dignified. A high-collared tunic of deep green with silver and gold embroidery depicting symbols of various magical beings. Black trousers and boots of goblin-tanned leather. A cloak that seemed to shimmer with embedded magic, clasped with a brooch bearing the alliance symbol, a circle containing representations of all magical beings, equal in size and prominence. Harry Potter looks most proper, Dobby approved, straightening the cloak. A wizard who respects beings, not commands them. Harry wasn't entirely convinced. I feel like I'm playing dress-up for a very dangerous game, Dobby. Not a game, Dobby corrected seriously. History. Harry Potter helps make history today. A knock at the door announced Nimbly's arrival. The ancient elf, too, was formally dressed in attire Harry had never seen house elves wear, robes of deep blue with silver stars, reminiscent of what he imagined ancient wizards might have worn before modern fashion evolved. "It is time, Harry Potter," Nimbly said without preamble. "The delegation assembles in the Great Haven." Harry took a deep breath, checking that his wand was secure in its holster on his forearm. "I'm ready." They traveled the elf paths to the vast cavern Harry had visited for the great gathering. Now it contained a much smaller group, representatives selected from each being species to form the petitioning delegation. Harry recognized Ragnarok from the goblins, Firenze from the centaurs, and to his surprise, Remus Lupin standing with two other werewolves. "A strategic choice," Nimbly explained, noticing Harry's glance toward Lupin. "Werewolves appear human most of the time, making them bridges between worlds, much like yourself." As Harry approached, Lupin embraced him briefly. "Ready for this?" "Not really," Harry admitted. "But necessary, right?" "Very," Lupin confirmed. "The Ministry raids last night were brutal where they found any beings to detain. Fortunately, most had already evacuated to the havens, but those caught." He shook his head grimly. "It only strengthens our case that change is needed." Firenze approached next, inclining his head respectfully. "The stars were right, Harry Potter. This day has been written in the heavens for centuries." "No pressure there," Harry murmured. Firenze's blue eyes glinted with something that might have been amusement. "The stars show pathways, not fixed destinations. How we walk those paths remains our choice." Ragnarok was the last to greet him, extending a long-fingered hand. "Mr. Potter. Your presence adds significant weight to our petition. Wizard-born, standing with beings against wizard oppression, a powerful symbol." "I'm not here as a symbol," Harry clarified, shaking the goblin's hand. "I'm here because it's right. The most powerful symbols are those who do not seek to be symbolic," Ragnarok observed shrewdly. Before Harry could respond, Nimbly called the delegation to order. "The time approaches. Everyone understands their role. The procedure we will follow?" Nods all around. "Remember," Nimbly continued, "we enter under ancient petition rights. By oldest magic, they cannot prevent our testimony nor detain us during the formal petition process. But once the petition concludes, that protection ends. Be prepared for immediate departure." "What if they try to take Harry?" Lupin asked, voicing the concern Harry himself had been considering. "They will certainly try," Nimbly acknowledged. "Which is why he will be surrounded by Alliance members at all times and wearing multiple protective enchantments. The moment the petition concludes, House Elves will transport our entire delegation back to the Havens, no matter what magic the wizards attempt to employ." It wasn't entirely reassuring, but it was the best plan they had. Harry took his position in the delegation, symbolically in the center, representing the bridge between beings and wizards. "To the Ministry of Magic," Nimbly declared. "For justice long denied." The Wisengamot chamber was filled to capacity. Word had spread about the unprecedented petition from magical beings, drawing every member despite the short notice. Purple-robed witches and wizards filled the tiered seats, murmuring anxiously among themselves. Albus Dumbledore, as chief warlock, sat in the central position, though his usual serene confidence seemed somewhat diminished. Beside him, Minister Fudge fidgeted nervously, while Dolores Umbridge sat rigidly, her toad-like face set in lines of barely suppressed fury. In the visitors' gallery, Minerva McGonagal sat with Phileas Flitwick, Pomona Sprout, and, somewhat surprisingly, Severus Snape. All four Hogwarts professors had arrived together, their presence causing considerable comment among the assembled Wizengamot. "This is most irregular," Augusta Longbottom was saying to Tiberius Ogden. "Beings petitioning the Wizengamot directly? It hasn't happened since the Mermish Water Rights Act of 1823, Dumbledore supplied, his voice carrying in the suddenly hushed chamber. "Though that petition came through wizard intermediaries. What we face today appears to be something unprecedented in modern times. Why are we even allowing this?" demanded Dolores Umbridge. "These creatures have systematically evaded ministry registration, violated regulations, and now demand to dictate terms to us. They have invoked ancient petition rights, Madam Umbridge," Dumbledore explained patiently. "Rights embedded in the very foundation of the Wizengamot itself. To deny them hearing would violate magic older than our government." "Superstitious nonsense," Umbridge muttered, though not quite loudly enough for Dumbledore to acknowledge officially. At precisely noon, the great doors of the Wizengamot chamber swung open of their own accord. A hush fell over the assembled witches and wizards as the delegation entered. First came the house elves, led by Nimble in his formal attire. Then goblins, headed by Ragnarok in full ceremonial armor. Centaurs followed, Firenze among them, their hooves silent on the stone floor through some magic. Werewolves, mere-people sustained by water-bubble charms, representatives of Vila, giants, stooping to fit through the doorway, and other beings Harry had never even seen before. And in their midst, walking with quiet dignity, was Harry Potter himself. The chamber erupted in shocked whispers. Dumbledore half rose from his seat, blue eyes widening in surprise. Fudge nearly fell from his chair. Umbridge's face contorted with rage. In the gallery, Minerva pressed a hand to her heart, pride and concern warring in her expression. Beside her, Snape's face remained impassive, though his dark eyes never left Harry's face. The delegation proceeded to the center of the chamber, arranging themselves in a semicircle before the Wizengamot bench. Harry stood slightly forward of the others, his green eyes meeting Dumbledore's blue ones without flinching. For a moment, absolute silence reigned. Then Dumbledore spoke, his voice carefully controlled. "The Wizengamot recognizes the delegation of magical beings, here under ancient petition rights. Who speaks for your alliance?" Nimble stepped forward. "I, Nimble, Elder Elf of Britain, speak first for the alliance of magical beings. Others will speak for their kind in turn." "And Mr. Potter?" Dumbledore inquired, a hint of his usual twinkle returning. "In what capacity does he join you today?" Before Nimble could answer, Harry stepped forward. "I speak for myself, Chief Warlock. As a wizard who has witnessed firsthand the injustice of our current system, both toward magical beings and toward those wizards who don't conform to certain expectations." A muscle twitched in Dumbledore's cheek, but he nodded. "Very well. The Wizengamot will hear your petition." Nimble produced an ancient-looking scroll. "We, the Alliance of Magical Beings, hereby petition the Wizengamot of Magical Britain for restoration of rights, territories, and autonomies guaranteed by the original Covenant of Magical Beings, established in the year 421 of the Common Era and subsequently violated through centuries of wizard encroachment." He proceeded to outline, in clear, precise language, the specific treaty violations, house elf enslavement that corrupted a voluntary service bond, goblin wand rights revoked despite explicit guarantees, centaur territory systematically reduced despite perpetual land grants, werewolf rights stripped away through increasingly punitive legislation. As he spoke, the air in the chamber seemed to thicken with magic, old magic, responding to the truths being spoken aloud for the first time in generations. When Nimble finished, Ragnarok stepped forward to present the legal and financial implications. Then Firenze, speaking of broken land promises. Then a merperson, a Vila, a giant, each detailing specific grievances rooted in historical agreements long ignored. Finally, it was Harry's turn. He stepped forward, acutely aware of hundreds of eyes fixed upon him, some curious, some hostile, some calculating. "My name is Harry Potter," he began, his voice steady despite his pounding heart. "Until recently, I believed what most wizard-raised children are taught, that house elves are happy as servants, that goblins are naturally untrustworthy, that centaurs choose isolation, that werewolves are dangerous monsters. I believed what Hogwarts history lessons and wizard society told me about the natural order of our world." He paused, letting his gaze sweep across the chamber. "Then I discovered that the wizard I trusted most, Albus Dumbledore, had knowingly left me in an abusive muggle home for years, monitoring my mistreatment without intervention, all while claiming it was for my protection." Gasps and murmurs erupted. Dumbledore's face remained impressively impassive, though something flickered in his eyes. "House elves discovered this truth," Harry continued when the noise subsided. "They found records in Hogwarts showing that Dumbledore received regular reports about my living conditions, reports documenting starvation, confinement, neglect. Reports he acknowledged and filed away while taking no action." Minerva McGonagal's voice rang out from the gallery. "These claims have been verified by myself and other Hogwarts staff. The documentation exists and has been authenticated. This is outrageous." Umbridge interjected. "Potter is clearly confounded or under magical coercion. These creatures have kidnapped and brainwashed the boy." Harry turned to face her directly. "I have not been kidnapped, Madam Umbridge. I left my abusive relatives voluntarily after learning that my placement there violated my parents' explicit will, another fact Dumbledore concealed." He turned back to address the full Wizengamot. "My personal experience opened my eyes to a larger truth. If wizards could treat their celebrated boy who lived this way, while pretending to care for my welfare, how much worse must they treat beings they openly consider inferior?" The chamber had gone deathly quiet, every face turned toward him. "The Alliance of Magical Beings doesn't seek to overthrow wizard authority or upend magical society," Harry continued. "They seek restoration of rights already promised. Recognition of treaties already signed. Respect for autonomy already guaranteed. They ask not for revolution, but for wizards to keep their word." He took a breath, nearing the conclusion of his prepared remarks. "I stand with the Alliance not against wizard kind, but for a better future for all magical beings, including wizards. Because a society built on broken promises and convenient lies will eventually collapse under the weight of its own hypocrisy. We can do better. We must do better. History is watching us today." As Harry stepped back, the magic in the chamber seemed to pulse in response to his words. For several long moments, no one spoke, the impact of the petition hanging in the air like a physical presence. Finally, Dumbledore cleared his throat. "The Wizengamot thanks the Alliance of Magical Beings for their petition. As procedurally required, we will, enough of this farce." Umbridge interrupted, surging to her feet. "These creatures have orchestrated a campaign of subversion against the Ministry. They've hidden themselves from lawful registration. They've corrupted Harry Potter with their lies. I move that we reject this so-called petition immediately and detain these creatures for questioning." "Madam Umbridge," Dumbledore said sharply, "you forget yourself. The ancient petition rights guarantee safe passage until, I said enough." Umbridge shrieked, drawing her wand. "Horrors! Arrest them all. Especially Potter." The delegation tensed as Aurors stationed around the chamber hesitated, looking uncertainly between Umbridge and Dumbledore. "Stand down, Aurors," commanded Amelia Bones, rising from her seat. "Madam Umbridge does not have the authority to override ancient petition rights. I have emergency powers granted by the minister himself." Umbridge insisted, her voice rising hysterically. "These creatures are in rebellion. They must be contained." In the confusion, Harry noticed Dumbledore's hand sliding toward his wand, his eyes fixed not on Umbridge but on Harry himself. The old wizard was preparing to act, not against Umbridge's violation of protocol, but to regain control of Harry. "Now," Harry whispered to Nimbly. The ancient elf nodded almost imperceptibly. What happened next would be described in wildly different ways by various witnesses. Some would claim the beings simply vanished. Others would insist they employed illegal portkeys. Still others would describe a flash of light that temporarily blinded everyone in the chamber. The truth was simultaneously simpler and more complex. The house elves in the delegation employed their unique magic to transport the entire group instantaneously back to the Great Haven, bypassing all ministry wards and protections as if they didn't exist. One moment the delegation stood before the Wizengamot, the next, they were gone, leaving behind a chamber in uproar. Back in the Great Haven, Harry staggered slightly from the disorienting transportation. Did it work? Did we get through to anyone? Nimbly's ancient face was grave but satisfied. We presented our case fully, as the ancient rites allowed. Whether it changes hearts and minds remains to be seen. And what happens now? Harry asked, looking around at the delegation, some of whom appeared shaken by the confrontation, others grimly determined. Now, Ragnarok said, stepping forward, we implement the next phase. Since reasonable petition has been met with attempted detention, we escalate our response. The coordinated withdrawal begins at dawn, Nimbly confirmed. House elves ceasing all service to wizard institutions. Goblins restricting banking access to emergency services only. Centaurs closing forest pathways. Merepeople blocking lake and river transportation. Harry's stomach tightened. This could get ugly fast. It's already ugly, Harry, Lupin said gently. The ministry raids last night crossed a line. Peaceful petition was our attempt at de-escalation. Umbridge's response demonstrated that reasonable dialogue is impossible under current circumstances. He's right, Forenza added. The stars showed two paths from today's confrontation, one leading to gradual reconciliation, one to necessary conflict before healing. Umbridge's actions have set us firmly on the latter path. Harry couldn't argue with their logic, but the rapid escalation worried him. What had begun as his personal escape from the Dursleys had cascaded into a full-scale confrontation between magical beings and wizard kind. And somewhere in the background, Voldemort watched and waited, likely delighted by the chaos. What's my role now? Harry asked, pushing aside his concerns to focus on immediate necessities. You return to the safety of Hogwarts underhalls, Nimbly instructed. Your public appearance today served its purpose, showing wizard support for our cause. Now you must be protected while events unfold. Harry shook his head firmly. I didn't stand with you just for symbolic reasons. If there's going to be confrontation, I want to help in practical ways. Nimbly and Ragnarok exchanged glances. There is one matter where your assistance would be valuable, Ragnarok said carefully. The remaining Horcruxes. Our intelligence suggests one is hidden within Hogwarts itself, Ravenclaw's diadem, corrupted by the Dark Lord's soul fragment. If you could locate and destroy it, Nimbly added, you would weaken Voldemort significantly while the conflict with the Ministry plays out. Preventing his exploitation of the situation is crucial. Harry nodded, somewhat relieved to have a concrete, familiar task. Fighting Voldemort was straightforward compared to navigating the complex politics of being wizard relations. I'll find it, he promised. But I'll need help. You shall have it, Nimbly assured him. The house elves of Hogwarts know every corner of the castle. And you may wish to contact Miss Granger, her research abilities would be valuable in identifying the diadem's likely location. As the delegation dispersed to prepare for the next phase of their campaign, Harry found himself standing with Lupin, both watching the organized activity with similar expressions of concern. We've crossed the Rubicon, Lupin observed quietly. There's no going back now. No, Harry agreed. But we can still influence where we go from here. Lupin smiled slightly, resting a hand on Harry's shoulder. James would be proud of you today. Lily too. Standing up for what's right, even when it's difficult, that's their legacy in you, not just your eyes or your talent on a broom. The simple words meant more to Harry than Lupin could know. Amid all the chaos and uncertainty, the thought that his parents would approve of his choices provided an anchor of comfort. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, a different kind of battle than Harry had faced before. Not life and death against a single dark wizard, but a struggle for justice against an entire system built on centuries of inequality. And somewhere in Hogwarts, a corrupted diadem waited to be found, another piece of Voldemort to destroy before he could regain full strength. The storm was gathering strength. Harry could only hope they'd all weather it intact. Chapter 3, New Magic Rising. The dawn brought silence to Wizarding Britain. Harry stood at one of the enchanted windows in his Underhall's quarters, watching the sunrise over Hogwarts grounds. Normally by this hour, smoke would be rising from the kitchen chimneys as house elves prepared breakfast. The greenhouses would show signs of movement as magical plants were tended. The lake surface would ripple with mere people beginning their day. Today, nothing moved. No smoke. No activity. Even the giant squid, usually visible in the morning hours, remained hidden in the lake's depths. The coordinated withdrawal had begun. "It's eerie," Harry said to Dobby, who stood beside him. "Like the castle is holding its breath." "Wizard Britain is discovering what happens when beings stop serving," Dobby replied, his usual bouncy demeanor replaced with solemn determination. "No breakfast in Great Hall. No clean corridors. No tended gardens. And it's not just Hogwarts," Harry noted, thinking of the reports they'd received through the Alliance network. The Ministry cafeteria empty. Gringotts closed except for emergency services. Magical transportation disrupted. A soft pop announced Nimbly's arrival. The initial reports exceed expectations, the ancient elf reported without preamble. Wizard society is experiencing significant disruption. The Daily Prophet couldn't publish this morning because the printing elves didn't report for duty. St. Mungo's is operating on emergency staff only. Even the Wisengamot chambers couldn't be prepared for today's emergency session. "Has there been a response yet?" Harry asked. "Multiple and contradictory," Nimbly said with grim satisfaction. Minister Fudge issued a plea for restoration of normal services while promising to consider being concerns. Umbridge demanded immediate deployment of Aurors to round up the instigators. Dumbledore called for dialogue. Meanwhile, ordinary wizards are suddenly realizing how dependent their lives are on beings they've taken for granted. And the Alliance? Is everyone safe? "All beings have withdrawn to protected havens," Nimbly confirmed. "None remain in vulnerable positions. Even bound house elves have found ways to minimize their service while technically obeying their magical constraints." Harry nodded, relieved. "What happens next?" "We wait," Nimbly said simply. "Let the pressure build. Let wizards experience life without our support. Then, when they are ready to truly listen, we present our terms again, not as petition but as requirement for service resumption." It was a solid strategy, Harry had to admit. Non-violent but highly effective. In the meantime, Nimbly continued, "Miss Granger has arrived with information regarding Ravenclaw's diadem. She awaits you in the Underhall's library." Harry brightened immediately. "Hermione's here. Brilliant." He hurried through the winding passages of the Underhalls, Dobby trotting alongside him. The Underhall's library was a marvel Harry still hadn't fully explored, vast chambers filled with books and scrolls dating back millennia, most written in languages no modern wizard could read. Hermione sat at a large table surrounded by open books, her bushy hair even more chaotic than usual, quill flying across parchment as she made notes. She looked up as Harry entered, her face lighting with a smile. "Harry," she exclaimed, jumping up to hug him tightly. "I saw the Daily Prophet coverage of the Wisengamot petition before everything shut down. You were amazing." "Thanks," Harry said, returning her hug. "Though I mostly just told the truth. The hard part was getting out of there when Umbridge lost it." "That woman is a menace," Hermione declared, returning to her research. "Did you know she's authored 47 anti-being legislative proposals in the last 5 years alone?" "I've been researching her background. She was instrumental in restricting werewolf employment rights and pushing mere people from being to beast classification. Not surprising, Harry said, taking a seat across from her. Nimbly said you have information about the diadem? Hermione nodded eagerly, pushing a book toward him. I've been cross-referencing Hogwarts, a history with accounts of Helena Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady Ghost. The diadem was supposedly lost for centuries, but I think it might actually be hidden in the castle. The Room of Requirement, Harry suggested suddenly. Hermione blinked. How did you know I was going to say that? Just fits, Harry shrugged. If I were hiding something important at Hogwarts, that's where I'd put it. A room most people don't know exists, that changes based on need. Exactly my thinking, Hermione agreed, impressed. Specifically, I believe it's in what the elves call the Room of Hidden Things, a particular configuration where generations of Hogwarts inhabitants have concealed objects. Do you think Voldemort knew about the room? Harry asked. I'm certain of it, Hermione said, pointing to another book. I found references to a Tom Riddle discovering a vanishing room during his prefect duties in the 1940s. He was fascinated by Hogwarts secrets and likely explored the room thoroughly. Harry nodded thoughtfully. If the diadem is there, we need to find and destroy it quickly. With everything else happening, Voldemort might see this as the perfect time to make a move. I've already got a plan, Hermione said, pulling out a hand-drawn map. The house elves have helped me narrow down the most likely locations within the Room of Hidden Things. They can't sense the Horcrux directly, it's too deeply dark for their magic, but they can identify areas with unusual magical resistance. Harry studied the map, impressed by her thoroughness. We should go right away. The castle's practically empty with students gone for summer and most professors at the ministry dealing with the crisis. There's something else you should know, Hermione said, her expression growing serious. Ron contacted me. He's angry, Harry. His father's job at the ministry is in jeopardy because of the being withdrawal. The Weasleys are being questioned about their connection to you. He thinks you've betrayed the wizarding world. Harry felt a pang of regret but not surprise. I figured that might happen. The Weasleys have always been loyal to Dumbledore. Not all of them, Hermione corrected. Fred and George sent a message supporting you. They said, and I quote, anyone who sticks it to both the ministry and Dumbledore simultaneously deserves our professional respect. That brought a smile to Harry's face. Good old Fred and George. What about you, Hermione? This can't be easy on your parents either. She shook her head. My parents don't fully understand what's happening in the wizarding world, but they've always taught me to stand against injustice. When I explained about house elf enslavement and the broken treaties, they were horrified. They support me supporting you. Her loyalty meant more than Harry could express. Thanks, Hermione. For everything. Don't get sentimental on me, Potter, she teased, gathering her notes. We've got a Horcrux to destroy. I've already secured a basilisk fong from the Chamber of Secrets, the house elves helped with that too. Amazing how much they can do when they're not forced to act subservient. Together, they made their way through the underhalls to a passage that emerged near the 7th-floor corridor where the Room of Requirement was located. Harry checked the Marauder's map before they exited the hidden passageway. Filch is in the dungeons, he reported. McGonagal's in her office. No one else moving in the castle. They hurried to the blank wall opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Harry paced back and forth 3 times, concentrating hard. I need the place where hidden things are kept, he repeated mentally. A door materialized, and they slipped inside. The Room of Hidden Things was exactly as Hermione had described it, a cathedral-sized space filled with generations of discarded, forbidden, or concealed objects. Towering piles of broken furniture, banned books, confiscated weapons, and forgotten treasures stretched in every direction. Merlin's beard, Harry breathed. It's like a city of junk. How will we ever find the diadem in all this? Hermione pulled out her map. The elves narrowed it down to 3 potential areas. One near that stack of old broomsticks, another by the stuffed troll, and the third, most likely, they thought, near a vanishing cabinet with a broken door. "Let's split up," Harry suggested. "You take the broomsticks, I'll check the troll, then we'll both tackle the vanishing cabinet area." They separated, moving cautiously through the towering stacks. Harry kept his wand drawn, alert for any magical traps. Voldemort wouldn't have left a piece of his soul unprotected. The stuffed troll loomed grotesquely over a collection of confiscated joke items and what looked like banned potions equipment. Harry searched methodically, feeling for the same dark presence he'd sensed from the diary and the cup. Nothing. "Harry!" Hermione called. "Nothing by the broomsticks. Let's check the cabinet." They converged on the vanishing cabinet, a tall, black piece of furniture with an ominous presence. Around it lay scattered jewelry, tarnished tiaras, and other valuables students had hidden over centuries. It would be just like Voldemort to hide the real diadem among fake ones, Hermione observed. "Look for one with sapphires," the historical descriptions mention a prominent blue stone. They sorted through the pile carefully. Harry's fingers tingled as they passed over certain objects, dark magic residue from items long abandoned. But nothing with the distinctive malevolence of a Horcrux. Maybe the elves were wrong, Harry sighed after 20 minutes of searching. Maybe it's not, his voice cut off as he felt it, a pulse of hatred so intense it made his scar throb. Following the sensation, he pushed aside a teetering stack of books and spotted it, a tarnished tiara with a gleaming blue sapphire, perched atop a discolored bust. "There," he whispered. Hermione saw it too. "That's it. Ravenclaw's diadem." She reached for it, but Harry caught her wrist. "Don't touch it directly. Remember the diary? These things can fight back." Hermione nodded, producing a cloth bag from her pocket. Carefully, using the fabric as a barrier, she lifted the diadem and placed it in the bag. "Got it," she said triumphantly. "Now we need a safe place to destroy it." A crash behind them shattered the moment. They whirled to find Draco Malfoy standing at the entrance to their aisle, his pale face contorted with a mixture of shock and vindication. "Potter," he spat. "I knew someone was in the castle. Wait until I tell Umbridge where you've been hiding all this time." Before either could respond, Malfoy turned and bolted toward the exit. "Stop him!" Hermione cried. Harry reacted instinctively, not with magic but with the movement techniques Gornick had taught him. 3 quick strides, a leap over a fallen chair, and he tackled Malfoy just before the Slytherin reached the door. They tumbled to the floor in a tangle of limbs, Malfoy's wand skittering away across the stone. "Get off me, Potter!" Malfoy snarled, struggling beneath him. "Not until you listen," Harry countered, pinning Malfoy's arms. "This is bigger than our stupid school rivalry, Malfoy. The entire wizarding world is changing. Because you've turned magical creatures against us." Malfoy shot back. "My father says you've destroyed centuries of proper order." "Your father?" Harry laughed humorlessly. "The same man who slipped Voldemort's diary to Ginny Weasley? Who abused Dobby for years? Yeah, he's a great moral authority." Malfoy's face flushed with anger. "The Dark Lord will stop this creature rebellion. He'll put everything back the way it should be." A chill ran down Harry's spine. "You know he's back, then? Your father told you?" Something flickered in Malfoy's eyes, fear, perhaps, or uncertainty. "Everyone knows. The Ministry's just been too busy with your elf friends to deal with it properly." Hermione approached cautiously, the bag diadem clutched to her chest. "Malfoy, think for a moment. If Voldemort regains power, do you really believe things will be better? He doesn't care about purebloods except as servants. He's a half-blood himself, using your family's bigotry to manipulate you." "Shut up, mudblood." Malfoy spat, then yelped as Harry pressed him harder against the floor. Use that word again and I'll break your nose, Harry said quietly. Now listen carefully. We're trying to destroy a piece of Voldemort's soul hidden in this castle. If we succeed, he's weaker. If you stop us, you're helping him get stronger. Make your choice. Malfoy stared at him, grey eyes calculating. A piece of his soul. What are you talking about? Horcruxes, Hermione explained tersely. Objects containing soul fragments. That's how he survived when the killing curse rebounded. That's how he came back. You expect me to believe? I don't care what you believe, Harry interrupted, standing up but keeping his wand trained on Malfoy. I care what you do next. Tell Umbridge where I am, and you're actively helping Voldemort. Is that really the side you want to be on, Draco? The use of his first name seemed to startle Malfoy. He stood slowly, brushing dust from his robes. My father isn't here, Harry cut him off. This is your decision. Right now. Something shifted in Malfoy's expression, not quite surrender, but a calculating reassessment. If I let you destroy this thing, what happens to my family when the Dark Lord finds out? It was a fair question, and Harry respected the self-preservation instinct behind it. The fewer Horcruxes he has, the more vulnerable he is. Help us now, and when the final confrontation comes, remember which side treated you like a person with choices rather than a servant to be marked and commanded. Malfoy's hand went unconsciously to his left forearm, and Harry's suspicions deepened. Has he marked you already? He asked quietly. Malfoy shook his head, but his relief was palpable. Not yet. My father says, after my 16th birthday. Then you still have time to choose differently, Hermione said, her voice gentler than before. Not between us and your family, but between freedom and servitude. Malfoy retrieved his wand but didn't point it at them. If I walk away right now, forget I saw you. That would be a start, Harry agreed. Though if you really wanted to stick it to both Voldemort and your father, you could help us destroy this thing. A flicker of interest crossed Malfoy's face despite himself. How do you destroy it? Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. Bringing Malfoy deeper into their confidence was risky, but potentially valuable. If they could turn Draco Malfoy against Voldemort, even partially, it would be a significant victory. Basilisk venom, Hermione said, pulling the wrapped fong from her bag. We're going to stab it. Malfoy's eyebrows shot up. Where did you get a basilisk fong? Chamber of Secrets, Harry replied casually. I killed the basilisk there in second year. The one your father's diary set loose on the school. The reminder of his father's culpability made Malfoy flinch. I didn't know about the diary. There's a lot you don't know, Harry said. About your father. About Voldemort. About what's really happening with magical beings. Maybe it's time you learned. A long moment passed as Malfoy visibly wrestled with conflicting loyalties and beliefs. Finally, he lowered his wand completely. Show me, he said. In the Ministry of Magic, chaos reigned. Without house elves to maintain the building, simple functions had broken down almost immediately. Office fires went untended. Memos piled up without the enchanted paper airplane system working properly. The cafeteria stood empty. Even the lifts operated sporadically without elven maintenance magic. Dolores Umbridge surveyed the disorder from her office doorway, her face pinched with fury. This is outrageous, she ceded to Percy Weasley, who looked harried and sleep-deprived. Where is the emergency wizard staff I requested? The building should be functioning by now. We're trying, Madam Umbridge, Percy said, adjusting his glasses nervously. But wizard maintenance workers are struggling to understand systems the elves have managed for centuries. The building itself seems resistant to non-elf magic in certain areas. Nonsense, Umbridge snapped. Buildings don't have preferences. Actually, came Dumbledore's calm voice from behind them, the Ministry building incorporates significant elf magic in its fundamental construction. Much like Hogwarts, it has developed a kind of magical awareness over centuries. Umbridge whirled to face him. "What are you doing here, Dumbledore?" The emergency Wizengamot session was postponed until the chambers can be properly prepared. "I came to suggest, once again, that negotiation would be more effective than confrontation," Dumbledore replied, his blue eyes lacking their usual twinkle. "The withdrawal of magical being services has paralyzed our society more thoroughly than Voldemort ever managed. St. Mungo's reports critical shortages without potion ingredients normally supplied by centaurs and mere people. Gringotts restricted services have frozen commercial activity. Even the Floo network is destabilizing without regular maintenance. All the more reason to crush this rebellion immediately," Umbridge declared. "The minister has authorized use of the magical army reserve. Specialist wizards trained for exactly this kind of domestic disturbance. A force not activated since the Goblin rebellions," Dumbledore noted gravely. "Is that really the historical parallel you wish to invoke, Dolores? Those conflicts ended with hundreds dead on both sides and concessions ultimately granted anyway." "These are different times," Umbridge insisted. "We have magical resources our ancestors lacked. And they have unity our ancestors never faced," Dumbledore countered. "House elves, goblins, centaurs, mere people, and others acting in coordinated fashion represents an unprecedented challenge. One I fear cannot be overcome through force without devastating consequences for wizard society." "Always the appeaser," Umbridge sneered. "This is why you've lost credibility, Dumbledore. First the Potter boy slips from your control, now magical beings reject your authority along with ours. Your era is ending." Something dangerous flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. "My concern is not for my era, Dolores, but for unnecessary suffering on all sides. The beings have presented reasonable demands based on historical agreements. Many of us in the Wizengamot were prepared to consider them before your ill-advised intervention." "Reasonable?" Umbridge's voice rose shrilly. "They demand autonomy, territory, representation in government. Next they'll want wands and voting rights. Some of those rights were explicitly granted in the original covenants," Dumbledore pointed out. "Covenants our ancestors signed in good faith." "Covenants superseded by modern governance," Umbridge shot back. "We cannot allow centuries of proper hierarchy to be overturned by ancient parchment and creature demands." Dumbledore sighed heavily. "Then you leave them no choice but continued resistance. And I fear you leave me no choice but to oppose your methods publicly." "You wouldn't dare," Umbridge whispered. "The Wizengamot will strip you of your positions if you side with the creatures against the ministry." "Perhaps," Dumbledore acknowledged. "But I have lived long enough to recognize when a historical wrong requires correction. The suppression of being rights has continued too long under too many justifications, including, I regret, some of my own." He turned to leave, pausing at the door. "One last thing, Dolores. Harry Potter. What about him?" Umbridge demanded. "Leave him be," Dumbledore said simply. "He has chosen his path, and while I may regret the circumstances that led to his disillusionment with me, I respect his right to make that choice. Pursuing him now will only strengthen the being's resolve and further damage wizard credibility." "Potter is a symbol," Umbridge snarled. "His public support legitimizes this rebellion. He must be discredited or contained." "Harry is not merely a symbol," Dumbledore corrected quietly. "He is a young man who has seen too much manipulation in his short life, first from Voldemort, then, I must admit, from me. His current alliance with magical beings represents something profound, a bridge between worlds that may yet save us all, if we are wise enough to recognize it." With those cryptic words, he departed, leaving Umbridge seething and Percy looking increasingly uncertain about which side of history he wanted to occupy. In the room of requirement, now transformed into a secure chamber with stone walls and no windows, Harry placed the diadem carefully on a raised platform. The malevolent object seemed to pulse with dark awareness, as if it sensed its impending destruction. So that actually contains a piece of the Dark Lord's soul? Malfoy asked, maintaining a healthy distance. How is that even possible? Dark magic, Hermione replied grimly. The foulest kind. Murder splits the soul, and a specific ritual can encase the fragment in an object. My father never mentioned anything like this, Malfoy muttered. And he tells me everything about that side of things. Your father probably doesn't know, Harry said. Voldemort wouldn't trust anyone with this information. It's his insurance policy against death. Malfoy's face had grown increasingly pale as the reality sank in. And you've destroyed others? How many are there? This will be the third we've dealt with, Harry explained. The diary was first, that's why your father was so afraid when I returned it destroyed. Then Hufflepuff's cup recently. We think there are at least 3 more. And destroying them all would make him mortal again. Truly killable. That's the theory, Harry confirmed, unwrapping the basilisk fawn. Want to do the honors, Malfoy? Bit of redemption for your family's part in all this? Malfoy looked genuinely startled by the offer. Me? Why would you trust me with this? I don't trust you, Harry said bluntly. But I'm giving you a choice, a real one. Sometimes that's all it takes to change everything. Something shifted in Malfoy's expression, a recognition, perhaps, of the magnitude of what was being offered. Not just participation in destroying a Horcrux, but a first step toward a different path than the one his father had laid out for him. What do I do? He asked, his voice steadier than before. Harry held out the fawn. Take this. Stab it through the central gemstone. Be prepared, it might fight back somehow. The diary showed me visions, tried to manipulate me. Malfoy took the fawn carefully, his aristocratic features set with determination. If it tries to get in my head, I've had plenty of practice keeping things out. My Aunt Bellatrix has been teaching me a clemency. Useful skill in your family, Hermione commented dryly. Malfoy approached the diadem slowly. As he raised the fawn, the air around the Horcrux darkened visibly. A whisper emerged, somehow both distant and intimately close. Draco Malfoy, hissed a voice that wasn't quite Voldemort's, younger, smoother. Son of my faithful servant. Do you truly betray your bloodline for Potter? Your father will suffer for this treachery. Your mother will beg for death. Malfoy's hand faltered, his face draining of what little color remained. It's lying, Harry said firmly. That's not really Voldemort, just a fragment trying to save itself. Your future is already written, Draco, the voice continued, silky and persuasive. The mark awaits your arm. Your family's redemption lies in faithful service. Strike Potter instead. Bring him to me. Be rewarded beyond your dreams. Hermione moved closer to Harry, wand ready, clearly uncertain whether Malfoy would resist the temptation. For a long moment, Malfoy stood frozen, the fawn held aloft, his eyes fixed on the diadem as it whispered promises and threats. Then, almost imperceptibly, his expression hardened. My future isn't written by you, he said, his voice surprisingly steady. Or by my father. With a sudden, decisive movement, he plunged the fawn into the sapphire at the diadem's center. The gem cracked with a sound like breaking ice. Black ichor gushed from the wound, and an unearthly scream filled the room. A shadow rose from the diadem, writhing in apparent agony before dissolving into nothing. Then silence. Malfoy staggered backward, dropping the fawn. That was intense. You did it, Hermione said, genuine respect in her voice. That's 3 Horcruxes down. Harry approached the now destroyed diadem, confirming it was truly neutralized. The malevolent presence had vanished completely, leaving only a tarnished, broken tiara. Good job, Malfoy, he said sincerely. That took real courage. Don't get sentimental, Potter, Malfoy muttered, though a hint of pride colored his words. I just didn't like the idea of anyone else writing my future. Not even the Dark Lord. Fair enough, Harry acknowledged. So what happens now? Will you tell Umbridge where I am? Malfoy hesitated, visibly weighing his options. What's actually happening with this being rebellion? All I've heard is propaganda from both sides. Harry exchanged glances with Hermione, who nodded encouragingly. The short version. Harry began. Magical beings have been systematically oppressed for centuries. Original agreements that established respectful cooperation were gradually corrupted into domination. House elves weren't always slaves. Centaurs once had recognized territories. Goblins had wand rights. The beings have formed an alliance to demand restoration of these original rights. And your part in this? Malfoy asked skeptically. Dumbledore knew the Dursleys abused me, Harry said bluntly. He had monitoring spells reporting everything. House elves discovered the records and rescued me. When I learned how beings had been treated, not just house elves but all magical beings, I couldn't just ignore it. Malfoy's expression was unreadable. And this withdrawal of services? How long will it last? Until wizards agree to negotiate seriously, Hermione explained. Not token concessions, but substantive recognition of being rights and autonomy. You realize most pureblood families will fight this to the end? Malfoy pointed out. We, have built our entire society on these hierarchies. Some will, Harry agreed. Others might surprise you. The Greengrasses have already expressed support for house elf reforms. The Lovegoods have advocated for centaur rights for years. Even some blacks historically supported more equitable magical being treatment. Not my grandfather, Malfoy snorted. He once proposed tagging house elves like cattle. But what about you, Draco? Hermione asked quietly. You just rejected Voldemort's vision of your future. What's your vision? It was perhaps the first time anyone had asked Malfoy that question, and his momentary confusion was evident. I don't know. I was supposed to get the Dark Mark, serve the Dark Lord, eventually take my father's place in his inner circle. That's been the plan since I was old enough to understand. Maybe it's time for a new plan, Harry suggested. One you choose for yourself. A crack interrupted their conversation. Dobby appeared, looking uncharacteristically grave. Harry Potter must come quickly, the elf said urgently. The Ministry has activated its magical army reserve. They are preparing to attack known goblin locations and centaur territories. Many beings will die if this escalates further. Bloody hell, Harry muttered. Umbridge is really pushing for open warfare. Not just Umbridge, Dobby corrected. The Dark Lord's followers have infiltrated the reserve. They seek to inflame conflict, create chaos they can exploit. Death Eaters in the magical army? Malfoy asked, alarmed. My father never mentioned, he stopped abruptly, recognition dawning in his eyes. He's been attending emergency planning sessions at the Ministry. I assumed it was about the being situation, but he's coordinating with other Death Eaters to manipulate the crisis, Hermione concluded grimly. Classic divide and conquer strategy. We need to stop this before it gets bloody, Harry decided. Dobby, where's Nimbly? We need to warn the Alliance. Elder Elf coordinates from Great Haven, Dobby replied. Beings prepare defensive measures only. No attacks planned against wizards. That won't matter if the reserve forces go in with lethal intent, Hermione pointed out. Especially with Death Eaters using it as cover for their own agenda. Harry paced, mind racing. We need to expose the Death Eater infiltration. If the public understood that Voldemort was manipulating this crisis, moderate wizards might pressure the Ministry to negotiate instead of attack. My father keeps records, Malfoy said suddenly. Everyone turned to stare at him. What? He documents everything. Names, dates, contributions. It's how he maintains leverage. There will be evidence of Death Eater involvement in his study. At Malfoy Manor? Hermione asked skeptically. We can't exactly walk in and ask to see his filing cabinet. Malfoy straightened, a new determination in his bearing. No, but I can. I'm his son. I have access to the entire house, including his private study. It's too dangerous, Harry objected. If he catches you, he won't, Malfoy interrupted. He's at the ministry coordinating whatever they're planning. Mother is visiting her sister in France. The house is empty except for elves who obey me in my father's absence. The three humans looked at each other, then at Dobby, who had served at Malfoy Manor for years. Malfoy Manor has strong wards, Dobby warned. But young Master Draco could enter safely. If he wore elf-made protection, he could gather evidence without triggering alarms. Why would you help us? Hermione asked Malfoy directly. This would be betraying your father completely. There's no going back from that. Malfoy's face showed conflict, but his voice was steady. My whole life, I've been told exactly who to be, who to hate, what to believe. My father mapped every step of my future before I could walk. He glanced at the destroyed Horcrux. But if the Dark Lord is really splitting his soul and hiding pieces, if he's manipulating even pure-blood families like mine, maybe everything I've been taught is suspect. It wasn't a complete conversion, Harry knew. Malfoy wasn't suddenly abandoning his pure-blood superiority complex or embracing magical being equality. But it was a start, a crack in the foundation of beliefs he'd been raised with. If we do this, Harry said carefully, we do it together. I'm not sending you alone into what could be a trap. You can't enter the manor, Malfoy pointed out. The wards would alert my father immediately. Harry Potter could travel elf paths with Dobby, Dobby suggested. Elf paths bypass wizard wards. Harry Potter could wait at edge of property while young master retrieves documents. And me? Hermione asked. You should return to the underhalls and coordinate with Nimbly, Harry decided. If we get the evidence, we'll need a plan to use it effectively. Hermione nodded reluctantly. Be careful, both of you. This feels like walking into a nest of vipers. I was raised by those vipers, Malfoy said with a hint of his old smirk. I know where they hide their fangs. Traveling with Draco Malfoy through the elf paths felt surreal to Harry. The boy who had been his nemesis for years now walked beside him, guided by Dobby through the twilight dimension. Malfoy's face registered wonder as he experienced the hidden magical realm for the first time. This is incredible, he murmured. I had no idea elves could do this. There's a lot about magical beings wizards don't know, Harry replied. Or chose to forget. Malfoy didn't respond directly, but his expression remained thoughtful. The simple bracelet Dobby had provided him allowed him to see and traverse the elf paths, a gift of trust that clearly wasn't lost on him. We approach Malfoy Manor boundaries, Dobby announced, his voice tighter than usual. The elf had not returned to his former home since being freed, and his anxiety was palpable. The path opened to reveal manicured grounds surrounding an imposing manor house. Gothic architecture, elaborate gardens, and white peacocks created a scene of aristocratic splendor that made Harry think of a museum rather than a home. You grew up here, he asked, unable to imagine childhood in such a formal setting. Malfoy nodded. The East Wing was mine. Mother insisted I have space to actually be a child, away from father's more valuable artifacts. There was something in the way he said it that hinted at complexities in the Malfoy family Harry had never considered. The elf path ends here, Dobby explained, pointing to a boundary marked by ornamental hedges. House wards begin beyond. Dobby cannot cross, but young master can. Harry Potter should remain here with Dobby. Malfoy fingered the elf-made pendant he now wore around his neck, a protection against magical detection within the manor. Father's study is on the ground floor, west side. His records would be in the enchanted cabinet behind his desk. I should be able to get in and out in 20 minutes at most. If you're not back in 30, we're coming in after you, Harry stated firmly. That would be spectacularly stupid, Potter, Malfoy replied, though without real malice. But I appreciate the sentiment. Just be ready to run when I return. Father has ways of knowing when certain items are disturbed. With that, he straightened his robes and walked confidently across the boundary. The wards shimmered slightly but admitted him without incident. Soon his blonde head disappeared around a corner of the massive house. This is surreal, Harry muttered to Dobby. I'm trusting Draco Malfoy on a mission to undermine both the Ministry and Voldemort. Strange allies come in times of great change, Dobby observed with unexpected wisdom. Dobby once served Malfoys, now helps Harry Potter. Young Master once hated Harry Potter, now helps magical beings. Do you think he's really changed? Harry asked. Or is this just temporary rebellion against his father? Dobby considered this seriously. Young Master always had two faces, one for Master Lucius, one when alone. With house elves, sometimes kinder when father not watching. Not good, not kind like Harry Potter, but not completely cruel. It was an interesting perspective, the house elf's view of the Malfoy family dynamics, seeing what humans never showed each other. Harry wondered how many other insights about wizard society the supposedly simple creatures possessed. 25 tense minutes later, Malfoy reappeared at the manor's side entrance, moving with controlled urgency rather than panicked flight. A good sign. He crossed the ward boundary, a leather portfolio clutched under one arm. Got it, he announced, slightly breathless. Father's complete records of Death Eater activities since the Dark Lord's return, including the plan to infiltrate the Magical Army Reserve. Brilliant, Harry said, genuinely impressed. Any problems? One of the study wards was stronger than expected, Malfoy admitted. Had to use a counterspell Father taught me for emergencies. He'll know someone entered, but not necessarily what was taken. We should go immediately, Dobby urged. Back to Hogwarts. No, Harry decided suddenly. Not Hogwarts. The Daily Prophet offices. If we're going to expose this, we need to do it publicly, immediately. The Prophet? Malfoy looked skeptical. They're practically a ministry mouthpiece these days. Not Rita Skeeter, Harry countered. She goes where the scandal is. And this, he tapped the portfolio, is the biggest scandal in years. Death Eaters manipulating the Ministry into attacking magical beings to create chaos for Voldemort's return. She won't be able to resist. Malfoy still looked uncertain. Once this goes public, I can never go home again. You understand that, right? My father will disown me at best, kill me at worst. The gravity of Malfoy's choice hung in the air between them. This wasn't schoolboy rivalry anymore. This was life-altering betrayal of family for what he believed was right, or at least, less wrong. I know, Harry said quietly. But there are other homes, Draco. Other families. Look at Sirius, he rejected the Black family legacy and found a better path. And spent 12 years in Azkaban, Malfoy pointed out dryly. Bad example, Harry conceded. But you won't be alone. The Alliance will protect you. House elves protecting a Malfoy, Draco said with a hollow laugh. The world really has turned upside down. Dobby can take both to Prophet offices, Dobby interjected. Through elf paths, very safe. But must hurry. Magical army mobilizes soon. Both boys nodded, and Dobby led them back into the twilight realm of the elf paths, now heading toward London and what would likely be a point of no return for all of them. Rita Skeeter was having the worst week of her journalistic career. The being withdrawal had paralyzed the Daily Prophet's operations, no printing elves meant no newspaper distribution. Her bombshell exclusive about ministry incompetence in handling the crisis languished unpublished. Her quick quotes quill was running out of ink, and no shops were open to purchase more. So when Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy materialized in her tiny office accompanied by a house elf, she didn't even bother feigning surprise. Of course, she sighed, setting down her empty teacup. Why not? The Boy Who Lived and the Malfoy Heir. Together. In my office. During a national crisis. With a house elf. We have a story for you, Miss Skeeter, Harry said without preamble. The biggest of your career. Despite herself, Rita's journalistic instincts perked up. Bigger than your accusations against Dumbledore at the Wizengamot? That was front-page material, or would have been if we could publish. Bigger, Malfoy confirmed, setting the leather portfolio on her desk. Evidence of Death Eater infiltration of the Ministry's magical army reserve. Proof that you-know-whose followers are deliberately escalating conflict with magical beings to create chaos they can exploit. Rita's eyes widened, professional excitement overcoming her exhaustion. Let me see that. She flipped through the documents rapidly, her expression growing more predatory with each page. Names, dates, contribution amounts, deployment plans. Merlin's saggy Y-fronts, this is explosive. And time-sensitive, Harry stressed. The reserve is mobilizing now for attacks on goblin settlements and centaur territories. If they succeed, the Being Alliance will have no choice but to fight back. It'll be bloodshed on a scale not seen in centuries. Rita's mind was already racing ahead to headlines and exclusives. Why bring this to me? Why not Dumbledore or the Auror office? Because we need it public immediately, Harry explained. Not filtered through official channels that Death Eaters have compromised. The magical public needs to know they're being manipulated into a war that only serves Voldemort's interests. Rita flinched at the name but continued scanning documents. This implicates dozens of prominent families. Malfoy, she looked up sharply at Draco. Your father features extensively here. These are his records, aren't they? Malfoy's face was pale but determined. Yes. You're betraying your family, Rita stated, not judging but assessing the journalistic value. The Malfoy heir turning against Death Eater father, that's a secondary headline by itself. I'm choosing a different future, Malfoy corrected stiffly. One not written by the Dark Lord. Rita's eyes gleamed with the scent of a career-defining story. But how do I publish? The Prophet's operations are shut down without elves. We've thought of that, Harry said, nodding to Dobby. The Being Alliance will provide temporary assistance to publish this specific edition. One print run, distributed to all major magical locations simultaneously. A Magical Being Special Edition exposing Death Eater infiltration, Rita mused, already composing in her head. With exclusive interviews from Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. This could change everything. That's the idea, Harry confirmed. But we need to move fast. How quickly can you write it? Rita actually laughed. Mr. Potter, I've been a journalist for 27 years. Give me 30 minutes and a functioning quick quotes quill. Dobby snapped his fingers, and a brand new acid green quill appeared on Rita's desk. House Elf Magic provides. 30 minutes. Then printing begins. True to her word, Rita produced a devastating front-page exposé in precisely 28 minutes. What she lacked in scrupulous fact-checking, she made up for in scandalous impact. The headline screamed, Death Eaters infiltrate Ministry Army, plot to trigger Being War exposed exclusive by Rita Skeeter in a shocking development, evidence obtained exclusively by the Daily Prophet reveals extensive Death Eater infiltration of the Ministry's recently activated Magical Army Reserve. Documents provided by Draco Malfoy, son of suspected Death Eater Lucius Malfoy, detail a calculated plot to provoke violent conflict with the Magical Being Alliance as a smokescreen for you-know-who's return to power. My father and his associates have been manipulating the Ministry's response to the Being situation from the beginning, states the younger Malfoy in an exclusive interview. The goal was never resolution but escalation, creating chaos that would weaken wizard society and facilitate the Dark Lord's takeover. Harry Potter, whose appearance at the Wizengamot alongside Magical Being representatives sparked the current crisis, confirms that Death Eaters are exploiting tensions. Voldemort wants wizards and beings destroying each other while he gathers strength. The Being Alliance isn't the enemy, they're just demanding rights promised in original magical treaties. The documents, reproduced on pages 2 to 4, identify 17 current Ministry officials as marked Death Eaters, including 3 senior members of the Magical Army Reserve now preparing operations against Goblin and Centaur territories. While Rita finished her article, house elves had begun appearing silently in the Prophet's dormant printing facility. By the time the final draft was ready, the massive magical presses stood fully staffed with elves who normally worked there, now returned for this single, crucial print run. "Never seen anything like it," Rita murmured, watching the elves work with practiced efficiency. "They could have shut us down permanently, but they're helping us expose the truth instead." "That's the point we've been trying to make," Harry said. "Magical beings don't want to overthrow wizards. They want partnership based on mutual respect and honored agreements." Within an hour, the special edition was rolling off the presses. House elves from across Britain appeared to collect bundles for distribution to Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, the Ministry itself, St. Mungo's, and every major magical household. "What happens now?" Malfoy asked as they watched the organized chaos of distribution. "Now we go to the Ministry," Harry decided. "That's where the final confrontation will happen, once this hits." "The Ministry?" Malfoy looked at him like he'd suggested a leisurely swim in the Fleur network. "Are you mental, Potter? That's exactly where they want to capture you. It's also where we need to be to stop this before it turns bloody," Harry countered. "The evidence is public, but Umbridge and her Death Eater allies won't go down without a fight. They'll try to implement their attack plans anyway. And you're going to stop them? One teenager against the Ministry and Death Eaters? Not alone," Harry smiled grimly. "I think it's time for the Being Alliance to make its final stand, not in hiding, but directly at the Ministry itself. A peaceful demonstration of unified magical beings too powerful to ignore." Dobby, who had been listening silently, nodded in understanding. "Harry Potter suggests beings come out of hiding. Show full strength at Ministry." "Exactly," Harry confirmed. "Not attacking, just, present. Unavoidable. Too many to dismiss or detain. With the Death Eater evidence public, moderate wizards will hesitate to support Umbridge's hardline approach. Elder Elf must approve," Dobby cautioned. "Much risk." "There's risk either way," Harry pointed out. "Hiding in havens hasn't stopped the Ministry from mobilizing against beings. At least this way, we control the narrative." As Dobby disappeared to consult with Nimbly, Rita approached them one last time. "Whatever happens next," she said with uncharacteristic sincerity, "you've given me the story of a lifetime, Mr. Potter. And you, Mr. Malfoy," she considered him thoughtfully, "have revealed depths I wouldn't have suspected. I look forward to writing your authorized biography someday." "Let's survive today first," Harry suggested wryly. Rita's professional smile returned. "Oh, I'll be there, whatever happens at the Ministry. History is being made, and Rita Skeeter doesn't miss history." The Ministry atrium had never seen anything like it. At precisely noon, as the special edition Prophet circulated through magical Britain, the massive fireplaces lining the walls flared green simultaneously. But instead of wizards stepping out, house elves emerged by the dozens. The security desk wizard gaped as more appeared with sharp cracks of apparition. Then goblins began streaming from the visitors' entrance, formally dressed in what appeared to be battle regalia, though with weapons ceremonially peacebound. Most shocking of all, centaurs entered through the main doors, their hooves echoing on the polished floor, centaurs, who never willingly entered wizard structures. Within 15 minutes, the atrium held the most diverse gathering of magical beings ever assembled in the Ministry. House elves stood shoulder to shoulder with goblins. Centaurs conversed with merepeople sustained by portable water bubbles. Werewolves, Vila, and other beings normally excluded from Ministry affairs arranged themselves in disciplined formation. And at the center of it all, appearing last through the elf paths, stood Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and, most surprisingly, Draco Malfoy. Ministry workers gathered at the edges, whispering frantically. Sun-clutched copies of the Prophet Special Edition, pointing at the names exposed as Death Eaters and then at colleagues they now viewed with suspicion. Aurors formed a defensive perimeter but made no move to intervene. The sheer number of beings present, easily over 1,000, made any enforcement action impractical without massive casualties on both sides. "They're reading the Prophet," Hermione whispered, noting the papers clutched in many wizard hands. "The Death Eater revelation is working." "Look," Harry pointed toward the lifts, where Cornelius Fudge had emerged, flanked by Umbridge and Percy Weasley. The minister's face was ashen as he surveyed the assembled beings. Umbridge, by contrast, looked apoplectic. "This is an illegal gathering," she shrieked, her voice magically amplified. "All beings must disperse immediately or face arrest under Emergency Decree 17. No one moved. The silence was deafening. Nimble stepped forward from the elf contingent, his ancient voice carrying effortlessly through the atrium without magical assistance. "We come in peace, Minister Fudge," the elder elf announced. "Not as supplicants but as equal partners in the magical world. The evidence now public proves that dark forces have manipulated this crisis for their benefit. We offer an alternative path, dialogue rather than conflict, restoration rather than subjugation." "Manipulation indeed," Umbridge retorted. "Potter and his creature conspirators have fabricated evidence to undermine ministry authority. The Magical Army Reserve will restore proper order immediately." She raised her wand, presumably to signal the reserve forces, but before she could act, the atrium doors burst open again. Albus Dumbledore strode in, followed by Minerva McGonagal, Amelia Bones, and a contingent of Aurors loyal to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement rather than the minister. "I believe that would be ill-advised, Dolores," Dumbledore stated calmly. "Particularly as 7 of your reserve commanders have just been confirmed as bearing the dark mark." "Impossible," Fudge sputtered. "I personally approved those appointments." "On whose recommendation, Minister?" Amelia Bones asked pointedly. "Lucius Malfoy, perhaps. Whose own son has now provided documented evidence of Death Eater infiltration at the highest levels." All eyes turned to Draco Malfoy, who stood straight back beside Harry despite the obvious strain of his position. "My father and his associates have systematically corrupted ministry operations to serve the Dark Lord's agenda," Malfoy stated, his clear voice echoing in the suddenly silent atrium. "Including manipulating the response to the Being Alliance to create maximum division and chaos." Before Umbridge could respond, the lift doors opened again, and Lucius Malfoy himself emerged, his aristocratic features contorted with fury as he spotted his son standing with Harry Potter. "Draco," he hissed. "What have you done?" "Chosen differently, Father," Draco replied, his voice remarkably steady. "I won't be marked like cattle for a half-blood madman's cause." Lucius's face went livid. "You betray your family. Your blood. For Potter and these creatures." "I betray nothing worth keeping," Draco countered. "The Malfoy name meant something once, before you prostituted it to the Dark Lord." The elder Malfoy's wand appeared in his hand with practiced speed, but before he could cast, a dozen house elves snapped their fingers simultaneously. Lucius froze in place, his wand clattering to the floor. "House elf magic is different from wizard magic, Mr. Malfoy," Nimble observed mildly. "A lesson many wizards are learning today." Umbridge, seeing her plans unraveling, made a desperate play. "Minister Fudge. You must activate the magical army immediately. This creature invasion proves everything I've warned about. They've infiltrated the very heart of wizard government." Fudge looked from the assembled beings to Dumbledore to the growing crowd of ministry workers, many now reading the prophet's exposé. The political calculations were visible on his face. "Perhaps," he said slowly, "in light of new evidence regarding Death Eater infiltration, we should postpone any military action and consider the beings' proposals more thoroughly." "Cornelius!" Umbridge gasped. "You cannot seriously entertain negotiating with these creatures. It undermines everything, it undermines nothing except those seeking to manipulate this crisis for Voldemort's benefit, Dumbledore interrupted firmly. The Being Alliance has shown remarkable restraint. Their withdrawal of services has been non-violent yet effective. Their demands are rooted in historical agreements wizards once willingly signed. Agreements superseded by modern governance. Umbridge insisted. Not legally, Amelia Bones interjected. My department has reviewed the original covenants. They contain perpetuity clauses magically binding on all successor governments. They cannot be unilaterally abrogated by wizards without magical consequences. What consequences? Fudge asked nervously. The current situation is one such consequence, Dumbledore explained. The magical imbalance created by centuries of broken promises has finally reached a tipping point. Magic itself seeks equilibrium, Minister. We can work with that natural process or continue fighting it at our peril. Harry stepped forward then, drawing all eyes. No one wants conflict. Not the beings, not most wizards. Only Voldemort and his followers benefit from magical beings and wizards fighting each other. We have a chance now to create something better, a magical world where all beings contribute and benefit equally. Preposterous. Umbridge spat. Equality with creatures? Next you'll suggest werewolves teaching at Hogwarts. Oh wait, Dumbledore already tried that particular abomination. And Remus Lupin was the best defense teacher we ever had, Harry shot back. Magical ability isn't determined by species, Madam Umbridge. Character isn't determined by classification. Isn't it time wizards recognized that? A murmur of agreement ran through the gathering, not just from beings but from many of the watching ministry workers as well. The tide was turning palpably against Umbridge's hardline position. Fudge, ever sensitive to political winds, cleared his throat. Perhaps, a temporary committee to review the original covenants and consider adjustments to current policy regarding magical beings. A start, nimbly acknowledged diplomatically. Though we would require certain immediate concessions as evidence of good faith. The release of all detained beings. Suspension of the registration requirements. Formal recognition of the Alliance of Magical Beings as a legitimate representative body. And goblins? Ragnarok spoke up from the goblin contingent. Banking restrictions lifted immediately. Wand rights reconsidered within 6 months. Centaurs require immediate cessation of territory encroachment, added Forenza. And autonomy within our recognized lands. Fudge looked increasingly overwhelmed as each being group presented specific demands. Umbridge seized the moment of hesitation. You see, Minister. Give them an inch, they demand a mile. This is why we cannot negotiate with. Her words cut off abruptly as the atrium darkened unnaturally. A chill swept through the vast space, reminiscent of Dementor presence but somehow worse. The fireplaces extinguished one by one. The artificial windows showing cheerful weather blackened. What's happening? Hermione whispered, drawing closer to Harry. He's coming, Harry replied, his scar suddenly burning. Voldemort. The central floor of the atrium cracked, black smoke pouring from the fissure. It coalesced into a tall, pale figure with snake-like features and burning red eyes, Lord Voldemort himself, flanked by black-robed Death Eaters appearing from the smoke. How touching, Voldemort's cold, high voice echoed through the chamber. Wizards and lesser beings negotiating as equals. My followers warned me of this, perversion of natural order. Screams erupted from ministry workers. Aurors moved into defensive positions. The assembled magical beings stood their ground, though many showed fear at the Dark Lord's sudden manifestation. Tom, Dumbledore greeted him calmly, moving to stand between Voldemort and the main gathering. Your timing is impeccable, if ultimately self-defeating. Self-defeating? Voldemort laughed, a chilling sound devoid of humor. I see only opportunity, Dumbledore. The Ministry in disarray. Wizard society divided. Creatures forgetting their place. The perfect environment to establish a new, proper order. Harry stepped up beside Dumbledore, ignoring the older wizard's warning gesture. Your proper order is just another form of enslavement. Beings serving wizards. Wizards serving you. Everyone marked and controlled like the muggles you claim to despise. Voldemort's serpentine eyes fixed on Harry with malevolent intensity. Potter. Always interfering. Always surviving when you should die. That ends today. Does it? Harry challenged, with more confidence than he felt. Your Horcruxes are being destroyed one by one, Tom. The diary. Hufflepuff's cup. Ravenclaw's diadem. How many remain before you're mortal again? Voldemort's face contorted with shock and fury. Impossible. How could you know? House elf magic, Harry said simply. Different from wizard magic. Sees what you try to hide. Reaches places you think secure. For the first time, Voldemort surveyed the assembled beings with something approaching concern rather than contempt. His gaze lingered on the house elves, many of whom had served in homes of his followers, potentially witnessing discussions and plans meant to be private. It changes nothing, the Dark Lord declared after a moment. My followers are already positioned throughout the ministry. The magical army reserve awaits my command, not the ministers. Today, the wizard government falls. I think not, Tom, Dumbledore countered. Your exposed followers are being detained as we speak. The reserve commanders bearing your mark have been relieved. And you now face not just me, not just Harry, but the unified magic of all magical beings. As if to emphasize his point, the gathered beings moved into formation behind Dumbledore and Harry. House elves lined up in front, their magic already visibly manifesting as glowing auras. Goblins formed disciplined ranks, their unique magic creating a metallic sheen in the air around them. Centaurs knocked arrows that gleamed with ancient enchantments. Even the mere people raised tridents that somehow condensed water from the very air, forming weapons of liquid that moved like living things. For the first time, Harry fully comprehended the immense magical power represented by the Alliance. Not just numbers but diverse magical traditions, each with strengths wizards had forgotten or never understood. Voldemort assessed the opposition, calculation replacing his initial confidence. An impressive display, he acknowledged coldly. But ultimately futile. Even united, you cannot match my power. Perhaps not individually, Harry agreed. But we don't fight as individuals anymore. At some unspoken signal, the beings began a low, harmonic chant, not in English or any human language Harry recognized. The sound resonated through the atrium, creating visible ripples in the air. Harry felt the magic building around him, different from any spell he'd experienced at Hogwarts, older, more primal, connected to the very foundations of magical existence. Dumbledore stepped back slightly, allowing the being magic to flow forward. Even he, with all his wisdom and power, recognized that this moment belonged to a different kind of magic than wizard spells could counter. Voldemort raised his wand, his Death Eaters following suit. Avada Kedavra, he shrieked, sending the killing curse directly at Harry. The green light streaked forward but met a barrier of pure magical energy created by the combined power of house elf magic. It didn't reflect or absorb the killing curse, it transformed it, the green light dissolving into harmless particles that scattered like dust. For the first time, genuine fear showed in Voldemort's serpentine features. He had encountered many magical defenses in his long pursuit of power, but nothing that could neutralize the killing curse itself. What magic is this? He demanded. Original magic, nimbly replied, stepping forward. The magic that existed before wands, before incantations, before wizards separated themselves from other magical beings. The magic you have spent a lifetime corrupting with your soul-splitting abominations. The being's chant intensified, the very air now shimmering with combined magical energy. Harry felt it flowing through him too, recognizing him not as wizard or being but simply as part of the magical world. You cannot win this, Tom, Dumbledore said quietly. Not against the unified magic of all magical beings. Even your Horcruxes cannot protect you from what comes now. Attack! Voldemort commanded his Death Eaters, desperation edging his voice. Kill them all. Dark spells flew toward the Being Alliance, but each met the same fate as Voldemort's killing curse, transformation rather than reflection, neutralization through fundamental magical principles older than the spells themselves. Then the Alliance's magic coalesced into a visible wave of pure energy that swept toward Voldemort and his followers. It wasn't an attack spell as wizards understood them, it carried no specific harmful intent. Rather, it was a restoration spell, designed to return corrupted magic to its natural state. When it reached Voldemort, he screamed in agony. The magical wave interacted with his unnaturally divided soul, forcing a kind of reconciliation that his Horcruxes had been created specifically to prevent. The remaining soul fragments, wherever they were hidden, were being pulled back toward their source, not destroyed but returned, healing a magical abomination that should never have existed. Harry's scar burned white-hot as the connection between them fluctuated wildly. Through the pain, he glimpsed Voldemort's consciousness fragmenting, memories and identities that had been separated for decades suddenly forced back together in a catastrophic reorganization. The Death Eaters fared little better. Those bearing the dark mark found the corrupted magic of their bonds to Voldemort forcibly cleansed, causing many to collapse in shock or pain as the artificial connection was severed. When the wave receded, Voldemort remained standing but drastically altered. His snake-like features had partially reverted to human form. The burning red eyes had dulled to a more natural, if still unnervingly intense, brown. He looked more like an aged Tom Riddle than the inhuman Dark Lord of moments before. "What have you done to me?" he gasped, his voice higher with panic than its usual cold control. "Restored what could be restored," nimbly explained. "Your soul is reunited, though permanently damaged by your choices. Your unnatural immortality is ended. You are, at last, simply a wizard again, exceptional in power, perhaps, but mortal like all others." Dumbledore stepped forward, wand raised. "It is over, Tom. Surrender now." Voldemort, or what remained of him, looked around wildly. His Death Eaters were incapacitated. The Ministry was lost. The being's magic had accomplished what no wizard had managed in decades, returned him to a state of vulnerability. With a howl of rage and fear, he attempted to apparate, but the being's magic had altered even that fundamental wizard ability within the atrium. Instead of disappearing, he merely staggered sideways, disoriented by the failed spell. Aurors moved in quickly, led by Amelia Bones. Dumbledore cast binding spells that wrapped Voldemort in magical restraints specifically designed to contain his still considerable wizard powers. "Take him to the secure holding cells," Bones instructed. "Full anti-magic protocols. And gather the affected Death Eaters for processing." As Voldemort was led away, still struggling against his bonds and shouting threats, Harry felt a curious emptiness where his scar connection had been. The constant background presence he'd never fully acknowledged was simply gone. "Is it really over?" he asked nimbly. The ancient elf nodded solemnly. "The Dark Lord's power is broken. His soul, though damaged beyond full healing, is at least whole again. His followers are severed from his magical control. The threat he posed is ended." Harry looked around the atrium, taking in the astonishing scene. Ministry officials stood in shocked silence. Cornelius Fudge appeared completely overwhelmed, while Umbridge had somehow vanished during the confrontation. Dumbledore was conferring quietly with Amelia Bones, likely discussing security arrangements for Voldemort's imprisonment. And everywhere, magical beings stood proudly, their unified magic still shimmering in the air, not in threat but in promise. The display of their combined power had accomplished what years of wizard conflict could not, neutralized Voldemort without destroying half of magical Britain in the process. "What happens now?" Hermione asked, joining Harry. "With the Alliance, I mean." "Now," Ragnarok said, approaching from the goblin contingent, "we negotiate from a position of demonstrated strength rather than theoretical rights. The wizards have seen what united magical beings can accomplish. That changes the fundamental dynamic. They'll fear you, Draco Malfoy observed, having maintained his position with Harry throughout the confrontation. Some will push for even greater restrictions because of what they witnessed today. Some will, Firenze agreed, his centaur wisdom evident. But others will recognize the benefits of true partnership. Today, magical beings saved Wizard Society from Voldemort. That fact cannot be easily dismissed. Fudge approached tentatively, flanked by Percy Weasley, looking distinctly shell-shocked, and several Wizengamot members who had arrived during the confrontation. The Ministry of Magic, Fudge began formally, though his voice trembled slightly, acknowledges the extraordinary service performed today by the Alliance of Magical Beings. We are prepared to begin immediate negotiations regarding the demands presented earlier. A wise decision, Minister, Nimble replied with appropriate gravity. The Alliance will appoint representatives for these discussions. We suggest neutral ground, perhaps Hogwarts, with both being and wizard security provisions. Acceptable, Fudge agreed quickly, clearly eager to establish some semblance of normal governance after the chaos of recent days. Shall we say tomorrow at noon? That should give both sides time to prepare proper proposals. As Fudge retreated to confer with his advisors, Harry felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to find Dumbledore standing behind him, the old wizard's blue eyes lacking their usual twinkle but showing something more valuable, respect. Harry, Dumbledore said quietly. I owe you an apology more extensive than can be offered here. My failures regarding your care were inexcusable, whatever justifications I believed valid at the time. Harry studied the man he had once revered, then bitterly resented. Now, he felt something more complex, understanding without forgiveness, recognition without reconciliation. You made choices you thought necessary, Harry replied evenly. So did I, history will judge us both. Dumbledore nodded, accepting the response as fair if not friendly. What will you do now? The beings clearly respect your position as an ally. You could wield considerable influence in the coming negotiations. I'm not interested in influence, Harry said honestly. I just want a magical world where no one, wizard or being, suffers what I did. Where promises are kept. Where power doesn't corrupt. A worthy aspiration, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though perhaps more complex to implement than any of us might wish. That's why we negotiate, Harry shrugged. That's why we listen to each other. That's why we recognize that no one group, not wizards, not house elves, not any single perspective, has all the answers. Dumbledore's eyes showed a flicker of their old warmth. You have grown wise beyond your years, Harry. Perhaps wiser than I managed in many more. Before Harry could respond, Nimble approached. Harry Potter. The Alliance leadership requests your presence as we prepare for tomorrow's negotiations. Your perspective bridging wizard and being viewpoints would be valuable. Harry nodded to Dumbledore in farewell and moved to join Nimble, Hermione and Draco following. What about me? Draco asked quietly as they walked. I can't go home. I'm not sure I belong with the Being Alliance either. You belong where you choose to belong, Harry told him firmly. That's what this was all about, really. Choice. Freedom. Self-determination. Pretty words, Draco said with a ghost of his old sneer. But practically speaking, I'm homeless and probably disowned by now. The Alliance will protect you, Hermione assured him. And when school resumes, if you still want to attend Hogwarts, arrangements can be made for your safety. Assuming Hogwarts reopens as normal, Harry pointed out. After today, I'm not sure anything will be normal again. They joined the being leaders gathering near the Atrium Center, where discussions about negotiation strategy had already begun. Harry marveled at the scene, house elves conferring as equals with centaurs, goblins outlining financial implications of various proposals, mere people offering historical context from their ancient oral traditions. This was the future he hadn't known he was fighting for when Dobby first rescued him from the Dursleys. Not just his personal freedom from abuse, but a fundamental restructuring of magical society toward greater equality and mutual respect. "It started with you, Harry Potter," Dobby said, appearing at his side as if reading his thoughts. "When house elves saw Harry Potter's mistreatment, we remembered our own. When we helped Harry Potter, we remembered our strength. When Harry Potter stood with beings against wizards who wronged him, we found courage to stand for ourselves." "I just wanted to get away from the Dursleys," Harry admitted. "I had no idea it would lead to all this." "Small actions create great changes," Nimbly observed, joining their conversation. "A house elf checking on a boy. A boy choosing kindness despite his pain. A wizard standing with beings against his own kind's injustice. These are the pivots upon which history turns." As the various beings organized into working groups for tomorrow's negotiations, Harry found himself at the center of something he'd never truly experienced before, not the forced fame of the boy who lived, but genuine respect earned through actions and choices. Whatever came next, the negotiations, the restructuring of wizard-being relations, his own future in this changed magical world, Harry knew one thing with certainty: he was no longer alone. Not a neglected child in a cupboard. Not a weapon to be aimed at Voldemort. Not a symbol to be manipulated by Dumbledore or the Ministry. He was simply Harry, friend to magical beings, ally in their quest for justice, bridge between worlds too long separated by prejudice and power. And for now, that was enough. Epilogue: 6 months later, the Great Hall of Hogwarts looked different this term. The house tables remained, but they'd been joined by a fifth table near the teacher's dais, the Alliance table, where students of all houses could sit with representatives of various magical beings who now participated in Hogwarts education. Harry entered with Hermione and Ron, the latter having eventually come around after the initial shock of the magical being revolution, as the prophet now called it. The famous Magical Accord of 2026 had restructured relationships between wizards and beings, restoring many original rights while establishing new frameworks for cooperation. "Still can't believe Flitwick was part goblin all along," Ron muttered as they passed the charms professor deep in conversation with a full goblin now teaching a new course on magical finance. "Makes his dueling championship more impressive, knowing goblin battle magic and all that." "There's a lot we never knew about magical beings," Hermione replied. "That's why the new curriculum is so important. Actual magical history instead of Binns droning about goblin rebellions from a wizard perspective." They took seats at the Alliance table, where Dobby was already waiting. The house elf wore a small but dignified uniform marking him as Hogwarts' first being liaison officer, a position created under the new administration. "Harry Potter returns for final term." Dobby greeted them excitedly. "Much has changed since Harry Potter and House Elves began Great Restoration." "It really has," Harry agreed, looking around the transformed school. Minerva McGonagal had replaced Dumbledore as headmistress after his retirement, a negotiated resignation that allowed the former headmaster to avoid formal censure for his role in Harry's mistreatment while removing him from direct authority over magical education. He now served in an advisory capacity to the International Confederation of Wizards on being-wizard relations, his considerable talents redirected toward healing rather than control. The staff table had new additions beyond the goblin finance teacher. A centaur astronomer. A freed house elf teaching elfin magic as an elective. Even a merperson specialist who taught underwater breathing charms and merfolk culture from a specially designed water tank that allowed movement through the castle. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy sat with Blaise Zabini and, surprisingly, several younger students from various houses. His betrayal of his father and role in exposing Death Eater infiltration had rewritten his Hogwarts story completely. Lucius remained in Azkaban, but Narcissa had shocked everyone by filing for divorce and reclaiming her black family connection, supporting her son's choices in a display of maternal loyalty few had anticipated. "Potter," called a familiar voice. Harry turned to see Severus Snape approaching, his customary black robes replaced by dark blue teaching robes that, while still severe, marked a symbolic break from his Death Eater past. "Professor," Harry greeted him neutrally. Their relationship remained complex, Snape had been horrified by the revelations of Harry's abuse, triggering uncomfortable parallels to his own childhood, but years of mutual antagonism couldn't be erased overnight. "The advanced potions ingredients you requested for your independent study have arrived," Snape informed him. "The centaur-harvested moonflower essence is particularly potent. Use it judiciously." "Thank you, sir," Harry replied. His newfound interest in healing potions had surprised everyone, including himself, but something about creating remedies for suffering appealed to him in ways fighting dark wizards never had. As Snape departed, Firenze entered the Great Hall, now able to move freely through magically expanded corridors designed to accommodate non-human proportions. The centaur had become a regular teacher rather than Trelawney's unwilling replacement, splitting divination classes between traditional wizard approaches and centaur astronomical methods. "The stars speak of completion cycles," Firenze remarked as he passed Harry. "Your path has curved back upon itself while moving forward, rare and significant." Harry nodded, understanding the centaur's meaning better than he would have before his immersion in being magic. His journey had indeed come full circle, from a neglected child rescued by a house elf to a young man helping reshape the magical world alongside those same beings. The evening's feast began, food appearing through a combination of traditional house elf magic and new wizard cooking staff, part of the compromises ensuring elves were not simply expected to resume all previous servitude without changes. The elves who chose to remain at Hogwarts now received proper compensation and scheduled time off, while those who preferred traditional arrangements could still choose that path. As conversation flowed around him, Harry felt a deep contentment that had nothing to do with fame or destiny. The wizarding world remained imperfect, centuries of prejudice couldn't be erased in 6 months, but fundamental changes had taken root that would grow stronger with each new generation educated under the magical accord. Voldemort remained imprisoned in a specially designed magical containment facility, his reunited but damaged soul rendering him more Tom Riddle than Lord Voldemort. Without Horcruxes anchoring his immortality, he was simply a disturbed, powerful wizard who would eventually face the natural end all mortals shared. The prophecy had been fulfilled, though not as anyone had anticipated. Neither had died at the hand of the other, instead, being magic had transformed the very nature of their conflict, rendering the binary outcome Trelawney foresaw obsolete. "Canute for your thoughts?" Hermione asked, nudging Harry's shoulder. "Just thinking about how it all started," Harry replied. "One house elf deciding to check if I was okay. One small act of kindness that changed everything. The best revolutions often start that way," she observed wisely. "Not with grand gestures but with simple humanity, or elfmanity, in this case." Harry laughed. "Elfmanity. Dobby would like that word." As if summoned by his name, Dobby bounced over excitedly, clutching the evening edition of the Daily Prophet. "Harry Potter. Big news. The Wizengamot has ratified the Being Education Initiative. Young house elves and other beings can attend Hogwarts as students starting next year." The announcement rippled across the Great Hall, generating animated discussion at every table. Another milestone in the ongoing transformation of magical society. "Imagine that," Ron mused, helping himself to seconds. "House elf Gryffindors. Goblin Ravenclaws. Centaur, well, they probably wouldn't fit in the dormitories, but you get the idea. They're building new accommodations in the East Wing," Hermione informed them. "I've been helping with the architectural plans as part of my magical integration independent study." Harry shook his head in wonder. "A year ago, we couldn't have imagined any of this." "A year ago," Dobby said with unexpected gravitas, "Harry Potter was locked in a room with bars on his window. Now Harry Potter helps free all magical beings. Shows what is possible when we question what we are told is unchangeable." As the feast continued around them, Harry reflected on Dobby's profound observation. So much of magical history had been presented as inevitable, immutable. House elves were servants, centaurs were isolationists, goblins were financial managers but never wizards' equals. All these truths had proven malleable once enough people, beings and wizards alike, questioned their foundations. Perhaps that was the most powerful magic of all, not spells or potions or even the ancient being magic that had neutralized Voldemort, but the simple, human capacity to imagine a different world and then work to create it. Harry raised his goblet in a silent toast to the absent figure whose simple act of concern had started everything, a house elf who discovered Harry Potter's abuse and couldn't look away. Who decided one wizard boy's suffering mattered, even against the great Albus Dumbledore's plans. The world had changed because Dobby had cared enough to check. Sometimes, that was all the magic needed to begin. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.